Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 1 Emperor. Chapter 1 The Sleeping King of the World. Open black lens bracket favorites close black lens bracket. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. It is the strongest military base located in Marine, the first half of the Grand Line. Numerous heavy artillery and endless marine warships docked at the port have created the existence of the headquarters like an iron wall. Not to mention Admiral, the most powerful marine who guards the headquarters all the year round, and Vice Admiral, who is generally the mainstay of Marine. There is no doubt that Naval Headquarters has been a symbol of peace since One Piece Gore de Luogia opened the Age of Discovery 10 years ago. And at this moment, located in the meeting room at the highest point of Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, the Buddha known as the resourceful general, stood at the front of the meeting room, with his hands behind his back, his face solemn. Behind him are the main members who participated in the meeting. Naval Headquarters has the strongest combat strength of Admiral, Kizaru, Aokiji and Akainu. The chief instructor of the Marine School, Admiral, the former Admiral of Naval Headquarters known as Don't Kill, Black Arm Zephyr. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and Chief Staff Officer, Crane. And Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Garp the Fist, who enjoys the title of Marine Hero. Any person in the conference room placed outside, every move is enough to cause changes in the world situation, and more importantly, they are now supporting the entire Naval Headquarters. But any meeting that involves them all is no small matter. The last time they got together was when Marshal Marine was replaced and the new Third Admiral took over. It seems that something big has happened in this sea again. It actually summoned all of us. At this moment, Kizaru, sitting at the foot of the meeting room, looked relaxed and freehand, cutting his nails without any tension. Is there something going on in New World? Let me guess, is there something going on with Whitebeard? Or is Kaido messing around again? It's scary. Hehe, Pelusilino, since becoming Admiral, you've become more and more lazy. Advertisement. Beside him, Zephyr grinned in dark glasses. New World has caused several riots, and you haven't been to one of them, which is not good. Hearing this, Kizaru immediately shrugged and smiled. Teacher Zephyr, please spare me, I have graduated from you for many years. More importantly, the emperors of the New World are as strong as monsters, and they will die. Also, speaking of monsters, isn't there Sakazuki? Every time he makes a shot, he always comes back with a complete victory, and it's not my turn to make a shot. Kizaru brings the topic to Akainu. Akainu didn't care about this, he just sat in his seat calmly with his eyes closed. He could also see that this Sengoku had brought them all together, which was definitely a big deal. I think, don't say a few words. Even Teacher Zephyr called this meeting, I'm afraid something big will happen. Beside, Aokiji also symbolically echoed 2 sentences. At this moment, Garp, who was sitting on the farthest side, took out a large senbei from somewhere, bit it off with a click, and said with a grin. The old man also wants to know, what is it that can call all of us here, old guy? It won't be that 7 warlords of the sea plan you mentioned again. Shut up too, Garp. You know, it can't be that kind of thing. Crane, on the other hand, sat quietly by the side, extremely intellectual, and seemed to have a different style of painting from others. If it was normal, Sengoku would have stared at Garp's gag. However, at this moment, he really couldn't arouse such interest. He just turned around calmly, glanced at everyone, and then said, Everyone, be quiet. This time, there is indeed something important to announce. Advertisement. It's about that Black History text. Hearing this, the complexions of Garp, Zephyr, and Crane below changed slightly. Obviously, they knew what it was. But the current 3 admirals looked confused. Sengoku, you mean, the piece that Luogia brought back from the end of the Grand Line? Sengoku nodded. That's right. He set his sights on Aokiji, Kizaru and Akainu. This was Luogia's surrender back then, few people knew about it, and the current 3rd Admiral was still the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, so naturally he didn't know about it. With this in mind, Sengoku spoke directly. 10 years ago, Luogia surrendered to our marine, and at the same time, gave us a piece of historical text brought back from the end of the Grand Line. At that time, Luogia told us, In this piece of historical text, there is a legend recorded, a true legend. True. Legendary. At this moment, the people below were a little shocked. There is no doubt that Ulquiorra, who started the era of great pirates, has become a legend in this sea. And what was recorded in this black history text, Ulquiorra actually said it was a true legend. So, what the hell is it? Old man, you bring this up now. That means. Garp murmured. Sengoku nodded. Well, that's right, the content above has now been deciphered. After 10 years of sleepless nights in our naval headquarters, the content of this historical text has finally been deciphered. Advertisement. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows. I'm curious, does the world government allow us to decipher the historical text? The world may not know. But they do know that the main text of history records the blank 100 years of history 800 years ago. And the world government absolutely forbids anyone to study that blank 100-year history. Ohara once suffered destruction because of the study of historical texts. Sengoku nodded. The world government is allowed, because this historical text is older than you think. Want to know the content? Everyone nodded. Seeing this, Sengoku took a deep breath and let it out slowly. His complexion became solemn again, and he spoke calmly. Just like what Ulquiorra said, this historical text indeed records a legend. And this legend is a person. The sleeping king of the world. Retrieve the heartbeat after 900 years. Regaining consciousness after 90 years. Regain power after 9 years. Then, take back the world in just 9 days. P.S. The new book sets sail. Please support, please ask for data. Chapter 2. The King of Nine Snake Island has been the wife of that adult for generations. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When? See Circle Calendar 1510. Location. 9 Snake Island. The Isle of Hydra, located on the Grand Line Calm Belt, is a women-only country. Due to the existence of the Calm Belt, ordinary ships cannot sail here at all. Not to mention that the Calm Belt is the natural lair of the Sea Kings. Therefore, Calm Belt is like a natural barrier for Hydra Island, isolating it from the world. Because of this, for hundreds of years, few people have been able to step into the land of Nine Snake Island, not to mention that Nine Snake Island has a rule that must be followed. Men are forbidden. Today is the annual memorial ceremony of Nine Snake Island. The entire kingdom was filled with joy and laughter. At the same time, this is also the second year that the world's most beautiful woman, Pirate Queen Boa Hancock, became the Emperor of Snake Island. At this moment, the 19-year-old pirate Empress entered the secret clan land of Nine Snake Island under the leadership of her mother-in-law, the former king of Nine Snake Island. However, at this moment, the pirate Empress' face is not pretty. Because, just now, Grandma Za told her the real reason why she was chosen to be the king of Nine Snake Island. To be the wife of a being. What made her even more horrified was that her mother-in-law told her that existence seemed to be a legend of Nine Snake Island, and it had been sleeping all the time. Obviously, this kind of nonsense can only deceive the little girl who has never been out of Nine Snake Island, and she, the pirate Empress, can make a name for herself in this sea. Just for one trip to sea, he was paid a disparity of 88 million Baileys, and was even more valued by the world government, so he offered an olive branch of 7 warlords of the sea invitation. Therefore, Pirate Queen has always sneered at this deep-rooted superstition on the island. However, due to the kindness of Granny Z, who brought her back to Nine Snake Island and supported her as the Emperor, Snake G has repeatedly tolerated and retreated. Obviously, the current pirate Empress is not that arrogant yet. If she were the Empress 10 years later, she might just sweep her mother-in-law out of the house. Snake Princess, we're here. Here, only the emperors of Jew Snake Island for generations can enter. At the same time, the Pirate Queen came to the secret clan land of Jew Snake Island for the first time. Advertisement. At this moment, the Empress, who had been sneering at this before, was stunned the moment she stepped into the clan ground. The family land is not considered luxurious, but very simple. However, in the simplicity, it reveals a simple and vicissitudes of life. And the charm of all these comes from the stone slab in front of you. What is that? At this moment, the Empress was deeply attracted by this stone slab. There seems to be something painted on the slate. Dim and confused, the Empress couldn't see it clearly, but, vaguely, a throne could be seen, and on the throne, there was a figure. The moment the Empress wanted to see the figure clearly. This moment, an unbelievable sense of oppression hit the Empress's heart in an instant. Knowing what this was, the Empress' face changed drastically. Conquerors. You can't go wrong with the Conqueror's Haki. But why? Why would a slab release the Conqueror's Haki? Could it be the Conqueror's coercion left behind by the figure in the tablet? If that's the case, it's horrible. According to the history of Nine Snake Island, this stone slab has existed for hundreds of years, but the remaining conquerors on it are still so terrifying. How strong should the figure on the throne be? Snake Girl, have you seen that lord? At this moment, Granny Yi saw the Empress in a daze, and then she smiled and spoke. Hearing the voice of the mother-in-law, the Empress only reacted. What? The mother-in-law didn't find it strange about the Empress's reaction, she just spoke calmly. Nine Snake Island was established more than 900 years ago. Advertisement. And the Empress of the first generation of Nine Snake Island is the wife of this lord. He used to be the king of this world. However, for some reason, the king of the world fell into a deep sleep. Since then, the Empress of the first generation has established a rule that the kings of the Nine Snake Islands will be the most beautiful women of that era, and each generation of Nine Snake Island kings will be the wife of this lord. Now, Snake Princess, it's your turn. Hearing this, the pirate Empress froze for a moment, and glanced at her mother-in-law. Every generation of kings on Nine Snake Island is the most beautiful woman. But why did you become such an outlier? Are you pretty? Seeing the Empress's expression, the corners of Grandma's mouth twitched. When I was young, I might have been more stunning than you, but it's a pity, time makes people old. So, all the emperors of Nine Snake Island were the wives of this man hundreds of years ago. The Empress pointed to the slate. Immediately, Grandma Z flew into a rage. Shiji, pay attention to your attitude, it is an existence that needs you to protect and serve for the rest of your life. It is your supreme honor to be the wife of this lord. Is it? The pirate Empress said unevenly. Obviously, she didn't take this matter to heart. Although she was a little upset that she had somehow become someone's wife. However, she still has to abide by the rules of Nine Snake Island, especially when she takes the position of king. As for the wife, to hell, it won't come back to life anyway, so what does it matter? So, the king of Nine Snake Island cannot marry for life. Get married. Advertisement. The Empress was even more disdainful. The reason is simple, she hates men, even fear. And then, offer a sacrifice. Then, my mother-in-law took out a box from somewhere. After opening it, there were 3 strange fruits lying quietly inside. Seeing this, the Empress was furious. Devil fruit. I said, where did the devil fruit I got from going out to sea go? It turned out that you took it. Facing the anger of the Empress, mother-in-law Yi didn't care. This is a sacrifice to this lord. This lord doesn't know when he will wake up, but offering devil fruit will allow him to regain some of his strength when he wakes up. There was a snap. The Empress directly knocked over the box containing the devil fruit, and glared at Granny Z. Old fellow, I have endured you for a long time. And at this moment, boom, accompanied by the shaking of the entire island. The Empress and mother-in-law's expressions changed at the same time. This is canon. There is an attack. Chapter 3 Spreading Conquerors. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Thump thump. Accompanied by the trembling of the island. Shells exploded on the coast of Nine Snake Island. The Empress and mother-in-law's complexion suddenly changed, and then they left the clan as quickly as possible. How could there be an attack? Hydra is in the Calm Belt. It's not easy to cross the Calm Belt, where the Sea King's lair is. However, I heard that the Science Department of Naval Headquarters recently used Seastone to overcome the problem that Calm Belt was attacked by Sea Kings. That is it marine? Thinking of this, the mother-in-law's complexion changed, and she immediately looked at the Empress. Shiji, you woman, didn't you accept the 7 warlords of the sea invitation sent by the world government? Hearing this, the pirate Empress gave Granny Z a cold look. Old man, do you think the concubine will be subservient to the world government? What I hate the most are these guys. Why, my mother-in-law was so angry that she almost lost her breath. Snake Princess. You damned woman. Did you know that Marine has conquered the calm belt? Nine Snake Island lacks the natural protection of the calm belt, and will face endless attacks from the Marines. In the end, there is only one way to destroy waiting for us. The two were noisy and quickly disappeared into the clan land of Nine Snake Island. And not long after the two left, the three devil fruits that were knocked to the ground flashed a burst of light. The next moment, the three devil fruits turned into fluid and were absorbed by the ancient and vicissitudes of stone. Advertisement. At this time, 5 warships were docked on the coastline of Nine Snake Island. On the warship, densely packed muzzles were aimed at Jew Snake Island. Obviously, the shelling just now came from this. As the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Ghost Spider cannot accept 7 Warlords of the Sea policy. In his view, it would be wrong to legalize the burning, killing, and plundering of pirates, regardless of the purpose. So, even if he was sent by Naval Headquarters to Jew Snake Island to invite Pirate Queen, the Ghost Spider still doesn't have any good looks towards Nine Snake Island. At this moment, the Ghost Spider stood at the head of the warship, holding a loudspeaker in his hand, and spoke coldly. Pirate Empress, there is an invitation for open black lens bracket 7 Warlords of the Sea close black lens bracket. How do you think about it? Should you accept the title of open black lens bracket Shichibukai close black lens bracket, or give it up? Once you give up, I will destroy your Nine Snake Island here. The Ghost Spider's words were extremely arrogant. At the same time, he is not joking, but really intends to do so. Although Sengoku wants to win over the Empress. However, if the Empress does not accept it, the Ghost Spider has no intention of persuading it, but directly does it. At this moment, on the coastline of Nine Snake Island, members of the Nine Snake Pirates have already arrived. Facing Marine's aggressiveness, they had already planned to do it. Marine, don't bully people too much. When is it your turn to talk? The Ghost Spider snorted coldly. Let the Pirate Empress come out to meet me. While saying this, Ghost Spider reminded his subordinates. Get ready for the next batch of shells, and wait for my order. And at this moment, at the port of Nine Snake Island, a pirate ship slowly sailed out under the leadership of 2 big snakes. On the deck, stood a woman. She is tall and slender, with delicate and fair skin, long black hair in the style of a princess, and an extremely exquisite face, like a fairy in a painting, so beautiful. Where did cats and dogs come from? Dare to point fingers at my concubine. Advertisement. At this moment, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock calmly walked out from the deck. The leader of the big snake quickly lowered its head, and the Empress stepped in one step, came to the top of the snake's head, and looked down at the Ghost Spider standing on the warship. Seeing this, Ghost Spider snorted coldly. Boa Hancock, take back what you just said, it's still too late, do you want to bring destruction to your country? Having said that, he has hinted to his subordinates that they are ready to launch shelling at any time. Hearing this, the Empress smiled, like 100 flowers blooming, so beautiful that she couldn't control it. All of a sudden, all the Marines on the warship showed obsessed looks, and they couldn't remember the Ghost Spider's order. No matter what I do, I will be forgiven, because I am so beautiful. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock was high above her, gently brushing her ear hair. At this moment, she is as dazzling as the sun. Only by you want to order the concubine. HMPH. A faint nasal sound clearly revealed his haughty attitude. World government, just like what she said before, didn't pay attention at all. However, it was this lofty attitude that attracted the support of all the Marines on the warship. Hancock. Hancock. Pirate Empress. Pirate Empress. Forgive you. Seeing how unbearable his subordinates were, Ghost Spider's face turned livid. A bunch of idiots. At the same time, he himself was shocked. At that moment, even he was almost fascinated. Although they are on opposite sides, the Pirate Empress's good looks can really fight. The most beautiful woman in the world, well-deserved reputation. The Ghost Spider snorted coldly, and immediately woke up his fascinated subordinates. Pirate Empress, you asked for this. The Ghost Spider immediately sent a signal. Advertisement. At this moment, the 2 warships on the edge instantly fired dense shells. Unlike the previous bombardment of the coast, this time, all the shells fell inside the Jew Snake Island. Thump thump. The fire was accompanied by tremors, and Jew Snake Island was plunged into a sea of flames. Seeing this, Hancock raised an eyebrow. although the shells did not fall in the city. However, any place on Nine Snake Island is her territory. At this moment, he was attacked by Marine. The pirate Empress was furious. Marine, you are provoking my concubine. Before the words were finished, a person appeared next to him on the deck. He immediately looked flustered and gave a warning. Lord Hancock, a shell just landed on the clan ground. Hearing this, the Empress' face changed drastically. The clan land is a sacred place for everyone on Nine Snake Island. Although the Empress knew the truth, the others did not. Therefore, at this moment, the clan is being attacked by Marine. No matter what the real situation of the clan is, the Empress must go to all the citizens in front of the Nine Snakes to get back the place. That's what she had to do as king. Thinking of this, the Empress was extremely annoyed. Marine, you are courting death. Between the words, the Empress raised her bright wrist, tapped her red lips lightly, and outlined a pink heart in the air. Go to hell. And just when Boa Hancock was about to do it, boom. In Setsuna, a shocking conqueror's haki swept over in an instant, centering on the tribe of Nine Snake Island, forming an invisible impact and spreading out. Chapter 4. The legend of his subordinates is already exaggerated. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The sleeping king of the world. Retrieve the heartbeat after 900 years. Regaining consciousness after 90 years. Regain power after 9 years. Then, take back the world in just 9 days. After Sengoku finished his last sentence, there was a brief silence in the conference room. Despite Sengoku's words, there was no emotion. However, everyone at the scene felt a suffocating sense of oppression. Especially that last sentence. Take back the world, just 9 days. The world today is far from peaceful. Not to mention the first half of the Great Voyage, New World has 4 emperors fighting for the front, naval headquarters has 3 admirals sitting in the town. Aside from these peak forces, there is also the 7 warlords of the sea that Sengoku has now called up. These existences, if pulled into the sea by any one person, are enough to set off a storm called destruction. There is no doubt that since Luogia started the era of great navigation, monsters are everywhere in this sea. Moreover, there may be new monsters born at any time. In this world, there is no shortage of strong people. And this stone slab, it is said that it will take back the world in just 9 days. It's ridiculous and scary. The ridiculous thing is that even such a powerful force as naval headquarters can only surrender New World and let the 4 emperors occupy it. Wanting to take back the world in 9 days is simply ridiculous. The frightening thing is that once the content on the slate is true, there will be an existence capable of crushing all monsters of the same era. At this moment, Sengoku saw the silence of the crowd and continued to speak. Advertisement. The legend recorded above is far more than that. Thousands of years ago, he suddenly came to this sea, and in just 1 year, he defeated all the masters of that era. Not only that, he didn't even make a move himself when he defeated the current masters, he just dispatched his subordinates. It is said that one of his subordinates has invincible power and can destroy everything with one blow. He once blasted through the entire red line with one punch. This has created the way to enter the New World through Mermaid Island now. It is said that there is a gold king among his subordinates, who owns all the treasures in this world. It is said that all the rare treasures including gold are passed down from his treasure house. It is said that the golden land, that disappeared in this sea for hundreds of years was taken out of the treasure house by him. Legends say that he has a subordinate who can control the 3 god-tier spirits. The blood-red god can kill all disrespectful ones. The dark blue god is the god of destruction of the earth and sweeps away all enemies in front of him. The gold god is bathed in flames. Live, immortality and immortality. With Sengoku's voice falling, the scene once again fell into a deathly silence. Many people even changed their faces. The previous resurrection prophecy can be dismissed as a joke. However, the current legend is a real description of strength. Even if it is a legend, its credibility has increased a lot. At this moment, even these marine powerhouses who have experienced the baptism of the old era are all in shock. You punched through the red line, so you can enter the new world through the current Mermaid Island. The Golden King has all the treasures in the world. The land of gold comes from his hands. Can even control the gods. Compared with the king of the world who doesn't have any description, it seems a bit nihilistic. The sense of oppression displayed by his subordinates is not ordinary. And if these legends are true, how strong should he be who can command these powerful people? Everyone dare not imagine. Indeed, if the opponent's subordinates are really as described on the slate, Luogia is indeed nothing compared to him. Horrified, Aokiji murmured. Advertisement. Luogia just opened the era of great pirates when he was dying. And this king of the world. He is that era. It's terrible. If there are such subordinates, it is not impossible for Jutien to take back the world. I just don't know how credible this legend is. Kizaru also put away the relaxed freehand brushwork just now. When it comes to the Emperor of the New World, he doesn't have to care. After all, he doesn't need to face the Emperor. However, facing the description of the legend, it is different. Punch through the red line. Just kidding. This thing is really deadly, no kidding. HMPH. I see, this kind of thing is nothing to be afraid of at all. At this moment, Akainu, who had not spoken all this time, snorted coldly. Thick smoke was already billowing from his shoulders. In the face of these legends, he disdained them, and even ridiculed them. What king of the world? It's nonsense. This kind of exaggerated description of strength, can it be taken seriously? I think it's just the performance of some special devil fruit abilities. Now Whitebeard's shock fruit, he really has a heart, causing countless tsunamis, and even destroying the world. The golden fruit that has appeared can also manipulate all the gold in the world. The Phoenix Marco can also be reborn from the ashes. These fruit abilities, after thousands of years, might be exaggerated as legends. I think the people who left behind this legend probably don't have much knowledge. After all, there are still some indigenous people who regard Logia, demon fruit power, as a god. Advertisement. What Akainu said is not without reason. After all, the world thousands of years ago and the present are two completely different eras. In this era, whether it is the number of devil fruit or the use of haki, it is not comparable to that of 1,000 years ago. Okay. Be quiet. At this moment, Suru cleared his throat, looked at Sengoku, and spoke immediately. Sengoku, this legend is indeed a bit outrageous, but since you have gathered our group together, it means that it is highly credible. Hearing this, Sengoku spoke immediately. Actually, when I saw this legend, I didn't quite believe it either. However, the attitude of 5 elders is much more decisive than I imagined after knowing it. Now, I will convey the highest order issued by 5 elders. Everyone in Naval Headquarters, fully cooperate with the CP organization of the world government to find that sleeping world king. Prevent him from regaining his power. Sengoku's face was extremely serious, and he didn't mean to be joking at all. But upon hearing 5 elders, both Crane and Garp's expressions changed. Because, as far as they know, the era of 5 elders' existence is quite old. And in the face of this nihilistic legend, their attitude is so decisive. Is it possible? Is it true? If this is the case, then the world may not be peaceful in the future. According to the records of the legend, counting the time, I am afraid that this king of the world will regain consciousness soon, so, in the next 9 years, he will regain his power and wake up his subordinates who are sleeping all over the world. Chapter 5 Your Majesty, I will come back as soon as I go. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, with the bombardment of the warship on 9 Snake Island, the entire 9 Snake Island tribe is trembling. At the same time, at this moment, the stone slab that existed in the 9 Snake Island tribe for hundreds of years actually exuded a strange brilliance. Among the stone slabs, there is a throne, and on the throne, sits a figure. At this moment, the figure stood up slowly. And as he stood up, an unbelievably overwhelming conqueror's haki soared into the sky, centered on the stone slab, and instantly spread out, as if forming an invisible shock wave. Where the conquerors swept across, all the ferocious beasts on 9 Snakes Island were frightened, and they all curled up in the corners, trembling, not daring to stand out. Some weak beasts even fainted directly. Not only that, but the scope of this conqueror's haki is ridiculously large. Swept across, covering almost the entire 9 Snakes Island. Then, hit the 5 warships docked off the coast of 9 Snake Island. Setsuna Room. On the warship, the densely packed marine suddenly foamed at the mouth, rolled his eyes and fainted. Not only that, This conquerors seemed to have formed a substantial impact, directly shattering the deck of the warship, and terrible cracks appeared one after another. And the ghost spider in the lead felt the terrible impact directly. At this moment, Ghost Spider's expression changed, and his eyes widened. The dreaded conquerors struck right at his heart, as if to crush all his beliefs. There seemed to be a calm and terrifying voice in his ears. Kneel down. This voice, as if possessing a demonic nature, made his legs go limp and he almost knelt down. The ghost spider is terrified. Terrible conquerors Shaki. You know, he is the vice admiral of naval headquarters. In order to climb to this position, he has gone through countless times of life and death. Advertisement. Although conquerors represents that a person has the qualifications to become a king, but in fact, if it is only released outside, it will only affect the weak and weak. Even Red Hair Shanks, the strongest conquerors in active service, can't make him lose his composure to this extent. He is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. The frightening thing is, under the impact of this conquerors, he almost knelt down. What kind of monster exists on Nine Snake Island, and conquerors Shaki can be so powerful? Ding. Congratulations to host, you wake up from a deep sleep. 56 copies of special energy have been detected and are being absorbed. Successful absorption. It is detected that the legend of the host is circulating in the sea, gain a little reputation. At this moment, Sheba stretched his waist and woke up from a deep sleep, following the system's prompt like a cannonball. Peerless Emperor System. Host. Sheba. Holds special power. 56. Hold minions. 0. Popularity. 1. Oh. The deep sleep. Has it ended? Sheba yawned and murmured, I should have set up a deep sleep for more than 900 years. Why does it feel like it passed in an instant? It doesn't feel like it. Shaking his head, Sheba cleared himself up a bit. He is not from this world, but a traveler from a blue planet. Advertisement. When he came to this pirate world, Sheba was still very excited. After all, he knows the plot well. There are natural advantages. However, Sheba was a little confused when he found that in this pirate world, there were no 4 emperors, 3 admirals, and even marines that he was familiar with. Later, Sheba learned that he traveled to an era thousands of years before the story of the pirates. Even the open black lens bracket blank 100 years close black lens bracket has not arrived yet. At that time, Poseidon had not yet been born, Pluton had not yet been made, and Uranus was still a mystery. And Sheba started this Peerless Emperor system. The purpose of the system is to train Sheba to be a Peerless Emperor. However, Sheba at that time was too far away from the Peerless Emperor, and could not be recognized by the system at all. For this reason, the system directly summoned a large number of powerful subordinates from the heavens for Sheba. With the help of these powerful subordinates, Sheba suppressed the entire era in just 1 year, and even under systematic training, he cultivated conquerors Shaki and taijutsu to ultimate. Sheba became the emperor, the peerless emperor, the king of the world. At that time, Sheba was recognized by the system, and this peerless system was truly activated. After the system was actually turned on, the system took back the previously summoned subordinates and let them all sleep in various parts of the world. And to wake up these subordinates, they need popularity and special energy. For every additional reputation, Sheba can get the qualification to awaken a subordinate, and awakening one's own subordinates requires special energy, and the special energy of this world resides in devil fruit. Although Sheba reached the top of the world at that time, it takes time to become a legend. In addition, the number of devil fruit in that era was far less than that in the plot period. Therefore, Sheba used the system to put himself into a deep sleep, and left that black history text, to record part of his own legend, allowing himself to wake up in the plot period when the number of devil fruit trees in One Piece was abundant. At this moment, looking at his own system, Sheba smiled and knew that he had succeeded. A little fame. After sleeping for more than 900 years, although she only gained a little popularity, she made a head start for Sheba. Next, Sheba only needs to wake up his subordinates and continue to build momentum, and his popularity will rise quickly. Advertisement. And, there are 56 special energies, are they the offerings received over the past 900 years? Sheba smiled, then raised his hand. He remembered that the reason why he chose to sleep here was because there was one of his subordinates here. Wake up from your deep sleep. His special energy has decreased by 15, and a little fame has also slowly disappeared. The next moment, with a flash of light, a figure slowly appeared in front of Sheba. Ulquiorra. Cipher. Race. Imaginary. Ability. 1. Arankar. 2. Not open. His Majesty. The person who appeared was none other than Ulquiorra, the fourth in Espada in the Shinigami world. At this moment, he knelt in front of Sheba on one knee, extremely respectful. Get up, Ulquiorra. Sheba's face is calm, magnificent and unfathomable, just like a real emperor. Just now, someone disturbed my deep sleep. Hearing this, Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes slightly, and then spoke. I see, Your Majesty, I go back as soon as I go. Chapter 6. The concubine is the wife of that adult. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Seeing his subordinates falling to the ground foaming at the mouth, Ghost Spider has never lost his composure like this since becoming Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Before coming to Nine Snake Island, he knew for a long time that the Pirate Queen is the awakened conqueror's Haki. However, conquerors, which only play out, are unlikely to affect him. Therefore, the Ghost Spider never cared. However, who would have thought that at this moment, the conquerors released from the center of Nine Snake Island almost made him kneel down. That is, there are strong people on the island. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, did you hide someone on the island? At this moment, not only the Ghost Spider, but also the Empress herself was confused. There is no doubt that this is Conqueror's Haki, and, far above her. But the problem is that in the entire Nine Snakes Island, apart from her, no one else has Conqueror's Haki. Just when the Empress was puzzled, a member of the Nine Snake Pirates next to him seemed to remember something, his face changed slightly, and he spoke quickly. Master Snake Girl, the Conquerors just came from our clan, could it be, it was just Marine who disturbed our Nine Snake Island Priest King? Hearing this, the Empress's heart trembled suddenly, and she suddenly turned around, as if the source of the Conqueror's Haki was indeed from the direction of the clan. And this Conqueror's, the Empress felt inexplicably familiar. Now that I think about it, when she went to the clan to offer sacrifices, wasn't it the Conquerors that she felt from the ancient stone slab? The Empress was startled. Is it really like what Granny Yi said? The king of the world is sleeping in the clan, and now, he is disturbed by the Marine's shells. The more the Empress thought about it, the more terrifying she felt. A figure who has been sleeping for hundreds of years, and now, is her husband in name, is there really such an outrageous thing? Before, the Empress felt that this was just a nonsense legend, so she didn't care, she directly accepted the king, and acquiesced that she was the wife of the other party. As a result, now it seems that all this may be true. That's right, it must be the nasty Marine who disturbed our priest king of Nine Snake Island. Advertisement. At this moment, the woman who spoke before became more and more excited as she thought about it. Our clan land on Nine Snake Island has existed for hundreds of years. For hundreds of years, it has always been peaceful and peaceful. Now, being bombarded by the Marine warship, disturbing our king. Now, the king is angry. As soon as these words came out, the woman on the boat thought about it. The clan land of Nine Snake Island is the most sacred place for everyone on the island. They all know that the king they believe in is worshipped there. Before that, it could be regarded as a legendary belief, but now, because of the Marine bombardment, anger has indeed erupted. It also proved that the king they sacrificed to did exist. Master Shiji, quickly protect our king. The king of our Nine Snake Island is real. Lord Hancock. Between the words, countless lines of sight fell on the Empress. Seeing this, the Empress suddenly stopped breathing. The legend has become reality, is it really so absurd? Next to her, Grandma Z was extremely shocked. Woke up. Wake up. That Lord. Dot has really woken up. The king we have served through the ages, has really awakened. In a daze, Grandma Z immediately looked at the Empress, and spoke without hesitation. Shiji, it's time to show your heart. Advertisement. The Lord has awakened, immediately reveal your identity. What? The Empress looked puzzled. Identity. What identity? Suddenly, the Empress' face froze. The identity of the wife. Old man, the concubine is the king of this country. Why did my mother-in-law explode in anger and was extremely anxious? Shiji, you damned woman, please, just listen to me once. Now, The king of the world has awakened and is still being disturbed. If we don't reveal our identities, we might all be implicated. Are you the king of this 9-snake island? Since you are the king, you must perform your duties. The king of this country is the wife of that lord. This is an absolutely unchangeable fact. What the mother-in-law said immediately aroused the horrified eyes of the women around. They all looked at the Empress. The adult's wife. What does it mean? Seeing this, the Empress took a deep breath. At this moment, the situation was urgent, and it was the first time she saw her mother-in-law so excited. Anyway, it was a legend hundreds of years ago. She had nothing to lose if she didn't wake up, and if she really woke up, she might not be able to resist. Thinking of this, Boa Hancock seemed to have made up his mind. His complexion turned cold, a pair of exquisite beautiful eyes suddenly swept towards the ghost spider on the warship, and he spoke coldly. Marine, you disturbed the king of the world worshipped by our 9-snake island. The concubine is the wife of that adult. This is courting death. As soon as these words came out, the scene instantly fell into deathly silence. Advertisement. Not only the woman from the 9-snake pirates, but also the ghost spider on the opposite side froze. The grown-up's wife. When did the world's #1 beauty get married? At this moment, Ghost Spider felt a sense of loss inexplicably in his heart. The most beautiful woman in the world is married, and that person is not me. What a joke. The Ghost Spider is ashamed of himself for having such thoughts. Although he knew that the Empress was as beautiful as a fairy, and that she had the charm of fruit power, he was still ashamed. What bullshit is the king of the world, Pirate Empress, you are killing yourself. The Ghost Spider's face turned pale, and immediately suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart, and instantly pulled out the knife at his waist, wanting to attack. However, it is at this moment. Not only the Ghost Spider, even the face of the Empress changed. An inexplicable sense of coercion descended from the sky, and the overwhelming sense of presence made their nerves tense. What? The Ghost Spider raised his head instantly, and then he saw, in the void, a black line appeared. The black line opened instantly, like a giant mouth, with fangs exposed, forming a black cavity. But at this time, from the black cavity, he stepped out calmly. Ripples appeared in the void. This is the foot. The sky suddenly turned black, and the violent Reiatsu poured down like heavy rain. Chapter 7 Human, are you the one who disturbed His Majesty? Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The black line opened instantly, like a giant mouth, with fangs exposed, forming a black cavity. And at this time, he stepped out of the black cavity. Ripples appeared in the void in an instant. This is the foot. The sky suddenly turned black, and the violent Reiatsu poured down like heavy rain. At this moment, the Ghost Spider's pupils shrank suddenly. This sense of crisis and oppression made him shudder. The other party just stood there, but it gave him a kind of endless emptiness and loneliness. At the same time, this sense of oppression oppresses the depths of the soul. A man stepped out of the black cavity. Short black hair, pale complexion, green eyes, dark green Arankar lines resembling tear stains on his face. Wearing a high-necked long-sleeved jacket with a white-black bottom and black trim, the jacket can be opened through a zipper. She wears a white kimono hakama, fastened with a wide black waistband. A zanpakuto is pinned around his waist. The moment he appeared, he felt calm and empty, as if nothing existed. Who is this? The Ghost Spider murmured. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that his hand holding the knife began to tremble unconsciously. The Ghost Spider was shocked, and quickly pressed his right hand with his left hand. However, this trembling did not originate from the body, but from the soul. The soul density of the opponent is so huge that it is suffocating. Just standing there is enough to make the soul tremble. When did such a #1 person appear in this sea, and he was actually hiding in 9-Snake Island? The Conqueror's Haki just came from him. Advertisement. The Ghost Spider secretly said. At this moment, he already had the intention of retreating. In fact, he should have retreated when the mighty Conqueror's Haki erupted on Hydra. And now, it's too late. The Pirate Empress and her crew on the deck also stared blankly at the figure that suddenly appeared in the void. All of them were pale. This overwhelming Reiatsu is too intimidating. Some weak people even tend to be unable to hold on. Fortunately, it was Ulquiorra who did not return to the sword. If he denied it, the souls of these people would be wiped out directly. At this time, Ulquiorra, who suddenly appeared, turned his head and glanced at the Empress lightly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Your Majesty's wife. Between words, the Reiatsu that had been pouring on the people of Jew Snake Island disappeared in an instant, which immediately made them feel a lot easier. Seeing this scene, my mother-in-law was terrified. Shiji, luckily you revealed your identity. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be some trouble today. Hearing Granny Z's words, the Empress immediately reacted and looked at Ulquiorra's back. Then, is the king of the world, the concubine's husband? This, I don't know too well. I have never seen the appearance of that adult. Unlike the relaxation on the Nine Snake Island side, the ghost spider on the other side has stretched his nerves to the limit. He suppressed the trembling of his arms and looked at Ulquiorra coldly. Who are you? It is impossible for such a powerful force to be unknown in this sea. Advertisement. Facing the questioning of the ghost spider, Ulquiorra just looked at him calmly. In that look, there seems to be contempt for ants. Human, are you the one who disturbed His Majesty's deep sleep? As soon as these words came out, everyone on the scene was shocked. The ghost spider opened its mouth even more. Before the Empress said that he disturbed the king of the world worshipped by them on Nine Snake Island, the ghost spider didn't care. Now it seems that all this is true. It's a little too funny even as a joke. The Empress also gritted her silver teeth. The king of the world actually exists. Although it is not the person in front of him, but from the address of the person in front of him, Your Majesty, it seems that this person should be his subordinate. Even his subordinates are so powerful, what about the king of the world himself? All of this is actually true. Doesn't that mean I'm a concubine, and I got married out of nowhere? The queen is not unacceptable. It's just that I couldn't convert it for a while. After all, it was a legend 1 second, and it became reality the next moment, which is really absurd. Who the hell are you? Who is Your Majesty? Ghost Spider clenched the knife in his hand, extremely nervous. The sense of oppression brought by Ulquiorra in front of him was really too shocking. Like 4 emperors. No, in terms of soul shock, I'm afraid it's even scarier than the 4 emperors. I see. Thousands of years have passed. Have human beings forgotten His Majesty's reputation? Advertisement. No problem. Our king has awakened. The world prophecy is about to open. Your Majesty, all subordinates will be summoned within 9 years. Then, retrieve the world within 9 days. I am Ulquiorra Cipher, combat member of His Majesty Sheba. If you have forgotten it, remember it here, human. In an instant, an overwhelming momentum was released from Ulquiorra's body. At this moment, in the eyes of the ghost spider, that shocking momentum was galloping towards him like thousands of troops. He didn't think much of it at all. As naval headquarters for many years fighting intuition, he chose to do it right away. The knife in his hand instantly turned black. Armament hockey winding. Then, he raised his hand and slashed directly at Ulquiorra's neck. Whoosh. During Setsuna, a crescent-shaped slash flew towards Ulquiorra. Sword pressure. That's the sword hero's mark. A swordsman who can release the pressure of the sword can cut steel. But Ulquiorra calmly raised his right hand in the face of the blow that the ghost spider could cut through steel. Chapter 8. This is the reward. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bang. The sword crushed and killed Ulquiorra's right palm, and there was a shocking impact. But the ghost spider's eyes widened with disbelief. He actually blocked the knife with his bare hands. Unarmed. Armed colors are not used. And this knife can cut through steel, let alone a mortal body. Is this guy really human? In horror, Ulquiorra stood there calmly. The huge sword pressure didn't affect him in any way, and he didn't even frown. That sharp slash, under Ulquiorra's steel skin, could not advance at all. Then, the next moment, Ulquiorra grabbed the slash, and just grabbed it. Boom. The pressure of the sword, which was strong enough to slash iron, was crushed in an instant. Ghost Spider's expression changed drastically. It actually crushed my slash. Surprised, the Ghost Spider is just a blink of an eye. He didn't take it lightly, and the current situation didn't allow him to do so. But, he really just blinked. Then, when he opened his eyes again, Ulquiorra had appeared in front of him. A white finger pointed at his chest. The next moment, the berserk green energy frantically gathered. The ghost spider's face changed drastically. So fast. So fast, what a speed. This is almost zero distance. There is no way to avoid it. Advertisement. The pitch black armed color instantly covered the chest, and the ghost spider wanted to block the blow. However, the next moment, a voice seemed to come from the void. Sero. Bang. The huge green Sero directly hit the ghost spider's body. His chest was pierced instantly. No blood flowed, it was like a hollow hole. Not only that, Sero's power remained undiminished, and after blasting through the ghost spider's body, it flew to a distant sea area and exploded. The violent energy spread out, and a tsunami with a height of tens of meters instantly set off above the surface of the sea. Seeing this scene, the Empress and the others were completely silent. Just kidding. Not to mention blocking Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral's full blow with bare hands. A random blow pierced the ghost spider's body, and even caused this small tsunami, which is simply terrifying. This kind of fighting performance is enough to rival Admiral. At this moment, a tens of meters high tsunami whizzed past, rushing towards the coast of Nine Snake Island in an instant. The faces of the Empress and the others changed slightly, they were just about to bear the impact of the tsunami. The next moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Ulquiorra. You are still the same as in the past, you like to open a hole in the enemy's chest just like you. This sound appeared very abruptly. It wasn't until the Empress and the others reacted that they suddenly discovered it. The source of the sound is above the snake head of the Nine Snakes pirate ship. At this moment, looking in the direction of the voice, the Empress and the others saw a figure from behind. He just stood there, basking in the sun. A huge tsunami surged, engulfing all the warships, but it did not have any impact on the coast of Jew Snake Island. At this moment, because of Sero, the ghost spider's chest has been blasted through, like a hollow hole, and he himself is already dead beyond death. Advertisement. Ulquiorra threw down the ghost spider casually, and calmly walked in front of the figure, and immediately knelt down on one knee in front of the Empress and the others. Everyone fell silent. They just saw with their own eyes that Ulquiorra killed a Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral easily and freely, and his strength was not inferior to Admiral. But it was such a person who knelt down on one knee in front of another person without hesitation at this moment. The identity of this person is already revealed. Sorry, Your Majesty, I just quarreled with you. Hearing this, Sheba just waved his hand. No problem. Is this the world that will be more than 900 years later? The sea is similar to that era. 900 years is just a moment for me, but it is not bad to be able to smell such fresh air. While speaking, Sheba took a deep breath, as if feeling the world. Then, he turned around slowly, and set his sights on Boa Hancock, the pirate Empress. Sheba's eyes are very calm, neither sad nor happy, without any emotional color. Unlike Ulquiorra's lonely nothingness and overwhelming. The Empress can't feel anything from Sheba's body. That's right, purely by feeling, Sheba is like an ordinary person in front of the Empress. However, because of this, it fills people with awe. Awe comes from fear, and fear comes from the unknown comes from the unfathomable. Sheba's eyes are very calm, like the surface of a lake. However, it is also as deep as a lake and bottomless. The Empress is so commented by Sheba, she actually has a feeling of surrender. This temperament is unique. After all, the former Sheba suppressed an era and truly reached the apex of that era. Advertisement. This kind of imperial aura will not lie. It's not the same uncertainty as just seeing Ulquiorra. The moment the Empress saw Sheba, she knew that Sheba in front of her was the king of the world that her mother-in-law said, the husband she needed to serve and protect all her life. Then, he spoke. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, come here. Sheba waved at her. The Empress hesitated for a moment, gritted her silver teeth, and walked towards Sheba without even being urged by her mother-in-law. If it was normal, the Empress would not bother. However, the unique charm exuded by Sheba made her irresistible. At this moment, the Empress calmly came to Sheba's side. Sheba doesn't have the soul-shattering oppression of Ulquiorra. However, the Empress knew about that unfathomable mystery. The person in front of him is far from being comparable to Ulquiorra. Are you the Emperor of this generation of Nine Snake Island? The Empress nodded. I heard it before. You said, you are my wife. As a wife, you have protected me, I am very happy. This is a reward. As he spoke, Sheba raised his right hand calmly, and gently lifted the Empress' chin. Then, towards the red lips, kissed it. Chapter 9 Wife and Husband. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This is a reward. As he spoke, Sheba raised his right hand calmly, and gently lifted the Empress' chin. Then, towards the red lips, kissed gently. Faced with this sudden kiss, the Empress was stunned, and didn't even resist. As the Emperor of Nine Snakes Island, she has always been very proud. When facing men, she has always looked down upon them, even a little afraid. However, facing Sheba at this moment, she didn't feel that way, and even had a feeling of being conquered and protected. This kiss made the Empress's body soften, which was a feeling that a strong woman like the Empress had never felt before. At this moment, the other members of the Nine-Snake Pirates stared blankly at the scene in front of them, a little surprised. Because, the Empress in front of them didn't seem to be the one they knew at all. You know, the Empress hates men extremely. Even in the face of power, it is absolutely impossible to succumb. If it were normal, he would have been kicked out. But at this moment, being kissed by Sheba, there was no resistance. Grandma, who is that person? Those who were terrified immediately asked questions. They know, but the mother-in-law seems to know the truth. Seeing that Sheba finally woke up after being sacrificed for hundreds of years, the mother-in-law felt that there was nothing to hide, so she opened her mouth. That is the king that our Nine-Snake Island tribe has worshipped for generations, and at the same time, he is also the husband of our Nine-Snake Island king for generations. While talking, Grandma Z sighed. Hey, I didn't expect that even an iceberg-like snake girl could conquer and melt. If I were a few decades younger, maybe the person who was there now would be me. Hearing this, all the women beside her looked at Granny Z with dull faces. That expression seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Seeing this, my mother-in-law blushed. Don't look at me like that. When I was young, I was more beautiful than Snake Princess. You must know that the one who can become the king of Nine Snake Island must be the most beautiful woman of that era. Of course, Granny Yi might be exaggerating. Advertisement. However, she is also very confident about her appearance when she was young. It's just that I can't pass the time. At this moment, Sheba let go of the Empress. The Empress looked at Sheba, and at this moment, she was a little panicked. She hated herself a little. At the beginning, after she became the king of Nine Snake Island, she made up her mind that she must not be at the mercy of men. However, at this moment, in front of Sheba, she didn't have any resistance. And, it feels amazing. In her heart, there was a feeling of wanting Sheba to protect her. This is very bad. At this time, Sheba also looked at the Empress, admiring the most beautiful woman of this era. In the era when Sheba reached the top, there is no doubt that Sheba had all the wealth and women in the world. At that time, there were countless women in the world who wanted to embrace Sheba and get his favor. For Sheba, getting a woman is not just explained by love. From the Emperor's point of view, it is just the concept of conquering and being conquered. However, based on Sheba's understanding of the Empress, she shouldn't have fallen so quickly. Thinking of this, Sheba smiled and spoke calmly. Boa Hancock. Now, what era? Forehead. The Empress wanted to speak, but she didn't know how to address her. Seeing this, Sheba spoke. His voice was calm and gentle, as if full of magic. My name is Sheba. You are the wife of my era. Just call me husband. The Empress hesitated for a moment, but spoke anyway. Husband, it's 1510. 1510. Sheba was stunned for a moment, recalling that Luffy went to sea in 1520, and now it is 1510, that is to say, 10 years before the plot started. Advertisement. At the beginning of the plot, the Empress was 29 years old, that is to say, the current Empress is only 19 years old. Thinking of this, Sheba understood. I see. He became emperor at the age of 18. Now, he is only 19 years old, far less arrogant and powerful than 10 years ago. The current empress is a little girl. No wonder it looks so young and immature. Let's go back to Nine Snake Island. These words were spoken to the empress and also to Ulquiorra. Sheba's words seemed to have magical powers, and the empress couldn't refuse. In fact, it was Sheba's unfathomable eyes that attracted the empress. The sense of mystery and the feeling of being seen through made the Empress look naked in front of Sheba. Sheba's strength is never shown in words and actions. One look, one smile is enough. After speaking, Sheba turned and left with Ulquiorra. Seeing Sheba's leaving back, the Empress gritted her teeth, very unconvinced. Wife, husband, I was married out of nowhere like this. The Empress felt a pain in her chest. Having said that, did the other party really wake up from the clan ground? That is a legend from more than 900 years ago. Or is it just purely for bluffing? The Empress felt that her heart was in turmoil. On the one hand, I feel a little reconciled that I have somehow become someone else's wife. On the other hand, I am overwhelmed by Sheba's temperament and behavior just now, and even failed to resist at that moment. At this moment, everyone saw that the Empress's expression was a little bit wrong, so they couldn't help asking. Lord Hancock. The mother-in-law even pushed the Empress directly, and couldn't help but speak. Advertisement. Shiji, what's the matter with you, woman? Now you are the wife of that lord. This is a favor that many people can't get. Hearing this, the Empress's brows continued to show anger. Then he glared at Granny Z. I don't need you old guy to take care of the concubine's affairs. Said, the Empress stepped on high heels, stepped into the cabin quickly, and said at the same time. Send someone to salvage the wreckage of the warship immediately. It has the supplies we need. Not to mention this side. At the same time, inside naval headquarters, there was a mess. Because, at this moment, someone discovered that the life card of the naval headquarters Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was burning, and it was reduced to ashes in just an instant. A sailor looked at this scene in horror, almost peeing in fear. A life card represents the life force of its owner. The passing of the master's vitality will be reflected on the life card, that is, slowly burning. But at this moment, the Ghost Spider's life card burned out in the blink of an eye. Can only explain one point. The Ghost Spider was instantly killed. Instant kill without a doubt. However, the Ghost Spider is the naval headquarters Vice Admiral, and its strength is extremely powerful. In this sea, how many people can instantly kill Ghost Spiders? 4 emperors. The sailor's face changed drastically, and he spoke instantly. No, it's not good, something big has happened. Chapter 10 Ulquiorra. This is called the heart. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What did you say? The life card of the Ghost Spider is burned out. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Sengoku thought he had heard wrong. It's really burnt out. The sailor nodded quickly. That's right, and it burned out in an instant. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned. The Ghost Spider should go to 9 Snake Island to let the Pirate Queen accept the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. How could he die suddenly? Moreover, the life card was burned instantly, indicating that the Ghost Spider was killed instantly. Even if it's a sneak attack, the person who can instantly kill the Ghost Spider must be far more powerful than him. Sengoku, I told you earlier, these pirates can't be trusted. Giving these pirates the legal title, Her Majesty, is simply fueling their arrogance. If you want me to say, you should kill them directly. Beside, Akainu said coldly. It sounds good to use the power of pirates to deal with pirates, but will those pirates really be obedient? Although Akainu knows that the situation in the New World is severe now, the power of the 4 emperors continues to expand and become huge. However, in his opinion, pirates should be wiped out. I think, let me take a trip to 9 Snake Island. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded. That's right, someone who can instantly kill Ghost Spiders must have extraordinary strength, so you can go and have a look. Don't rush to attack 9 Snake Island after you go there. Confirm how the Ghost Spider died. If it has nothing to do with the Pirate Empress, you can continue to recruit her. However, if it's really what she did, attack 9 Snake Island directly, and if necessary, Buster Call can be launched directly. Advertisement. Akainu nodded and left. Sengoku was suspicious. Could it be that the Pirate Empress did it? That woman does have that strength, but, does she have that courage? You know, she is the Emperor of 9 Snake Island, and 9 Snake Island can't move, so if she provokes Marine, she is basically a living target. It is understandable for Pirate Empress to refuse 7 Warlords of the Sea, Sengoku, but killing Ghost Spiders is simply an idiot's act. Could it be that there are other secrets? Sengoku shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Come on. Pass the news of Ghost Spider's sacrifice to his family. Distribute the highest level of pension. Please appease their families. The hearts of the heroes who sacrificed in this department cannot be chilled. The headquarters, Vice Admiral, is the mainstay of Marine's strength. Any one of them is a valuable combat power for Marine. Now inexplicably lost one. Sengoku is naturally angry and will not let it go. He must find the murderer. Pirate Empress, it's better not to be the one who did it. Not to mention this side. At this moment, Sheba is wandering in the island of 9 snakes. The architectural style on the island is very unique and antique, which reminds Sheba of the culture of his hometown and gives him an inexplicable sense of belonging. On the island, rows of hot girls in cool clothes stood in rows, as if they were welcoming the return of their emperor. Seeing Sheba, I couldn't help showing hostility. Behind Sheba, Grandma Z hurriedly followed, drove these hot girls away, and opened her mouth quickly. Grown-ups. Seeing this, Sheba smiled, extremely gentle. My name is Sheba. Advertisement. I don't like the title adult very much, you can call me Your Majesty. Hearing this, my mother-in-law quickly changed her words. Your Majesty Sheba, I'm sorry, the snake princess is a bit out of order, I will teach her well. No problem. Sheba waved his hand. Are you the former emperor of 9 Snake Island? No, His Majesty Sheba, I am the previous generation. That's right, it's a pity, if I were resurrected decades earlier, maybe you would be my partner. Hearing this, my mother-in-law's heart was so full of joy that she blushed. His Majesty Sheba is so damn charming. Shiji, you woman, you were born in a state of blessings and don't know how to be blessed. Your Majesty Sheba, you are joking. So, now she is my wife, I don't like calling that woman very much. Hearing this, Granny Yi's complexion changed drastically, and she suddenly remembered that the current Empress is Sheba's wife, and she has just been recognized by Sheba. Calling Shiji that woman now is completely disrespectful to Sheba. Thinking of this, Grandma Z quickly knelt down on one knee and said, Sorry, Your Majesty Sheba, I'm being rude. In this regard, Sheba smiled. His voice was still very gentle, not surprised by favor or humiliation. It's okay. Get up. After all, you are the wife I missed. I have always been tolerant to my own people. Just remember it next time. At this moment, the mother-in-law was stunned. Sheba still maintains his gentle smile, and his voice seems to heal everything. However, at this moment, in the eyes of my mother-in-law, it was a little creepy. Therefore, you don't know what Sheba is thinking at all, and you can't figure out his emotions. You can't get any useful information from his behavior, facial expressions, or even verbal emotions. At this moment, my mother-in-law suddenly remembered. Advertisement. Sheba, once the king of the world, is an emperor, a true emperor. How can an emperor allow you to guess his mind? At this moment, my mother-in-law really realized what it means to be with a king like a tiger. Compared with Sheba, the queen, the king, is simply a child. So, there is no next time, and there can be no next time. Go and call Hancock. I'll wait for her at the palace. Hearing this, my mother-in-law left in a hurry. After Grandma Za left completely, Ulquiorra next to her spoke. His Majesty. What's the matter? But it's okay to say. Ulquiorra groaned slightly before speaking. I don't think the pirate empress really wants to be your wife. Hearing this, Sheba smiled. Ulquiorra, you are starting to look at problems from the human perspective. I am very happy. Didn't you really want to know what heart is? This is called heart. The fact that you can appear in front of me immediately is the result of Jew Snake Island contributing special energy to me from generation to generation. Gratefulness is also a part of heart. If you don't understand, just study hard. This will benefit you a lot. Hearing this, Ulquiorra nodded immediately. Understood, His Majesty Sheba. Percent. Chapter 11 I will give you the greatest tolerance. Open black lens bracket ask monthly ticket close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At the port of 9 Snake Island, the 9 Snake pirate ship is docked on the shore. The salvage work of the warship has been completed, but this time, a lot of supplies have been harvested. The girls on board all showed satisfied smiles. Wearing a cheongsam, the Empress showed her perfect figure, stepped on red high-heeled shoes, and set foot on a land, followed by a group of crew members carrying various goods. Next to it, the Empress's two younger sisters, Sonia and Mary, were directing a group of crew to carry the goods. Be careful, the harvest this time is very good. After carrying it ashore, remember to tap it lightly, and report back to me later. While speaking, Sonia immediately approached the Empress and couldn't help but speak. My lord, have you really become that man's wife? Hearing this, the Empress raised her eyebrows slightly. Want to speak up to refute. However, when the words came to his lips, he couldn't speak them. That's right, did you really get married out of nowhere? She was struggling a little, but why didn't she refuse? And called the other party, husband. Thinking of this, the Empress felt extremely shy, and her face turned red. Seeing such an Empress, Sonia and Mary immediately felt that their three views had been shocked. My sister actually blushed. What a joke. At this moment, Grandma Z hurried over from a distance, saw the Empress, and spoke directly. Snake Princess. No, Lord Snake Lady. His Majesty Sheba calls you over. Why hasn't my mother-in-law converted for a while? After all, an ordinary Empress does not look like a king at all. At this moment, the Empress felt angry when she saw her mother-in-law. Old guy, you don't need to take care of the concubine's affairs. Advertisement. Hearing this, my mother-in-law immediately persuaded her earnestly. My dear Master Snake Girl, you don't appreciate His Majesty Sheba's charm at all. Didn't you just call yourself His Majesty Sheba, husband? What else is there to dissatisfy? Concubine. The Empress was stunned, and couldn't help but rubbed her forehead. Indeed, she still doesn't know why she called Sheba, husband, in the first place. Are you really overwhelmed by that damn charm? Let's go. Lord Snake, His Majesty Sheba is waiting in the palace. HMPH, I know it myself. Saying that, the Empress stepped on her high heels and hurried away. Seeing this, Sonia and Mary looked confused. Sister, are you really going? Seeing the Empress going, mother-in-law Za breathed a sigh of relief. This woman is good everywhere, but she is too proud. Fortunately only 19 years old. If it takes another 10 years, I am afraid that he will be so proud that something big will happen. The Empress entered Nine Snake City, and then came to her bedroom. Before entering, the mother-in-law quickly knocked on the door, and then opened her mouth. Excuse me. Seeing this, the Empress glared at her. This is the bedroom of the concubine. What do you mean by knocking on the door? Why mother-in-law doesn't care about the Empress' reaction? Your Majesty Sheba, Lady Snake has arrived. At this moment, Sheba was standing by the window of the bedroom, through which he looked at the entire Nine Snakes Island. Advertisement. Sheba didn't look back, just spoke calmly. The scenery here is not bad, I like it very much. Hancock, tell me what you want. Hearing this, the Empress froze for a moment, not knowing what Sheba meant. Time can wash away many things. For more than 900 years, you Nine Snakes Island still adhere to the agreement that the king is my wife, which is very good. In the past 900 years, 56 devil fruits have been contributed. Worthy of my reward. Of course, the previous emperors, you also fulfilled your promise. Just ask for whatever you want, and I won't be stingy. Hearing this, my mother-in-law reacted very quickly. She knew that the Empress was now Sheba's wife, and the rewards to herself were all polite words, and if she really wanted to say it, she would feel uncomfortable. Where, His Majesty Sheba can wake up, which is the greatest reward for us. Sheba didn't speak, but my mother-in-law's reaction was quick. Of course, if she really wanted to say it, Sheba would naturally reward her. At this moment, the Empress's expression was changing. She looked at Sheba, wondering what she was thinking. Seeing the Empress dazed, Grandma Z blinked her eyes to signal the Empress. Seeing this, the Empress was suddenly annoyed and spoke directly. Is everything okay? Of course, anything is fine. Sheba spoke calmly. Okay. Kill Marine Admiral for me. Ever since Sheba appeared, the Empress felt that she was being led by the nose all the time. Not only inexplicably became the other party's wife. Even if everything goes wrong, simply say something impossible to embarrass the other party. The Empress smiled. Let's see how you end up. Advertisement. The mother-in-law's complexion changed drastically. Snake Princess, you are confused. However, can Sheba nodded calmly. His tone was very calm and gentle. Which admiral? A random one. That kind of indifference is not pretending. But really don't take Marine Admiral seriously. At this moment, Sheba obviously didn't do anything, and his expression didn't change in any way. However, that kind of unfathomable, but creepy. For the first time, the Queen's heart was shaken. At this time, she seemed to understand the reason why she couldn't refuse Sheba before. That kind of faint-hearted imperial aura is rare in the world. Unlike her half-tanned king. At this moment, standing in front of her is a real emperor. The emperor who once conquered the whole world, the king of the world. At this moment, the Empress was stunned, not knowing how to speak, and even breathing a little short of breath. Seeing this, Sheba calmly walked in front of the Empress, raised his hand and gently stroked her cheek and back, smiled and spoke calmly. Relax, don't be too nervous. Keep breathing. With Sheba's reassurance, the Empress's breathing gradually became steady. Don't be afraid, you are my wife, just communicate with me normally, I don't care, no matter what I say, I will give you the greatest tolerance. Chapter 12 The gentlest tone, the scariest words. Open black lens bracket ask monthly ticket close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sheba smiled. He has seen too many situations like this. In the past, countless women were at a loss for what to do in the face of his tense breathing disorder, which is normal. He didn't care either. Facing Sheba's reassurance, the Empress quickly calmed down, and couldn't help but make Sheba smile and speak calmly. Well, the quality is good, after all, he is also the king of a country. Sheba affirmed with a smile, then spoke in a gentle and calm voice. It's okay. Tell me, which admiral do you want to kill? At this moment, the Empress gritted her silver teeth. She found that her so-called husband was not joking with her. If she really said an admiral's name, he would really kill her, and I'm afraid he would succeed with a high probability. Although she knew that Admiral was very strong, outrageously strong, at the top of this world. However, it was said by Sheba at this moment. He just felt that the other party could do it. But why did he kill Admiral? The Empress gritted her teeth. Her enemy, but someone else. Thinking of this, the Empress spoke immediately. I do want to kill someone, but. Not Admiral. In an instant, that terrifying figure appeared in the Empress' mind. Thinking of this made her tremble all over. That was the psychological shadow of her life. Seeing this, Sheba smiled, and gently stroked her back with his right hand. At this moment, feeling Sheba's movements, the Empress did not resist, but rather enjoyed it. Sheba's hand is very gentle. Gently stroked, as if to wash away all unhappiness. It's okay. Hancock. I said, you are my wife, just communicate with me normally. No matter what happens, I will give you the greatest tolerance. Sheba's words seemed to have magical powers, gradually calming down the Empress' heart. At this moment, the Empress looked at Sheba, her face completely changed. Advertisement. He is really special. Every word and deed, every action, is so elegant. His words are very calm. The whole person looks no different from ordinary people. However, it is precisely because of this that it becomes more and more unfathomable. After all, what Ulquiorra displayed next to him was a suffocating nothingness. Sheba, on the other hand, feels nothing. At this moment, another emotion for Sheba sprouted in the Queen's heart. Awe. That is the awe of the unknown, the mighty, and the Emperor. I want to kill a Tianlong person. Sheba nodded calmly. Even when hearing the Tianlongren, there was no fluctuation. Can. Just say his name. Hearing this, the Empress bit her lip, calmed down under Sheba's comfort, and then spoke. Phoenix Nick. Sheba nodded. That's right, that's it. No matter what happens, there is no need to panic. You are my wife, you need to have such courage. While talking, Sheba turned his head and looked at Granny Z with a smile. Seeing this, the mother-in-law quickly opened her mouth. Your Majesty Sheba, what are your orders? Give me his coordinates. Hearing this, my mother-in-law quickly took orders. I see. She stepped back quickly, but her heart was extremely horrified. He had a hunch. Something big is going to happen in this sea. Advertisement. Kill Admiral. Kill the Celestial Dragon. Putting it before, this is something no one dared to think about. However, Sheba said it easily and freely. For an ordinary person like her, this was scary, really scary. In her opinion, whether it's her, the Empress, or Sheba, they're all in the same world. Shocked, she hurried down to prepare, quickly brought a map, presented it to Sheba, and spoke. Your Majesty Sheba, Phoenix Nick is a member of the Celestial Dragons, and the Celestial Dragons live in the Holy Land Mariajoy. The mother-in-law thought about it, and said Mariajoy, Sheba may not know where this is, after all, she just woke up from 1,000-year sleep. Your Majesty Sheba, this Mariajoy is at the top of the red line. Hearing this, Sheba smiled and spoke calmly. I know. At the beginning, one of my subordinates punched through the red line. Later, it seems that the mermaids are entrenched there. I don't remember exactly either. Shock. At this moment, the faces of the mother-in-law and the Empress suddenly changed, and they were extremely shocked. For a moment, they thought they had heard wrong. One of Sheba's men punched through red line. That is to say, the red line has a gap. Why did my mother-in-law froze? Looking back, it seems that the red line did have a gap. That is the Fishmen Island located under the deep sea. And that's the only way to communicate between the Grand Line and the New World right now. Just like Sheba said, mermaids are entrenched there. Seeing the shock of the two, Sheba smiled. What? Why didn't you say it? Hearing this, my mother-in-law's heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare to lose her composure, and continued to speak. Phoenix Nick is a member of the Phoenix family. There are a total of 19 families living on the Holy Land, and they have their own territory. Advertisement. The Phoenix family should be here. Why mother-in-law is not sure. This information was obtained based on the memory of the Empress. However, the Holy Land was burned and rebuilt later, and it is not known whether it has been relocated. Of course, there is a high probability that they will not. After all, the Tianlong people still have a strong sense of their own territory. Seeing this, Sheba nodded and spoke calmly. Ulquiorra. Your Majesty, I am here. How much time is needed? Hearing this, Ulquiorra looked at the map, estimated the distance, and said calmly. This distance, half a day is enough. Is it? Sheba smiled, like a spring breeze. Immediately, in the most gentle tone, he uttered the most terrifying words. Go and eradicate this Phoenix family. Hearing this, the Empress and mother-in-law were shocked again. The whole family. Wait, my husband, there is only one person. In a panic, the Empress directly spoke, husband, and didn't think there was anything wrong. Sheba didn't care about this, and just spoke calmly. Hancock, you know what? Whether the dust is swept away as one or two, there is no difference with the naked eye. If you want to step over an ant without crushing it, it's hard to master the strength. And we are not interested in finding one of them in a pile of ant nests. That's difficult. Our approach will never change. That's, just step on it. Chapter 13 Breaking Through the Holy Land. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hancock, you know what? Whether the dust is swept away as one or two, there is no difference with the naked eye. If you want to step over an ant without crushing it, it's hard to master the strength. And we are not interested in finding which one among a pile of ant nests. That's difficult. Our approach will never change. That's, just step on it. Sheba's words are very gentle, like a big brother next door, making people feel like a spring breeze. However, the content of the words is extremely terrifying. This is very shocking. Ever since Sheba woke up, she has been constantly refreshing the worldview of the Empress and Granny Z. Obviously, he has never done it himself, but Sheba's strength seems to be enough to penetrate into the bone marrow. What is this? Both the Empress and the mother-in-law are a little puzzled. The reason is simple. Strength has never been synonymous with mighty. And in just a few hours, strength, gentleness, elegance, and stability. These things are constantly showing Sheba's personality charm. In the world, is there really such a perfect person? The Empress was stunned. For the first time since she was born, she felt that her heart was so full of joy. And she really understands. Sheba, the real reason why you can command a powerhouse like Ulquiorra. Now, with the shock of the two, Ulquiorra was ordered by Sheba to set off. Advertisement. He raised his right hand and tapped lightly in the void. A sound from Pong. There were waves of ripples in the void, like waves rippling from a drop of water on a calm lake. Then, starting from the ripples, the void was torn apart, and a huge black cavity appeared. Ulquiorra stepped calmly into the black cavity, disappearing quickly. Okay. Then, just wait quietly. Sheba smiled, and had no worries about Ulquiorra. Even if he is about to attack the holy land of Tianlongren who dominates this era. It wasn't until this time that the Empress and mother-in-law Yi recovered from the shock. Sheba twisted his neck, feeling a little uncomfortable. Although it's only a momentary feeling. But, after all, it has been sleeping for more than 900 years. The body is quite stiff. Hancock. Sheba turned her head and spoke calmly. Hearing this, the Empress was startled, her body trembled suddenly. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Maybe he was overwhelmed by what happened just now. At this moment, the Empress is even a little trembling. She may not have realized it herself. At this moment, she has already realized what it means to be with a king like a tiger. Before she knew it, she called Sheba, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Sheba caressed the Empress's shockingly beautiful face. It's all right, Hancock, you have nothing to fear. You are my wife. As a wife, I can give you everything, but fear will not be included. Sheba smiled, and that smile seemed to have magical powers, which made the Empress blush. Advertisement. The concubine knows it. Husband, husband. The Empress immediately changed her words, and the shock and awe in her heart subsided a lot. However, her heartbeat speeded up inexplicably, causing her some blood to surge up. Half a day until Ulquiorra returns. I'm feeling stiff, Hancock, get ready. Give me a bath and massage. Heard the words. The Empress' face froze. Take a bath. Massage. I'll help you. This was so unexpected that the Empress didn't react immediately. After all, as a king, these things are all served by others. Moreover, because of the sky dragon's hoof behind it. Bathing has always been a secret to her, and it will even disperse everyone in Nine Snake City. Not to mention this side. With the passage of time, night gradually fell. Tonight, night is eerily quiet. Due to the Fisher Tiger incident, the Holy Land is extremely strict in defense, and even arranges the Vice Admiral of the headquarters to wait in turn. At the same time, the world government itself has cultivated special talents. In the current Holy Land, even if it is a fly, don't even think about flying in quietly. On the periphery, you can see that there are a large number of Marine guards, and there are also video phone bugs as surveillance, and the shifts between Marines are seamlessly connected. And this seemingly strict guard can only block ordinary people. At this moment, in the Holy Land, a manor, a magnificent, centrally located building is more luxurious than any palace in any country. The gold and diamonds inlaid in it are nothing but ordinary things. Yiming Zhu, dark green agate and emerald shining under the night light are shockingly deep. Here is the territory of the Phoenix family. The living room, even at night, is brightly lit. Many Tianlong people gathered together to watch their slaves kill each other. Accompanied by blood and death, the Tianlong people showed a happy smile, enjoying it very much. Advertisement. And at this time, right above this territory, the void was suddenly torn apart, and the black cavity slowly opened. Ulquiorra, who came here through the coordinates, looked down at everything below, as if looking at an ant, with a calm face. As this, the goal given by His Majesty. And the moment the black cavity is opened, Ulquiorra's Reiatsu diffuses out through the black cavity. At this moment, the originally pitch-black sky was even more turbid than ink, making people uncomfortable. Almost at the same time, everyone under this territory trembled. They don't know what's going on. However, the heavy pressure from the soul made them a little breathless. This feeling of suffocation seems to make the soul collapse at any time. And at this moment, Ulquiorra stepped out of the black cavity. Reiatsu skyrockets instantly. The next moment, the souls of some ordinary people directly below Ulquiorra were instantly shattered, and they were wiped out on the spot. The soul of an ordinary person simply cannot bear such Reiatsu. For these, Ulquiorra turned a blind eye. His probing nerve swept across this area, and all souls were detected by him. Then, draw a conclusion. All are ants. Immediately afterwards, he calmly raised his pale right hand, stretched out his index finger, and pointed it down. His face was calm and unwavering, and the corner of his mouth moved slightly. Sero. Green fireworks are blooming in Holy Land. This moment, the Tianlong people's paradise was once again breached. Chapter 14 This Damn Charm. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Waiting for others to bathe and massage. This is something the Empress had never thought of before. After all, no one would have imagined that the Empress, as the lord of a country, would be ordered to do such a thing by others. Why did the mother-in-law know that the Empress didn't understand, so she kept telling what to do when she brought it back? Even vaguely hinted at the female emperor's affairs with men and women. Obviously, the Empress didn't listen to all of this. At this moment, she is just thinking about a question. What should I do if the sky dragon's hoof on my back is seen? I used to be a slave. If Sheba knew about this, would he still accept his concubine status? Master Snake Princess. Snake Princess, my lord. Seeing that the Empress was completely dazed, Grandma Z stretched out her hand and waved it in front of the Empress. The Empress immediately showed anger. Old guy, you don't need to teach me about concubines. Hearing this, my mother-in-law snorted softly. You were so cute in front of His Majesty just now, I thought you had changed. The result is still the same. What did you say? The Empress glared at her mother-in-law. The mother-in-law hurriedly pushed the Empress towards the bathtub. Master Shiji, hurry up, don't keep His Majesty waiting. Also, remember what I just said. Hearing this, the Empress bit her lip. Lay off. Advertisement. Beside them, the Empress's two younger sisters, Sonia and Mary, quickly smiled and spoke. Sister, Nine Snake City has been emptied by us. Now, there are only a few of us. No one will find out. Hearing this, the Empress nodded in satisfaction, and slowly walked towards the bath, took off her clothes, and entered it. Under the soaking of warm water, Sheba enjoyed unprecedented comfort. Indeed, if time is really counted, his body has been inactive for more than 900 years. Sheba looked up and looked at the night sky through the window of the bath. In the cloudy night sky covered by a dense sea of clouds, the hazy moonlight faintly appeared along the gaps in the clouds, and under the cover of little yellow moonlight, the door of the bath was opened. The world's most beautiful pirate queen, Boa Hancock, entered the bath and sat down beside Sheba on the edge of the bath. Hancock, are you here? Sheba smiled and looked back. The wet black hair dripping with water was dyed with the light of the stars and the moon, reflecting brilliant brilliance. It has a different style of beauty from the bright and brilliant appearance under the sun during the day. It's really beautiful. While women's hair looks different when it's wet, Hancock does have dramatic changes in your hair. The Empress remained silent and faced Sheba head on, not daring to show her back. Seeing this, Sheba didn't say anything, but just showed his back to the Empress and said, "My shoulders are stiff, please." At this time, Sheba's approachability makes Sheba's sense of oppression swept away during the day. Immediately, the Empress stretched out her bright wrist, gently placed it on Sheba's shoulder, and began to massage. How is it, husband? Subconsciously speaking, Sheba nodded. That's right, just keep going. Under the shining of the bright moonlight, the air in front of him seemed extraordinarily peaceful. Although due to the mist, the Empress can't see it clearly. Advertisement. However, for the current massage, she knew that Sheba seemed to be enjoying it very much. This made the Empress's originally tense heart relax. It turns out that my husband is not so unfathomable at all times. Subconsciously, he remembered what happened during the day and couldn't help but speak. Husband, thank you. At this moment, she seems to have fully acknowledged her wife's identity and entered the role. No thanks. This time my reward, you just need to accept it. As he spoke, Sheba noticed that the Empress's body was always awkward, as if she was hiding her back on purpose. Thinking of this, she opened her mouth. You don't have to hide your back, I don't care. Hearing this, the hand of the Empress who was massaging Sheba suddenly froze. At this moment, she almost stopped breathing. Husband, do you know? I know a lot. Sheba spoke calmly. At this moment, the Empress was extremely nervous. The imprint on her back is her sore spot and secret, something that must never be made public in this country. Once it is made public, she can't even stay on Nine Snake Island. That husband, I don't care. Sheba's words were still calm. Did I say it? You are my wife, and I will give you the greatest tolerance. Husband, don't look down on my concubine. Don't you think your question is redundant? The Empress froze for a moment. Yes, it is indeed redundant. Advertisement. Sheba has repeatedly emphasized that he is her wife, which is already the best answer. At this time, I don't know what I thought of, Sheba smiled and said. Hancock, you know what? Thousands of years ago, I had all the women in the world. The difference between the most beautiful person among them and you is nothing more than a devil fruit with charm effect. I've had it all, and I've had it all. However, a wife is special after all. As the king of Nine Snake Island, you have abided by the 1,000-year agreement, and I will naturally do what you say. As he said that, Sheba suddenly turned around and looked at the world's most beautiful woman with pear blossoms and rain. As if wanting to confirm in the mist, Sheba traced her cheek lightly with her fingers. If you think the mark on your back is shame, then go smash it with your own hands. This is the measure that a woman who is a king should have. If you don't know how to do it, I can teach you. You don't have to feel guilty about your past. I don't care. Some things are more beautiful just because they are not perfect. At this moment, the Empress' pupils slowly expanded. A fully opened heart seems to melt an iceberg. The rippling spring heart even made her heart beat like thunder. At this moment, the Empress really understood. What? Called the Emperor. That is called measurement. The damn charm of my husband. Chapter 15 Still an ant. Open black lens bracket ask monthly ticket close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sero. Ulquiorra stood peacefully over the target. Pointing the outstretched index finger down, the huge green Reiatsu gathered instantly, and then shot out directly. Bang. The next moment, the green Sero directly hit the magnificent building and instantly engulfed it. Sero's impact exceeded 100 meters, and it exploded directly in the manner of the Phoenix family. Accompanied by the collapsed continent, the dust raised up was tens of meters high. That power is terrifying to ultimate. And in the engulfing smoke, Ulquiorra watched all this indifferently, without any emotion. At the same time, in his probing nerves. At this moment, a large number of souls were shattered, and finally disappeared. Just one blow almost destroyed the whole manor. However, Ulquiorra didn't stop there. His right hand was still raised calmly, with his index finger pointing at the territory below. The green Reiatsu gather again. Sero. Bang. A huge explosion exploded in the very center of the smoke. The explosive storm formed a huge tornado, blowing away everything around, and the shattered ruins danced wildly in the sky. At this moment, there are Marines around as guards who have reacted. They followed the explosion and came in a hurry. Have no idea what's going on. In the next moment, a green flash flashed again in the sky. Sero. This is the third round. Advertisement. Boom. Phoenix, the manor exploded again. This blow directly shook the territory of Red Line. The resulting second impact formed a series of huge sandstorms, which were extremely terrifying. At this time, these guards finally saw the source of the attack clearly. In the pitch-black sky, that touch of pure white is extraordinarily dazzling. Especially the green Sero flash is like instructing. The enemy has no intention of hiding himself at all. A Marine general reacted immediately, and then shouted. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Attack immediately! The enemy is in the sky! Shoot the enemy down! At this moment, after receiving the order, the Marines who were originally stationed here responded instantly one by one. The next moment, countless guns and shells aimed at Ulquiorra standing above the sky. Thump thump. With the sound of guns and guns, dense bullets and shells flew towards Ulquiorra. At this moment, all actions of the Marine below are in the perception of Ulquiorra's probing nerves. Ulquiorra didn't look back, just glanced down casually. They're all ants. There is no need to even dodge these attacks. The next moment, countless bullets and shells hit Ulquiorra and exploded instantly. Marine below looked excited. Hit. But soon, their expressions changed. Advertisement. Because, amidst the smoke and dust from the explosion of the shell, the green flash became more and more dazzling. Then, shoot out instantly, like Kizaru's laser. Sero. Fourth Sero. Boom. At this moment, the land was struck again. The whole continent was blown up. Even the ruins inside were turned into dust, and under the sweeping storm, a sandstorm was formed. As for the human beings in it, even the slightest flesh and blood can't be seen. Slowly, the smoke dissipated. When these Marines saw the unharmed Ulquiorra in the smoke, their faces changed drastically. Our attacks are useless. At the same time, the leader, General Marine, looked at the Phoenix manor that had completely disappeared, and could no longer describe his heart in words. His heart was shaken and he was terrified. Tonight, something big happened in the Holy Land. In just a few seconds, the Phoenix family, one of the 19 Tianlongren families in the Holy Land, was directly wiped out. It's so scary, they don't even know who the enemy is. All this happened too fast and too suddenly. The enemy suddenly appeared, and directly shot thunderously, without even asking the reason, without giving them any time to prepare, and then instantly wiped out a Tianlongren family. At this moment, even if there are some Tianlong people in the Phoenix family, it is estimated that there are not many left. Facing all this calmly, Ulquiorra made a move, instantly erasing a piece of land. The nerve probe was swept away. In the land marked by Sheba, there are no signs of life anymore. The task is completed, there is no need to stay here anymore. Ulquiorra has always completed the tasks assigned by Sheba with the highest efficiency. Advertisement. Not sloppy, not arrogant. Then, he glanced at the Marine below, and spoke calmly. These ants, there is no need to take action. The next moment, he calmly raised his right hand and tapped lightly in the void. Boom. Along with the ripples in the void, the black cavity was opened. And just when Ulquiorra was about to leave, a slash shot up into the sky, instantly turned into a huge sword pressure, and swept towards Ulquiorra. The pressure of this sword is at least 10 times that of the ghost spider, which is not of the same level. At this, Ulquiorra frowned. Under his probing nerve probing, the soul strength this time is different from those ants. He turned around calmly, raised his right hand, and received the knife head-on. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of a shocking explosion, the huge slash came to an abrupt end. The pale palm blocked this powerful slash head-on, and no matter what, he couldn't move forward by half a point. At the same time, at this moment, due to the huge wind pressure of the slash, all the smoke and dust behind Ulquiorra were blown away, the ground cracked, and the sky screamed. The next moment, the pale palm squeezed so hard. Click. The huge slash was instantly crushed, turning into bits and pieces and dissipating in the air. Seeing this scene, the bald old man who released the saber on the opposite side shrank his pupils and looked horrified. And among the dots, Ulquiorra brushed away the smoke and spoke calmly. It looks like I guessed wrong. This is still an ant. This level of strength will not have any impact on His Majesty. Percent. Chapter 16. This power is called Reiatsu. Open black lens bracket. Ask monthly ticket. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It looks like I guessed wrong. This is still an ant. This level of strength will not have any impact on His Majesty. This knife surpassed the sword hero's limit. However, it still had no effect on Ulquiorra's steel skin. It is not so difficult to break through the steel skin formed by high-density Reiatsu with pure brute force. At this moment, Ulquiorra slightly raised his hand to push away the smoke in the sky. At the end of the smoke, among the ruins, stood a figure. Although he wears round eyes, there is no trace of elegance on his body. Bald head, white Taoist robe. The simple attire looked a little out of place against the backdrop of the demon sword in his hand. Especially with his furious expression at the moment, from a distance, he looks like a ghost. His strength seems to be evident from his bald head. However, here in Ulquiorra, it got the evaluation of ant. Who the hell are you? The bald old man looked at Ulquiorra coldly. The phoenix manner that disappeared in front of his eyes caused the veins on his forehead to bulge. He couldn't imagine it anyway. The Holy Land will be attacked by the opponent with such a thunderous force. All this happened too fast and too suddenly. It took only 30 seconds from the initial attack to when he heard the news. And in 30 seconds, the opponent directly wiped out a family of Tianlong people. Nothing sloppy. This kind of decisive killing is unheard of even by 5 elders with ancient times. Tonight, regardless of the final outcome. Advertisement. The Phoenix family is considered to be over, even if there are a few people left. They will decline in the Holy Land, or even be ostracized. Don't think that the Draconians are uniting the Ishan. The faction competition on the Holy Land is no less than other places. At this moment, Ulquiorra looked at the person in front of him calmly, and then spoke. I heard His Majesty talk about it. This era is commanded by world government. And the supreme ruler of world government, there are 5 people, they are called 5 elders. Are you one of them? Hearing this, the pupils of the bald 5 elders shrank suddenly. From Ulquiorra's words, he seemed to get important information. His Majesty. Could it be? The bald 5 elders' complexion changed drastically. Looking at Ulquiorra, he couldn't help but speak. That's sleeping. The king of the world. Hearing this, Ulquiorra showed a surprised expression for the first time. I see. Do you know the legend of His Majesty? That's right. After all, he is in charge of this era. Since you know all this, you should make way for His Majesty. Although extremely horrified, the bald 5 elders were not in a state of confusion. Looking at Ulquiorra, he smiled. The sleeping king of the world. Recover your heartbeat after 900 years. Recover your consciousness in 90 years, and regain your strength in 9 years. Now. How much strength does he have? Do you really think that now is still 1,000 years ago? It will take 9 years to regain your strength. Do you really think you can spend these 9 years safely? Hearing this, Ulquiorra suddenly laughed. Advertisement. Human. Don't be so arrogant. You seem to have made a mistake. Recovering strength in 9 years refers to His Majesty summoning his sleeping subordinates. And His Majesty's own strength is greater than the sum of all our strengths. The momentum carried by these words seems to be enough to suppress and kill thousands of gods and demons. When shocked, the bald 5 elders snorted coldly and spoke instantly. Do it. Keep him under control. In an instant, another figure appeared outside the ruins. He was also dressed in white, but with a strange white mask on his face. The next moment, he raised his hands, and a strange force instantly shot at Ulquiorra, invisible and intangible, but Ulquiorra knew that this force came from the soul. Bang! The force went straight into Ulquiorra's brain, shaking the mind. Seeing this, the bald 5 elders sneered. Everything is over. Carol is a spiritual fruit user. The best thing is to control the mind through the soul. We, world government, have been in control of the world for more than 800 years. Do you really think that we will be shocked by this kind of legend that has been buried in the ground? Now, it's not 1,000 years ago. For 800 years, too many powerful devil fruits have appeared on this sea. From the perspective of people at the level of 5 elders, the most powerful devil fruit was never Logia, but Paramesha. Especially the Paramesha devil fruit, which has its own special set of rules. Within this set of regulations, those with abilities are the absolute truth, without exception. And this spiritual fruit is just one of them. The bald 5 elders sneered, then turned around, looked at Carol, and said, Advertisement. Carol, order him. Tell me the location of the king of the revived world. We will immediately send troops to kill him. Hearing this, Carol didn't move, as if frozen in place. The bald 5 elders froze for a moment, and couldn't help frowning. Carol, what's the matter? The next moment, Carol's body trembled in vain. A powerful shock unexpectedly bloomed from his body. There was a click. The weird white mask was directly shattered, revealing his true face. At this moment, his face was pale and bloodless, and blood was spitting out from his mouth. Seeing this, the face of the bald 5 elders changed drastically. Carol, what's going on? 5, Your Excellency 5 elders, yes, the other party's soul. Before he could finish his words, Ulquiorra on the opposite side spoke calmly. No matter how many ages pass, the stupidity of human beings cannot be changed after all. It's ridiculous to restrain my soul. Could it be possible? Do you want to compete with me for the power of your soul? Human. Remember, this power is called Reiatsu. Moment. Ulquiorra blooms his Reiatsu. At this moment, the moonlight in the sky seemed to be dyed black. Reiatsu seemed to materialize, pouring down like a torrential rain. And Carol's soul immediately collapsed and dissipated into the sky. A mouthful of blood was spit out directly from his mouth, and in the end, only an empty shell was left and suddenly fell to the ground. Chapter 17 Stronger Ants. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? The face of the bald 5 elders changed drastically. In any case, he couldn't imagine that a person with a spiritual fruit ability would be directly crushed by the opponent. You must know that the fruit of the mind is a special regulation category in paramesha, which restrains the soul of the other party through the power of the soul, and then controls their thinking, making them obedient and loyal. Under this regulation, those with abilities are absolute. Not a single exception has been made since this devil fruit appeared. And if there is an exception, it can only be Charlotte Linlin who holds the soul fruit. However, at this moment, Ulquiorra in front of him is the exception. And the bald five elders also instantly saw why Ulquiorra could break the manipulation of the mind fruit. The opponent's soul is too strong. The souls of ordinary people cannot be perceived at all. Only some powerful people, along with the strengthening of will and ideas, can get strong words for the soul. Of course, some special devil fruits can also do it, such as open black lens bracket yellow spring fruit close black lens bracket. However, the bald five elders have never seen anyone whose soul can be so huge. The release of soul power even changed the weather, covering the sun and the moon. Let the air, like the deep sea, be extremely viscous and suffocating. A huge change in quantity is enough to trigger a qualitative leap. This is the first time the five elders have seen the truth of that statement so deeply. Ulquiorra's soul strength is more than 1,000 times that of Carol's. This gap in soul strength even reversed devil fruit's regulation. At this moment, Ulquiorra watched all this calmly. Understood. Human. The bald five elders looked serious. Advertisement. What is Reiatsu? Reiatsu, that is, the density of the soul. The greater the strength of the soul, the greater the density, the bigger the Reiatsu. The battle with me is the battle of Reiatsu. And through Reiatsu, I can sense where the soul is. At this moment, Ulquiorra's probing nerves were swept away. Even if it is hidden, the five ants are still ants. There will be no change. Ordinary humans, in front of me, can't even stand up, just like this. Moment. Ulquiorra released his own Reiatsu in a large area. At this moment, the sky was as thick as the sea, and an inexplicable and palpitating force bombarded him. Boom. At this moment, the people who seemed to be hiding around through some ability were instantly suppressed and revealed. Like Carol, they all wear strange masks and belong to the same organization. It's just that, at this moment, they are constantly trembling all over their bodies, and their souls are being suppressed. What is this? I feel like my soul is about to be crushed. They are not strong enough to resist Ulquiorra's Reiatsu at all, and they can't even stand up. If the person who releases Reiatsu is not Ulquiorra but Aizen, it is estimated that these people will disappear instantly. Understood. A human being with such mere strength can't even stand in front of me. At this moment, the bald five elders' eyes were bloodshot, and the knife in his hand seemed to release a demonic aura, making him enter an inexplicable violent state. With a ferocious expression on his face, he snorted coldly. HMPH, since I can't control you, then you can stay here forever. Using the entire Phoenix family to bury you, you are proud enough. My knife hasn't drank blood for a long time. This time, it's time for it to have a good meal. In an instant, a cold light flashed by. In the air, there was a wisp of smoke and dust, which could not be detected at all. Advertisement. The dust in the air is lightly brushed by the slash, like touching a woman's cheek, even the dust can avoid hitting the absolute target. One-shot style II. Chop with the whisk. An unbelievable slash, unleashed from the sword of the bald five elders. The entire sky seemed to be cut open. During Setsuna, the world fell apart. Wherever the slash went, the earth was completely destroyed. Ulquiorra didn't care about that, and took it with his bare hands without even raising an eyebrow. Seeing this scene, the face of the bald five elders changed slightly. Unarmed. He did see, there was a knife pinned to Ulquiorra's waist. Facing his own slash, he didn't use a knife, but with bare hands. Conceited or look down on yourself. Think here. The bald five elders roared, trying to crush Ulquiorra. However, the slash has been held by Ulquiorra with one hand, unable to move forward at all. Thump thump. The huge force caused the ground under Ulquiorra's feet to crack and sink into it. Ulquiorra was suppressed. However, it is still unable to break through the defense. At this moment, even the bald five elders were extremely shocked. This is the sword of the great swordsman, enough to cut off the mountain, but it can't break the opponent's palm. And the other party didn't even use open black lens bracket armament hockey close black lens bracket. The next moment, the bald five elders narrowed his eyes slightly, and seized the opportunity to slash another sword in an instant. Advertisement. Slash after slash burst instantly. Boom. The shocking explosion sent up smoke and dust all over the sky, depriving everyone of their sight. Did it work? Do not. Not even bald five elders use observation hockey. In the smoke, the reiatsu that shocks the soul is still so sticky that it is suffocating. Even the five elders, who had lived through so many years, couldn't help being shaken at this moment. A sword pushed away the smoke. Ulquiorra's pure white body is revealed. At this moment, the bald five elders fell silent. No harm. And the other party didn't even pull out the knife. Ulquiorra still stood there tightly, like an invincible mountain. It's just that the pure white top is broken and looks messy. At the same time, the dark hole in Ulquiorra's chest that was previously covered by the shirt was revealed. Then, what is that? What? There is a hole in the chest. Are you really human? Ignoring the shock of the five elders, Ulquiorra looked down at the palm of his right hand. In the palm, there was smoke constantly, revealing wounds, and even blood flowing. I see. Human beings, is this the great swordsman? Breaking through my steel skin is worthy of praise. It's a pity, it's still just a little stronger, ants. P.S. The comment area is so quiet, no one is talking. 12%. Chapter 18 Wang Ying is missing. Open black lens bracket ask monthly ticket close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I see. Human beings, is this the great swordsman? Breaking through my steel skin is worthy of praise. It's a pity, it's still just a little stronger, ants. Ulquiorra spoke calmly, not paying attention to the bald five elders at all. At this moment, his eyes were empty, and he looked down at the bald five elders, his eyes were extremely indifferent. That look was like looking at an ant. While speaking, Ulquiorra calmly raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger, and aimed at the bald five elders. The next moment, the berserk green energy frantically gathered. The bald five elders was shocked suddenly, this power made his soul tremble. A voice seemed to come from the void. Sero. Bang. The huge green Sero came instantly, like a tsunami, trying to engulf the bald five elders. In an instant, the bald five elders realized that this was no ordinary attack. If hit by this thing, I am afraid that the soul will be directly shattered. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. William, intercept it. However, no respond. At this moment, the previously hidden psychic has been crushed by Reiatsu unleashed by Ulquiorra. I can't even stand still. Advertisement. The bald five elders' complexion changed slightly, and he couldn't help but curse. A bunch of trash. The next moment, the bald five elders looked serious. The pitch-black armament hockey instantly surrounded the demon knife. Facing the powerful Sero coming from the bombardment, the bald five elders went forward and slashed instantly. This knife was even more terrifying than just now. It tore the sky and let the moonlight shine down. Whoosh. The next instant, the green Sero was split in two. However, the power of the split Sero didn't decrease, but passed by both sides of the bald five elders. The next moment, the green Sero drew a bright trajectory in the void, and fell on the red line outside the Holy Land. Instant burst. The berserk ability spread instantly, and the entire Holy Land trembled. A mushroom cloud rose in the distance. At the same time, the scope of the explosion was still spreading. Seeing this scene, the bald five elders fell silent. It's so powerful, no wonder it can completely destroy Phoenix's territory within tens of seconds. Seeing this scene, Ulquiorra didn't speak. Just looked at him calmly. Then he raised his right hand, and ripples appeared in the void. The black cavity slowly opened, and inside it was nothingness. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the bald five elders shrank suddenly. It still has the ability of the space system. You guy, do you want to escape? Hearing this, Ulquiorra looked back at the bald five elders. I see. Advertisement. Are the rulers of this era so inferior? Using such a ridiculous provocation. While speaking, Ulquiorra ignored the provocation of the bald five elders, and stepped out into the black cavity. The bald five elders held a generation of ghosts, intending to stop them, but they were a little powerless. I promise His Majesty half a day to solve all this. Your life is too insignificant compared to His Majesty's order. The current mission is considered complete. At the same time, I will also report to His Majesty. The ruler of this era is nothing but an ant that has no need to kill. I don't even need to use returning blade. Return to blade. Hearing this, the pupils of the bald five elders shrank. Isn't what he showed just now not his full strength? What other powers does he hide? Who are you? Who is the Majesty you are talking about? At this moment, the black cavity slowly closed. Before closing, Ulquiorra looked down at the bald five elders condescendingly, opening calmly. I am one of His Majesty's combatants, Ulquiorra Cipher. The times are turbulent. The throne emerges, but the shadow of the king is gone. The king of the world, the heaven and the earth, and only His Majesty. As for His Majesty's name, it's not something mere ants like you can know. Advertisement. The moment when the black cavity is completely closed. The berserk Reiatsu suddenly disappeared. Observation Haki of the bald five elders also cannot perceive any existence. Ulquiorra left. A devastated holy place was left behind. At this moment, the bald five elders looked very ugly. This is the first time since the establishment of the Holy Land, it has been so embarrassing. Even the last time Fishertag attacked the Holy Land, he just set fire to the slaves and fled in the chaos. He didn't even have to show up. After all, it doesn't hurt at all to just let the slaves go. But this time is different. Ulquiorra directly and instantly wiped out the Phoenix family. At this moment, the bald five elders looked at the Phoenix manor that had been completely reduced to ruins, feeling an indescribable heaviness in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, a voice sounded from behind the bald five elders. You screwed up, old man Jian. Hearing this, the bald five elders didn't look back. He knows who it is. The only ones who could speak to him in such a tone in the Holy Land were his colleagues, the other four open black lens bracket five elders close black lens bracket. I said earlier, the CPO special ability organization you created is useless. The real power comes from itself. These special devil fruits should not be wasted on these wastes. P.S. Thank you, Ruching Wish, for the reward and reminder ticket. Update here. Chapter 19 Marine Turmoil. Open black lens bracket ask for flowers close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I said earlier, the CPO special ability organization you created is useless. The real power comes from itself. These special devil fruits should not be wasted on these wastes. Five elders refers to the 6 people who followed the bald five elders, including Carol, the soul fruit ability. The eraser fruit, that can erase everything. The intercept fruit, that can intercept everything. The soul fruit, that can control everything. There is no doubt that these regulatory capabilities are powerful, but they can't even stand in front of the enemy. Their basic strength is too bad. If you give the fruit of the mind to others, even if it is the strength of Vice Admiral, it will not be as good as it is today. Before the words fell, the bald five elders snorted coldly. No way. This has nothing to do with basic strength. There is a level gap in the existence. Mind fruit can't control him at all. He spoke calmly, as if he had clearly seen Ulquiorra's strength. His soul is not on the same level as ours. Ordinary people will lose their souls just by staying next to him. I even suspect that he has no entity, but appears in the form of a soul. And, do you really think that I don't know what real power is? Hearing this, the bald five elders looked contemptuous and couldn't help but speak. What I need is not a maverick super combat power. It's an obedient dog. Powerful, but uncontrollable. The other 5 elders couldn't deny it, they just watched it all in peace. Anyway, old man Jian. You are in charge of guarding the Holy Land. Something has happened now, and tomorrow I need you to come forward and argue with Dragon Man. As for the revived World King. Advertisement. It's really a big trouble. It's just a combat member, but they have such strength, and more importantly, this is not full strength. Above the combat members, are there members of a higher level? No one knows. However, Ulquiorra said, the power of the king of the world is greater than the sum of all his subordinates. Very exaggerated. But it's scary. I'll notify naval headquarters. Ulquiorra has just left the Holy Land, it's impossible to go too far. Maybe we can stop it. No matter how arrogant that world king is, we must let him know. This era still belongs to our world government. In the early hours of the morning, Sengoku is awakened by an emergency phone bug. The news he got made his face change drastically. If 5 elders hadn't said it himself, he would definitely not believe it. Come on, call 3 admirals right away. Sengoku's astounding roar startled the Marines and hurried to report. A few minutes later, Aokiji and Kizaru entered Sengoku's office, and not only that, Garp also walked in, eating a senbei. Sengoku, in the middle of the night, don't be so angry, something happened. Akainu was not in the headquarters because he was dispatched to 9 Snake Island. At this moment, watching Garp slacking off, Sengoku has no mood to get angry. His voice trembled, and he couldn't help but speak. Something has happened. What's the matter? There are new changes in New World. These pirates are really worrying. That's not it. Sengoku couldn't speak. With a bitter face, he opened his mouth. Advertisement. Just now, the Holy Land of Mariajoy was captured by one person. The Phoenix family, who are Tianlong people, was completely wiped out within 30 seconds, and the main continent where they were located was smashed to pieces. Once he said this, the senbei in Garp's mouth was crushed with a click, which was extremely shocking. Even Aokiji and Kizaru next to them were stunned, and suddenly lost sleepiness. Hey, are you kidding me? That's a holy place, and the guards are not much worse than the headquarters. Was it really captured by one person? Aokiji, Kizaru and Garp had disbelief on their faces, shock. Sengoku looked serious, and continued to speak in a deep voice. It's true. Moreover, the identity of the other party is quite troublesome. The other party's name is Ulquiorra Cipher, and he claims to be a combat member under the King of the Sleeping World. What? Hearing this, the 3 of Garp couldn't help standing up from their seats. The Sleeping King of the World. That's actually true. At this moment, they suffered far more than Ulquiorra's attack on the Holy Land. If the legend of the Sleeping King of the World is true, so those exaggerated subordinates recorded in the history text are also true. Someone really punched through the red line. There are people who can manipulate gods. Is there really a god in this world? Hey, Sengoku, this joke is not funny. Even Garp felt inexplicably terrified. It felt like the sky was falling down. I'll say it again, no kidding. Here is the image of Ulquiorra from the Holy Land. Sengoku distributes it. Advertisement. Everyone glanced at it, and suddenly their pupils shrank. Regardless of the oppressive sense of nothingness, the dark hole in Ulquiorra's chest is extremely eye-catching. Is this guy really human? Sengoku shook his head. Do not know. He seems to have soul power and space ability similar to Big Mom, and he just left from the Holy Land. Now we dispatch, maybe we can intercept him. Sengoku ordered immediately. There are only 2 directions you can leave from the Holy Land. Sabayati Archipelago, and Marineford surrounded by a huge Uzumaki, Enies lobby and impel down. Aokiji, go to Enies lobby, Kizaru go to impel down, and tell Akainu to turn around and go to Sabayati Archipelago. Garp, 5 elders. Go to the Holy Land and investigate this Ulquiorra, and you must investigate that World King behind it. Since he has awakened, he will definitely show his feet. Sengoku's face was extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, the legend actually became a fact. Moreover, Ulquiorra is just one of the opponent's subordinates. Therefore, it is necessary to find the king of the world and stop all this before the opponent's other subordinates recover. Although Garp doesn't want to have anything to do with the Holy Land. However, he also knew the seriousness of the matter, so he nodded. Also, issue a warrant immediately, Ulquiorra, with a reward of 1 billion, no, 1.5 billion. At this moment, whether it is Sengoku or Garp, their hearts are extremely heavy. Because, they know, the world is about to change. P.S. Ask for flowers, votes, and support. Percent. Chapter 22 Points of Fame. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sheba twisted his neck and came out wearing a pajamas. The same is true for the pirate queen Boa Hancock, with slender pajamas, showing a perfect height with 9 heads. Came to the main hall of 9 Snake City. Here, it was originally the bedroom of the pirate queen, but the protagonist has become Sheba. At this moment, Sheba's body was still steaming, and after taking a bath and massage, he felt indescribably refreshed. It seems that he has been asleep for too long. A short massage made my body feel more relaxed. Perhaps, I should also be active. Sheba smiled and spoke calmly. Hancock, come with me tomorrow. At this moment, Hancock looked at Sheba without the previous vigilance. As long as you are deeply attracted by the charm of the Emperor once, you will never be able to quit. My lord, where do you want to go? Hearing this, Sheba thought for a while, and then spoke. Let me see. Based on the coordinates I got. There, it should be the current Enies lobby. My beloved sword is sleeping there, I want to get it back. While speaking, Sheba flicked with his right hand. A virtual screen was immediately displayed in front of him. Peerless Emperor System. Host. Sheba. Advertisement. Holds special energy. 41. Holds subordinates. Ulquiorra cipher. Popularity. 2. Sheba had drained his reputation previously due to awakening Ulquiorra. However, at this moment, the reputation has become 2. It can only be said that Ulquiorra went to the Holy Land, which brought him a pleasant surprise. Obviously, Ulquiorra's action made the legend of Sheba, the king of the sleeping world, more convincing and mysterious. And because of the increase of 2 points of popularity, Sheba can also wake up 2 of his minions. It's just that Sheba discovered that one of the places was his own sword. And that sword was sleeping in the position of open black lens bracket Enies lobby close black lens bracket. Love the sword. The pirate Empress blinked her big watery eyes, she was very cute and curious. Is your husband a swordsman too? Sheba shook his head. Not exactly. In fact, whether it's hockey taijutsu or swordsmanship, I have a little bit of it. Slightly involved. The Empress was interested. This is slightly. How far is it? Moreover, Sheba was the king of the world thousands of years ago, commanding a group of terrifying subordinates. Really just slightly. Husband, do you know? The world's #1 swordsman of this era is named Dracula Mahawk, and is called Hawkeye. Does your husband have any ideas about this title? Hearing this, Sheba smiled, and everything was calm. Thousands of years ago, I bestowed this title on one of my subordinates. Advertisement. As the world's #1 swordsman of this era also conferred. Hearing this, the Empress suddenly froze for a moment. She felt that the question she just asked was too stupid. Yes, my husband is the king of the world. World's #1 swordsman, how could such a title be worthy of his status as a husband? With this status, Sheba should be the conferee. Not on a level at all. Husband, it's my concubine's own words. Sheba waved his hand, didn't care, and spoke calmly. No problem. Just count the time, Ulquiorra will be back almost soon. He's always been punctual. If he says half a day, it's half a day. That's why I reuse him. Saying that, Sheba waved towards the Empress. Hancock, come here, sit next to me. Then, look at the results of this Ulquiorra outing. The moment this sentence is finished, in the void, ripples suddenly appeared. A black line emerged, and the black cavity slowly opened. The Empress was startled. Ulquiorra really showed up. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the clock on the wall of the bedroom. Calculate the time, 12 hours, half a day, no more than no less. Terrible execution. The Empress couldn't help re-examining Ulquiorra. Advertisement. As a subordinate, he is simply perfect. At this moment, the black cavity opened, Ulquiorra stepped out, came to Sheba, and spoke calmly. Your Majesty, I'm back. Seeing this, he put his right hand casually on the Empress's shoulder, and spoke calmly. Come back, Ulquiorra. In this case, show the results of your trip. Show everything you saw and felt in the Holy Land. Hearing this, Ulquiorra calmly raised his right hand, put it in front of his eyes, and said, As you order, His Majesty Sheba. Then, gouged out his right eye directly. Seeing this scene, the queen's pupils shrank suddenly, obviously a little surprised, not knowing what Ulquiorra was going to do. Gouging out his own eyes, Ulquiorra looked calm and didn't even blink. Then, with just one grip, Ulquiorra crushed his right eye. The crushed right eye turned into dots, in the form of Reiatsu, circling between Sheba and the Empress. The next moment, the Empress's face changed slightly. Because, she discovered, her 5 senses seemed to have entered a strange state. Then, a picture reappeared in front of her. Under the bright moonlight, the Empress instantly recognized where this place was. Holy place. The residence of the celestial dragons. P.S. Ask for flowers and tickets. 14%. Chapter 21 Restriction lifted. Wang Shu's flash. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The crushed right eye turned into dots, in the form of Reiatsu, circling between Sheba and the Empress. The next moment, the Empress's face changed slightly. Because, she discovered, her 5 senses seemed to have entered a strange state. Then, a picture reappeared in front of her. Under the shining of the bright moonlight, the Empress instantly recognized where it was. Holy place. The residence of the celestial dragons. At this moment, it is not waiting for the Empress to respond. Ulquiorra's indifferent voice sounded. Sero. It was only for a moment that the Empress hadn't seen the appearance of the Holy Land clearly. The next moment, it was directly reduced to ashes. In less than 30 seconds, 4 shots of Sero completely wiped out the Phoenix family. At this moment, the Empress was silent. Terrible execution. If you say it will be completely wiped out, it will be completely wiped out, without the slightest sloppiness. With this kind of strength, there is really no need to look for one of them in the ant nest. Stepping on it directly is the most overbearing way. At this moment, the Empress felt extremely relieved, and even felt a little refreshed. This place that used to be her nightmare turned into ruins in an instant. However, even so, she still seriously underestimated Ulquiorra. At this time, the soaring slash struck instantly. The Empress murmured, "That's the slash of the great swordsman." Advertisement. But it was easily blocked by Ulquiorra with bare hands, which seemed to be no different from blocking the ghost spider's attack back then. However, the Empress knew that the gap between the swordsman and the great swordsman was big enough to make people despair. And this gap, under the palm of Ulquiorra, is that all living beings are equal. Strong enough to suffocate. But it was this great swordsman's sword that received a flat evaluation from Ulquiorra. Still an ant. Shocked, the Empress saw the whole process of Ulquiorra's capture of the Holy Land. That's the 5 elders. In this world, basically no one has seen them make a move. Now, he was overwhelmed by Ulquiorra, and even watched Ulquiorra leave, helpless. It is different from the Empress' shock. Sheba just looked at all this calmly. In his opinion, these shocking pictures are just as they should be. I see. Have you seen one of 5 elders? Hearing this, Ulquiorra spoke calmly. Yes, Your Majesty. In my opinion, this level of strength is not enough to affect His Majesty. In response, Sheba rested his chin lazily with his hands. What kind of strength is this? Under my Arankar posture, he can be suppressed. Under the blade, you can defeat it. Completely liberated, can be killed instantly. This level can be regarded as a stronger ant's. That's right, it's still an ant. If you use the second stage of returning to the blade, the opponent is not enough to see it. Ulquiorra watched Sheba calmly. Seemingly surprised by Sheba's question, he opened his mouth immediately. If His Majesty is not satisfied, next time I will bring his head with my own hands. It doesn't matter. Advertisement. Sheba spoke calmly. It's up to you to decide for yourself. Hearing this, Ulquiorra's body slightly bowed, very elegant. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. Now, I have one more thing for you to do. Sheba spoke again. The location of my next sleeping subordinate has appeared. It's up to you to wake up. The location is Dressrosa in New World. At the moment, considering the peculiarities of the New World, Sheba continued. However, New World cannot locate the exact coordinates due to the magnetic field. You should go to Sabayati Archipelago first, where there should be a permanent pointer to Dressrosa. By the way, Sabayati Archipelago auction is popular. There may be devil fruit appearing, please pay attention. There are special powers that Sheba needs in devil fruit. And only special energy can summon subordinates and strengthen them. Now there are 41 pieces of Sheba's special energy remaining, which is not enough no matter how you look at it, so naturally you have to consider finding devil fruit. At this time, the Empress suddenly remembered something. That's right, husband. Open black lens bracket Pluton close black lens bracket Rayleigh seems to be on the open black lens bracket Sabayati Archipelago close black lens bracket. If devil fruit appears on the island, he should be very clear about it. My husband, if you want devil fruit, you can go to him. Hearing this, Sheba nodded and smiled. It's a good suggestion. Go, Ulquiorra. Speaking of which, Pluton is my wife's benefactor, so don't embarrass him when you see him. Gratefulness is also a part of heart. Hearing this, Ulquiorra nodded immediately. I see, Your Majesty. Ulquiorra was about to leave when Sheba spoke suddenly. Wait a minute, Ulquiorra. Your Majesty, do you have any other orders? Advertisement. Ulquiorra looked back. This era is different from thousands of years ago. There are many strange devil fruit abilities. The Holy Land is destroyed tonight. Naval headquarters will also act. Today, I release the restrictions on you. Sheba looked at Ulquiorra calmly and spoke. I allow you to use Wangshu's flash on this land. Hearing this, Ulquiorra's pupils shrank suddenly. Open black lens bracket Wangshu's flash close black lens bracket is the strongest attack under his basic Arankar form. Sheba was not used by Ulquiorra thousands of years ago because it was too powerful. And thousands of years ago, few people could force Ulquiorra to use this trick. At this moment, Sheba has voluntarily removed this restriction. Explanation: Sheba judges that there are people in this world who will pose a threat to Ulquiorra. At the same time, Ulquiorra also learned another meaning of Sheba from it. Don't underestimate this era. Hearing this, Ulquiorra immediately bowed his body and spoke. I see, His Majesty Sheba, I will not make the same mistake again. A qualified emperor will never be headstrong. Facing the shortcomings displayed by his favorite subordinates, he will point out and guide them implicitly. Sheba does it all. Ulquiorra was gone, and Sheba had no need to worry about him. Sheba looked out the window, accompanied by the bright moonlight. There is a beautiful night. It's almost time. Hancock. The Empress responded. Go to bed. Then, accompany me to Enies lobby tomorrow. P.S. Ask for flowers and tickets. 15%. Chapter 22 1.5 billion rewards. Open black lens bracket ask monthly ticket close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Tonight is destined to be extraordinary. The entire naval headquarters was spent under bright lights. A large number of Marines are constantly dispatched, and even Admiral has come out of the headquarters, murderous. Marines' turmoil made the pirates in the entire Grand Line extremely trembling, and they didn't even dare to appear in the waters patrolled by Marine, for fear of touching their brows. Look at Marine's posture, anyone knows it. The headquarters is afraid that there is a big move. I don't know which pirate is able to receive this kind of treatment. At the same time, the destroyed Holy Land, even if it is far away, can feel the shocking impact and fire. Especially the Sabayati archipelago, which is the closest to the Holy Land. The sole shock from the impact of Sero even made ordinary people on the island tremble, thinking that the world is coming to an end. Terrible. In the end, what happened? What a terrible shock. I feel my soul is trembling. Someone knelt on the ground, crying and shouting. The impact seems to come from the Holy Land. Could it be Mariajoy was attacked? Idiot, that is the Holy Land. Since the Fishertag incident, the protection of the Holy Land is not much worse than that of the headquarters. Now, who dares to attack the Holy Land? That's courting death. But, the flames burning from the Holy Land dyed the sky red. Advertisement. The Sero storm is even shaking Red Line itself. Even the supernova pirates on the Sabayati archipelago are heartbroken. Holy Land, I'm afraid something big has really happened. The panic in their hearts made them realize that if they continued to stay in Sabayati archipelago, they might suffer bad luck. After all, here, it is too close to Mariajoy, basically at the foot of Holy Land. Whenever something happens, they are the first to be implicated. Therefore, someone couldn't bear this fear, and dived into the bottom of the sea overnight, preparing to enter New World. There are also hard-headed pirates who are not afraid at all. I even think it would be better if the world was a little more chaotic. The events of the Holy Land and the dispatch of the naval headquarters even reached the ears of the New World Emperor. After all, Marine monitors New World, and in turn, New World also watches every move of naval headquarters. Tonight, the 4 emperors of New World all made moves. After all, in the face of the great fanfare of naval headquarters, no emperor would dare to underestimate this force. Nobody knew exactly what Marine was going to do. In the midst of fear and sincerity, this night passed safely. And before dawn the next day, under naval headquarters mandate, numerous newspaper offices and print shops received first-hand information. A reward order spread throughout the world in an instant under the transportation of newsbird. And when everyone saw the reward order, they couldn't help but gasped. Heinous, heinous, heinous. Advertisement. Life or death. Ulquiorra cipher. Bounty. 1.5 billion Baileys. As soon as Ulquiorra's reward order was issued, it immediately caused an uproar in the world. In an instant, it became the focus of attention of the whole world. The reward for the first time reached 1.5 billion, which was unheard of. This is almost the highest reward offered by the New World Emperor. What the hell did this Ulquiorra do? The first reward was as high as 1.5 billion. Also, last night, Naval Headquarters was dispatched overnight, and the New World Emperor did not receive such treatment. Could it be because of this Ulquiorra? I'm sure it's right, but I don't know what happened to him. The 3 admirals were dispatched at the same time. It's too embarrassing. If the 3 admirals can be dispatched for me, even if they are caught, life will be without regrets. As soon as this remark came out, the people around immediately scoffed. HMPH, it's up to you to dispatch the 3 admirals. Do you know what this murderous man did? Could it be that you know? Did you fall asleep last night? The sky above the red line is about to burn. That huge vibration almost made venerable Sabayati Archipelago unconscious. Isn't it obvious enough? This guy probably hit the Holy Land last night, and the damage to the Holy Land may be extremely serious. Otherwise, it would be impossible for 3 admirals to be dispatched at the same time. Hearing this, the person next to him also sneered. Idiot, this is not the first time that the Holy Land has been breached. Last time, Fisher Tiger had a reward of 1.5 billion. Hey, no matter what he did, this guy is famous. Ulquiorra, never heard of it. Is this guy the captain? It's the first time to offer a reward of 1.5 billion. I don't know if this record can be broken in my lifetime. Wait, did you notice? There seems to be a hole in this guy's chest. Advertisement. Is he really human? Everyone talked about it with gusto, and the world became more and more ebullient. At this moment, almost all the pirates have died down, and they are living in the sea with their tails between their legs. Everyone knows that if you touch marine now, you are courting death. And just when the whole world boiled over Ulquiorra, Sheba wakes up in the palace of the Empress of 9 Snakes. At this moment, he found that the Empress in transparent pajamas was hugging him. Sleeping posture is not generally bad. Then, as if aware of Sheba's awakening, the eyelashes of the sleeping Empress trembled slightly. Well, make a slight sound. The Empress slowly opened her eyes, and slowly lifted her upper body with movements that felt like she couldn't feel the weight at all. The Empress, who just woke up, looked a little childish, raised her pure white wrist and yawned a little. The slender suspenders slipped from her shoulders, and the Empress looked at Sheba. Husband. Sheba looked at the Empress with a smile on her face. It's almost time. Hancock, accompany me to retrieve my beloved sword. 16%. Chapter 23. Fighting can be more elegant. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Enies lobby is a court established by world government to try criminals. However, in fact, Enies lobby is just a figurehead, but anyone who is sent to Enies lobby will definitely be defined as a criminal. And these prisoners will be escorted to the huge gate of justice in the end. As long as they pass through this gate, criminals will never see the light of day. After all, behind gate of justice, there are only 2 places. One is impelled down on the comm belt and the other is Naval Headquarters Marineford. Now, outside the main entrance of Enies lobby, the black cavity was slowly opened. Sheba stepped out of it with 1 step. Next to her, the Empress appeared in a cheongsam, sexy and alluring, wrapping around Sheba's wrist. Seeing the slowly closing, black cavity, the Empress couldn't help but speak. Husband, do you also know how to move in this way? All the abilities of my subordinates come from me. Sheba smiled and spoke calmly. Whatever they can use, I can do. As he spoke, Sheba raised his head, looked at the main entrance of Enies lobby, and couldn't help showing a smile. As this Enies lobby? Judgment. Here, it's a bit arrogant. Forget it. After getting back the love sword, let's sink it here. Come on, Hancock. Sheba and the Empress strolled here, very casually. In front of the three major institutions of the world government, there is no sense of tension. And when the two came to the main gate, there were two giants guarding them. When they saw Sheba and the Empress, they were taken aback. Who are you guys? This is the Enies lobby. No entry allowed. After saying that, he felt like an idiot. How did these two people appear here? Advertisement. As for Sheba, he just looked at the two calmly, with a smile on his face. Even because of height. I don't like being condescending either. So, kneel down. Sheba's tone was very gentle, without any emotion in it. However, it was the moment when the three words, kneel down, were uttered. A shocking momentum erupted from Sheba's body in an instant, directly blasting and killing the two giants. The next moment, the pupils of the two giants shrank suddenly. This momentum actually directly overwhelmed the two of them. The consciousness of the two of them even became blurred at this moment. If they were not giants and their bodies were strong, they might have fallen to the ground in an instant. However, even if he could maintain consciousness, his legs softened, and he knelt down in front of Sheba for a lifetime. This scene, in the eyes of the Empress, was extremely shocking. You can't go wrong. Conquerors. This is Conqueror's hockey. Moreover, it is different from a half-baked guy like her. Sheba's conquerors, which appears to be manipulable. Even though she was standing next to Sheba, she felt the slightest sense of oppression. Instead, the two giants in front of her were instantly shocked. This undoubtedly refreshed the Empress's understanding of conquerors. Just when the Empress was shocked, the two giants were furious instantly. They could never have imagined that, as giants, they would be overwhelmed by humans so much smaller than themselves. The next moment, the pupils of the two giants shrank, and they took out their weapons one after another. Looking for death, dare to attack. Do you know where this is? This is Enies lobby, where rules and laws are made. If you dare to step forward again, don't blame us for being rude. Advertisement. Hearing this, Sheba smiled, then shook his head. Ridiculous. The so-called rules are prepared for those who cannot survive without following the rules. That should have been my last mercy to these people. When will you be arrogant enough to talk about rules in front of me? While speaking, Sheba stepped forward. The faces of the two giants changed, and they attacked directly. In that case, let's die. However, before the attack fell, the Empress next to her was even faster. At this moment, she was like a flying butterfly. In an instant, she kicked out her foot, snorted coldly, and was furious. Where did the cat and the dog come from? Dare to face the concubine's husband. Perfume femur. Boom. This kick hit one of the giants in the abdomen. The combination of armed color and fruit ability makes the queen's kick have shocking power. Even the one who was 100 meters tall was instantly kicked away. At the same time, part of the abdomen was turned into stone, crushed by the Empress's kicking technique. Boom. As the giants fell to the ground, the entire front gate trembled. The giant was horrified, sweating profusely as he watched his shattered stomach. Those who can. He never dreamed that this peerless beauty who looked extremely weak in front of him would kick him to death with one kick. After being shocked, Sheba waved his hand suddenly and said, "Back off, Hancock." Although it shouldn't be required to have aesthetics in combat. But, sometimes, it can be more elegant. Armament hockey, that's not how it's used. Advertisement. As he said that, Sheba stepped out, calmly walking towards another giant family. All his aura is restrained in his body, and he can't feel the slightest sense of oppression. From afar, he looks like an ordinary person. However, this unfathomable obsession makes one's scalp tingle. Mere entanglement is nothing but a waste of hockey. Armed color, there is a more elegant way to use it. With that said, Sheba walked out calmly. The remaining man's eyes widened, and in an instant he held a huge axe and slashed towards Sheba. Seeing this, Sheba just calmly raised his right hand and pointed out. The Empress can feel that there is armament hockey on Sheba's fingertips. Then, bang! With one finger, he blocked the giant's full-strength slash. No matter how hard the giants tried, they couldn't advance half a point. And Sheba's fingers didn't even bend. Armed color is the strongest defense and the strongest attack. The defense is within oneself, the attack is within the people, to disintegrate the enemy. The moment after saying this sentence, the giant axe in the hands of the giants collapsed instantly, disintegrating from the inside. Not only that, his hands exploded in an instant, and his internal organs were damaged, as if a powerful force exploded in his body. At this moment, the Empress stared at all this with her beautiful eyes wide open. So strong, too strong. My husband's battle is both aesthetic and extremely elegant. Simply watching is simply enjoying. 16%. Chapter 24. Every inch of land that the sun shines on is my back garden. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Enies' lobby's main entrance was breached. Sheba and the Empress walked calmly, as if they were walking in their own backyard. As soon as we entered, the densely packed Marines swarmed in. Enies' lobby is connected to the World Government Center, so the number of troops on the island is extremely large. Even if the Marine is resident, the number is more than 10,000. At this moment, Marines swarmed over, with a complete glance, and there was no end in sight. Seeing this scene, Sheba smiled. Hancock. You know, compared to armed colors, conquerors is used in a more elegant way. As my wife, I hope you can remember this. True conquerors, never meant to intimidate. The aura of a superior is nothing but the most superficial strength of conquerors. I only do it once, as my woman, you need to have such a size. Saying so, Sheba calmly took a step forward. But at this step, the Empress's heart trembled suddenly. At this moment, black and red lightning seemed to flicker on Sheba's body. The clouds in the sky dispersed instantly. Empress shocked. At this time, it seemed that even the sky was making way for her husband. At this moment, she knew that this was the real open black lens bracket king close black lens bracket. Advertisement. With the fall of the two guards, the main gate of Enies' lobby was breached. Alarms go off, Enies' lobby has been hacked. At this moment, everyone reacted immediately, and for a while, their faces were filled with disbelief. This is Enies' lobby, who dares to invade here? And that's especially true of the chief spandam in the Enies' lobby. What? Sirens. What's going on? Guards, where are the guards? Spandam roared, and a sailor hurried into it. What's the matter with the siren? The two giants guarding the gate have been defeated, and someone has invaded here. The sea soldier hurriedly opened his mouth in a panic. Spandam's pupils widened suddenly. Invasion. Enies' lobby. You've got water in your head. Accompanied by anger, he kicked the sailor directly to the ground. Get lousy to kill that intruder, you idiots. Yes, yes. Responding, the sailor hurried away. After he went out, Spandam panted heavily. Hoo. It's really useless, those two giant wastes can't even see a door. Seeing that Spandam seemed to be very tired, a voice suddenly sounded. Sir, don't get angry, your Tao value is only 9, you will hurt your body if you get angry. What did you say, Fukuro? Advertisement. Spandam snorted coldly. Hee, the old man is interested in this intruder. The long-nosed Kaku sat on the seat, crossing his legs leisurely. Hey, how many years have there been no intruders? Really bold, but this place has never been breached. Jabra picked up an apple with a sly look, bit off it in one bite, and ate it in big mouthfuls. It's terrible, there are intruders, this is the end, if you see my mother in that world, please allow me to cut seppuku. Iron body. Ah, what a pity, I still can't die. Self-directed and self-acted cuddling and dancing. These are all CP9 members of Open Black Lens Bracket Enies' lobby close Black Lens Bracket. It is now 10 years before the start of the plot, and they have not yet accepted the spy mission and sneaked into the water capital. I don't know who the intruder is. However, I don't think there is a chance to find out. I am afraid that the other party will not even be able to pass through the court, let alone reach this tower of justice. The seemingly simple and honest Bluno has a heavy voice. But at this time, click, the door suddenly opened. Sheba led the Empress and walked in through the door calmly. In an instant, all eyes turned to the door in unison. Except for Spandam, who was stunned, CP9's pupils shrank, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Sheba smiled and spoke calmly and politely. Excuse me. Huh, who are you? Who allowed you to come in? Get lousy out. Hearing this, Sheba didn't move, but took 2 steps after entering the door. Spandam was about to get angry, but was attracted by the appearance of the Empress next to Sheba. Advertisement. At this moment, he felt that his soul seemed to be taken away by the Empress. Beautiful. Spandam wiped his saliva and was about to speak, but was stopped by Bluno. You are the invaders. Also, is this supposed to be the pirate Empress Boa Hancock? I heard that the pirate queen was listed as one of 7 warlords of the sea by the headquarters, but now you appear here. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, you are courting death. Bluno's words made the Empress snort coldly. When will it be your turn to take care of the concubine's affairs? And, what 7 warlords of the sea? There will always be only one king who is a concubine. Said, the Empress gently nestled in Sheba's arms. Everyone was shocked. I heard that the Empress is extremely proud and hates men. But, who is this person, who actually subdued the most beautiful woman in the world? Who are you, and why do you Enies lobby? Hearing this, Sheba suddenly smiled. Invasion. Sorry, you seem to be mistaken. In this world, every inch of land that the sun can shine on is just my back garden. Walking in your own back garden, can this be called an invasion? 17%. Chapter 23 50,000 powers. Open black lens bracket ask for flowers close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing this, Spandam finally realized the Empress's beauty, and looked at Sheba dumbfounded. What? You guys are invaders. Sailors. Where are the sailors? This group of trash. At this time, Spandam's phone bug rang, and he quickly picked it up. A weak voice came from the other side of the phone bug. Sir, please be careful of intrusion. Before the words were finished, the phone bug was disconnected. Spandam's expression changed suddenly, and he hurried to the window, looking around, his pupils shrank. The entire Enies lobby, all the sailors fell down. Varied. Spandam backed away in fright, his face was pale, and he looked back at Sheba, as if looking at a demon. This is impossible. How long had it been since he got the call about the intrusion? I'm afraid it didn't even last a minute, and the other party just broke into here while talking and laughing with CP9. Also kill all the sailors on the Enies lobby. Whichever way you think about it, it's crazy. You, who are you? Hearing this, Sheba smiled and was not angry, just spoke calmly. Let me tell you, but every inch of land that the sun can reach is my back garden. I am the king of this world. After finishing speaking, Spandam was stunned for a moment, looked at Sheba, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Immediately afterwards, there was a belly laugh. You, what did you say? The king of the world. Are you trying to laugh me to death? Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Spandam's laughter echoed throughout the room. The first laughter was extremely loud and arrogant. However, soon, the laughter gradually became smaller and finally disappeared. Enough joking, it doesn't seem to be such a simple reason. However, there was a chill coming from behind, as if Shinigami was stroking his back. But the source of this chill did not even say a word. At this moment, even CP9 couldn't help but sweat, and Bluno quickly protected Spandam behind his back. Sir, step back quickly, this man is quite dangerous. Not only Bluno, but also other CP9s are like the enemy. However, Sheba obviously didn't do anything, and didn't even exude any powerful aura. Looking directly at it, he had no intention of interacting with ordinary people. And it is precisely because of this that it is even more terrifying. Seeing this, Sheba smiled, extremely happy. Even after more than 900 years, this world still makes me happy. Dangerous. Really interesting statement. Do you think that as long as you hide behind you, there will be no danger? As he spoke, Sheba calmly raised his right hand and extended his index finger. I'm not serious all the time. If that's the case, let's play with you. You seem to call this open black lens bracket finger pistol close black lens bracket. The moment after saying this sentence, the pupils of all CP9 shrank suddenly. The figure of Sheba in front of him seemed to flicker for a moment. But when the CP9 people reacted, they suddenly discovered that the right hand that Sheba had raised before had been put down at some point. At the same time, blood dripped down from the index finger of his right hand. Seeing this scene, the faces of all CP9s changed drastically at the same time. What? No one knows what Sheba did. Advertisement. Then, Spandam fell. His face was painful, he kept struggling and screaming, and 3 blood holes appeared on his chest at some point. The face of Rob Lucci next to him changed drastically. What a terrifying speed. He moved in front of the officer in an instant, used 3 finger pistol shots, and then went back in an instant. From our point of view, he didn't seem to move at all. Saying this once, the rest of CP9 looked at Lu Qi in shock. Did you see it? Lu Qi shook his head. No, I didn't see clearly either. At that moment, I only knew that he moved, and I could only guess what the other party did. And others don't even know Sheba moved. At this moment, Sheba calmly raised his right hand, and the Empress next to him immediately took out a towel, wiped the blood off Sheba's index finger, and threw it on the ground. Stained your husband's fingers, it's really filthy blood. The Empress looked disgusted. But at this time, Spandam realized that he had a hideous expression on his face, and he was spitting out blood. The 3 blood holes on his body almost made him lose consciousness. You idiots, you actually just watched me being attacked. Quick, protect me and kill him. Hearing this, Bluno rushed over directly, but just arrived in front of Sheba. Boom. His abdomen sank in an instant, and even the clothes on his back were broken through. In the air, an invisible impact erupted, and he fell directly to the ground. No one could see how the punch was thrown. Sure enough, it's so fast that you can't even see the punch. Kaku and Jabra quickly made a defensive posture. Lu Qi looked serious and couldn't help but speak. Fukuro, go test it, how much power he has. Advertisement. Hearing this, Fukuro swelled up, like a ball, and rushed towards Sheba. Seeing this, Sheba stretched out his right hand, aimed at Fukuro, and popped out with one finger. Boom. The impact visible to the naked eye exploded directly. Fukuro was knocked into the air in an instant, was immediately discouraged, and slammed into the wall fiercely. Wow. At this moment, he had a splitting headache and kept wailing, feeling that his skull was shattered. With a fearful expression, he spoke weakly. Dao power, at least 50,000 or more. What? The remaining CP9 thought they heard it wrong. 50,000 power points. What a joke. The opponent just flicked his fingers, can he have such strength? If the power value exceeds 500, it is a Superman. If it exceeds 10,000, it doesn't even appear in CP9, let alone 50,000. This guy Fukuro didn't make a mistake, did he? Jabra looked serious. At this moment, Nugget leaned on the scepter, expressing his puzzlement, came to Fukuro and helped him up. After a little inspection, it was found that Fukuro's skull was broken and he was dead, and his face was even more ugly. Fukuro is dead, even his body can't bear the force value, more than 50,000 is probably true. Kaku looked dignified, and slowly moved his hands back, wanting to pull out the knife at any time. Jabra's face was serious, his body began to change, and in the next second, he turned into a werewolf. 18%. Chapter 24 The Strongest Knife in the Millennium. Open black lens bracket ask for flowers close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Do it. Jabra and Kaku shot instantly. Jabra turned into a werewolf and grabbed Sheba's neck, trying to cut his throat. And Kaku in the rear pulled out his knife and slashed at him. Seeing this, Sheba watched all this calmly and smiled. It's good to be young, full of vitality and passion. HMPH, stop talking nonsense. Let me test your strength. Jabra stepped on it, disappeared instantly, and applied shaved to ultimate. However, before he could make a move, there was a sudden sharp pain in his chest, his face changed, and he looked down, and found a fist mark. Wow. A mouthful of blood was spit out instantly. This punch shattered all his internal organs. He couldn't even use the iron body in time. No, even the iron body couldn't block the punch. Seeing this, Kaku's expression changed, and he slashed out instantly. Jabra. Seeing this, Sheba held out his index finger. Clang. Blocking the knife calmly. No matter how hard Kaku tried, he couldn't advance half a point at all. At this moment, even Kaku has a look of fear on his face. Then, Sheba's index finger was slightly bent, and he pinched the blade, between Setsuna. Blood burst from Kaku's body. Kaku. Jabra. He cuddled and yelled, showing fear on his face. He didn't even know what happened. Jabra and Kaku were instantly killed by each other. However, he just felt a whirlwind whistling past, then lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Advertisement. The gap is too big. There, Only Khalifa and Lucci were left. Khalifa's face was dull, and he quickly backed away, fearing that he would be killed instantly, so he couldn't help but speak. What are you going to do? It's nothing, I'm just here to pick up something, and I'll be leaving soon. However, Enies lobby holds the name of judgment, which makes me very uncomfortable, so I plan to sink it. As soon as the words came out, Khalifa fell silent. Sink open black lens bracket Enies lobby close black lens bracket. If someone else said such a thing, I'm afraid they would die of laughter. However, the Sheba in front of me is different. The level is too high. Moreover, the other party is afraid that they can really do it. And at this time, the pigeon on Lucci's shoulder spat out human words. Don't underestimate our CP9. The next moment, Lucci's body bulged and turned into a humanoid beast. Let me try you. Lucci rushed over in an instant, with speed and strength unmatched by other CP9s. Seeing this, Sheba smiled. Being confident in yourself is a good thing. Then, a punch fell. Sheba doesn't dodge or dodge, he doesn't move like a mountain. Boom. A huge impact rippled, and Lucci's punch directly landed on Sheba's abdomen, and white smoke even rose from the place of the fist. However, Sheba remained motionless. Lucci was stunned. No reason. Impossible. If you calculate it with Dao power, it's only in the early 6000s, which is very mediocre. Hearing this, the corner of Khalifa's mouth twitched. Advertisement. What is the concept of 6000 power value? Sheba actually said mediocrity. In the next moment, the air passed by in an instant. Boom. Lucci's abdomen was sunken, which was the mark of a fist. His expression changed immediately, and he knelt directly on the ground. The broken internal organs made him vomit blood. CP9, Khalifa is the only one left. Seeing this, Khalifa was extremely nervous. Looking at Sheba, he felt his heart was about to jump out. Wait, don't kill me. You said that you are the king of the world. I am willing to surrender and become your woman. As he spoke, Khalifa suddenly showed a charming expression, and even tore off his coat, revealing half of his chest. In this regard, Sheba just watched all this calmly. Khalifa was startled and couldn't help biting his lip. No, the opponent's level is too high, it is simply unfathomable. Seemingly realizing that her behavior was exposed, she shot in an instant, kicking Sheba's neck with her slender right leg. Tempest kick. But, boom. This kick was blocked by a leg that was even longer than hers. The Empress stared at Khalifa coldly, furious. Woman, what do you want to do to your concubine's husband? Seeing this scene, Sheba smiled. Hancock, take care of this. After speaking, Sheba jumped and disappeared, reaching the top of the Tower of Justice. Here, sleeping his sword. Sheba calmly raised his right hand. Wake up from the millennium sleep. The special energy instantly decreased by another 10. Advertisement. Setsuna Room. Flame, born from the void, seems to be able to burn everything. And in the flames, there is a Taidao standing in the void. At this moment, it seemed that it sensed Sheba's arrival, and Taidao resonated for a while, as if cheering. Seeing this, Sheba smiled, then grabbed the handle of the knife and pulled it out slowly. In the next moment, all the flames were instantly concentrated at one point and submerged into the sword. All visions, all disappeared. Husband, is this your knife? At this time, the Empress also came to the top of the Tower of Justice, looking at the sword curiously. Just looking at the appearance, it seems to be no different from ordinary Taidao. However, if you observe carefully, there is a sense of oppression that shakes the soul. And this sense of oppression is almost the same as what he felt from Ulquiorra back then. However, there are fundamental differences. If Ulquiorra is the weight of nothingness, then, what the Empress felt from this knife was as hot as the sun. This kind of heat seems to be able to evaporate the soul. I feel like my soul is shaking. To this, Sheba smiled. That's natural, this knife can cut souls. It is the strongest knife in this world for thousands of years. Ryujin Jaka. Species. Zanpakuto. Ability. 1. Shikai. Everything is ashes, Ryujin Jaka. 2. Not open. 18%. Chapter 25. Listen attentively. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. That's natural, this knife can cut souls. It is the strongest knife in this world for thousands of years. The Empress may not have any idea about cutting the soul, but she is very clear about the gold content of this sentence, the strongest sword in the millennium. At this moment, the Empress stretched out her right hand subconsciously, and gently slashed across the blade of the Taidao. For a moment, the queen's pupils shrank. Her heart was shocked. In her eyes, she seemed to see a sun, which was extremely hot, as if it ruled over the whole world. The Empress was taken aback, and quickly withdrew her hand, extremely shocked. Husband, this knife, is it conscious? Hearing this, Sheba smiled. Certainly. This kid's name is Ryujin Jaka. He has a bad temper. He has been sleeping for 1,000 years, so he is a little angry to wake up. As he spoke, Sheba held Ryujin Jaka in his hand and waved it lightly. During Setsuna, a corner of the Tower of Justice was instantly cut off, and the cut-off part was directly burned and evaporated under a strange force. The Empress was startled. What a terrible power! She didn't even find out how Sheba did it, she just felt a wave of heat hit, extremely hot. At this moment, Sheba put the knife back into the sheath, and everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Hancock. Sheba spoke suddenly. What's the matter, sir? You saw armed color. You knew about conquerors, and now, it's knowledge color. With that said, Sheba came to the back of the Empress, gently put his hands on her shoulders, put his head next to the Empress' ear, and spoke softly. As the king's woman, you will sit by my side and watch the world. I don't want my wife to be just a vase. Arm yourself with armed colors, show your strength with conquerors, and listen to the world with knowledgeable colors. As my wife, do you have the confidence to do it? Sheba's voice is very gentle. Next to the ear, you can even feel the temperature of Sheba, which makes the Empress blush, her heart beat faster, and her legs are clamped. Seeing this, Sheba lightly stroked the Empress's slender waist, and spoke calmly. Advertisement. Hancock. Focus. Don't be controlled by too much desire. Controlling oneself is also a kind of ability. Hearing this, the Empress immediately took a deep breath, suppressing the lust in her heart. She didn't want to disappoint her husband, so she calmed down immediately. Seeing this, Sheba was very satisfied, nodded, and then spoke. The most important thing about observation hockey is to listen. Not with ears, but with heart. The color of knowledge has two main functions, one is perception, and the other is prediction. Perception can make everything invisible, even mind reading. Prediction avoids all dangers and even sees the future. As he spoke, Sheba calmly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger in one direction. There is a huge gate of justice. Focus on there. Then, tell me what you heard. Hearing this, the Empress immediately spread out her observation hockey. Follow Sheba's guidance, focus on one point, and continue to expand. Then, she saw it. It was a ship, to be precise, a warship. That's a warship. Sheba nodded. That's right, listen carefully. On the warship, what's there? The Empress once again spread her knowledge, constantly listening and refining. Eventually, she even saw sailors on top of warships. One of the strongest voices attracted her. She put the color of knowledge on him. Then, advertisement. Frozen instantly. The Empress opened her beautiful eyes immediately, and a drop of fragrant sweat could not help but flow from her forehead. She felt as if she heard a beast. Hancock, see. The Queen nodded immediately. See, that's Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji. Hearing this, Sheba smiled, very satisfied. Nice job, Hancock. This is a reward. As he spoke, he smelt towards the Empress's lips. At this moment, outside the Gate of Justice, a warship is slowly approaching under the flow of the Uzumaki current. On the deck, there is a deck chair. A person is lying on it, wearing a blindfold, enjoying the sun. But at this moment, a feeling of being watched by something emerged spontaneously, and he couldn't help but take off the blindfold. However, this feeling is fleeting. This feeling. Beside, a sea soldier rushed over immediately and saluted. Aokiji Admiral, we are about to arrive at Gate of Justice. Hearing this, Aokiji nodded. Is there anything different? No, Justice's Gate and Enies lobby are as usual. Is it? Aokiji murmured, then waved his hand. Go down, and call me again when you get to Gate of Justice. Yes. The sailor left, and Aokiji lay down again with a strange look on his face. Strange, is it an illusion? The peace of Justice's Gate and Enies lobby was also expected by Aokiji. Advertisement. After all, Ulquiorra wouldn't be here anyway. Impel down is also very unlikely. But Sabayati Archipelago is the most likely. At this moment, the Empress felt her body go limp. If love is a disease. The Empress felt that she was dying of illness. Husband. Why is Marine Admiral here? Hearing this, Sheba laughed. The high probability is to pursue Ulquiorra. It's almost done. If you sink here, let's go. Hearing this, the Empress paused for a moment, feeling puzzled. Why not repel this tail for Ulquiorra? Before the Empress could speak, Sheba said immediately. It's not necessary. Hearing this, the Empress looked surprised, and immediately reacted. Mind reading. Sheba caressed the Empress' cheek with love on her face. Yes, this is the color of knowledge and knowledge. I am very pleased that you have made rapid progress. As for Marine Admiral, don't bother. Thousands of years ago, I left a prophecy that after I regained my strength, I would take back the world in 9 days. I am the king of the world, so naturally I have to be as good as you can. Of course, if the other party wants to die, it's a different matter. However, it can deter the opponent. Saying this, Sheba slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto. In Setsuna, the air is as hot as the sun. Chapter 26. This knife is unparalleled in the world. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In Setsuna, a scorching wind blew in the air. Sheba caressed his sword. At this moment, in the perception of the Empress, a terrible scorching storm gushed out from the sword. At this moment, she seemed to see a round of the sun, shocking her soul. Hancock, you step back first. This time, I'm going to exercise a little bit, maybe a little rough. Hearing this, the Empress nodded, and hurriedly backed away, keeping a distance from Sheba. Then, the corner of Sheba's mouth moved slightly, and he spoke calmly. Everything is ashes, Ryujin Jaka. This moment. The incredible high temperature instantly baked the entire Enies lobby. The high temperature released by Ryujin Jaka Shikai in an instant is comparable to the sun. In the blink of an eye, the moisture in the air was dried, the earth withered, and the trees turned to ashes. The gravel around Sheba melted directly under the high temperature and turned into fluid magma. A heat wave is coming. When the Empress saw this scene, her complexion changed immediately, and she subconsciously used armament Haki to cover her whole body. The heat wave rushed past, and the Empress felt extremely hot all over her body, and even smoke came out of her throat. But soon, she found out. Under the action of a strange force, this heat wave avoided her. Before she could be surprised, she found out. At this moment, the entire Enies lobby, under the sweeping of this terrible heat wave, began to burn. The sea around the island is being evaporated at an extremely fast speed. The evaporated seawater formed a large amount of water vapor, covering the entire sky. Because it was too hot, the Empress looked at the space with a distorted posture. What a terrible flame! Advertisement. The Empress was startled. The gentleness shown at this moment alone is probably more terrifying than Akainu's magma. At this moment, the Empress knew that no one could get close to her husband. Whether armament Haki can withstand the high temperature is still unknown. However, she knew that if ordinary life forms were not armed, they would be vaporized in an instant just by approaching them. At this time, Sheba spoke calmly. Hancock. Husband. Look carefully at this knife. Sheba calmly raised the Ryujin Jaka in his hand and held it above his head. This knife contains the strongest Haki in the world. At this moment, for the first time, the Empress felt a terrible sense of oppression on Sheba's body. This overbearing, unparalleled in the world. Then, the pure white blade was instantly dyed black. It was armed color Haki, and at the same time, under the forging of this flame. At this moment, Ryujin Jaka showed an obsidian-like luster under the sun's move, which was extremely dazzling. Not only that, on the blade, there seemed to be black and red lightning flashing at this moment, shocking people's hearts. Seeing this scene, the Empress couldn't help opening her mouth. That's a wrap around armor color and conquerors. Immediately afterwards, Sheba's observation Haki swept across the sea, as if it was under his perception. Then, behind the huge gate of justice, the slowly approaching warship was locked. No, To be precise, it was lying on the deck of a warship, enjoying a leisurely sunbath. Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji was locked. At this moment, Sheba's observation hockey seemed to break through the physical distance and directly saw Aokiji himself. At this time, Aokiji was still lying on the deck chair without knowing it. Advertisement. Then, in an instant, he felt his hair stand on his head, and he woke up with a start. The kind of sensitivity that seemed to be that of a deer to a lion made his heart tremble. What does it feel like? At this moment, Marine sees Aokiji wake up and comes right away. Aokiji Admiral, do you have any orders? No. No, by the way, is there anything unusual? Abnormal. The sailor froze for a moment, thought for a while, and then spoke. If you have to say it, there is indeed something strange. What strange place? It's just that the humidity of the air has dropped a bit, and the air pressure behind Gate of Justice is surprisingly low. I'm afraid a huge storm is about to happen. Hearing this, Aokiji frowned. Humidity, barometric pressure. He stretched out his right hand calmly, and a chill was released from his hand. Kacha kacha. In the air, ice cubes condensed. However, the condensation of the ice cube did not exceed a second, and it instantly collapsed. Seeing this, Aokiji's face changed slightly. I can't. It's frozen. After a little perception, Aokiji's heart sank even more. He found that the moisture in the air was disappearing at a terrifying speed. He immediately stood up from the reclining chair, walked to the bow, looked around, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The scenery in the distance, under the visual difference, presents a distorted posture. And above the sea, white smoke rose slowly. Aokiji sensed it a little, and found that the temperature of the smoke was terribly high. And under that white smoke. Advertisement. The sea on the surface actually boiled. How is this possible? Aokiji finally realized something was wrong. Behind Gate of Justice, something big happened. Even the moisture in the sea air is almost evaporated. The Enies lobby, at this moment, is no different from a stove. All attention. Aokiji snorted coldly and ordered instantly. However, before he could react, a chill came over him. Aokiji suddenly felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, Sheba, standing on the top of the Tower of Justice, seemed to see Aokiji's panic, and grinned. Nice expression. Knowing the potential danger is already out of the category of ants. It's a pity. You can't handle this knife. It's good to feel it. This knife will be unparalleled in the world. Sheba's mouth moved slightly. At this moment, shocking flames spewed out from Ryujinjaka in an instant, and the entire sky burned. Then it disappeared in an instant, converging on the tip of the knife. One blow. Cut and chop. Moment. A slash, soaring into the sky. The entire Enies lobby was directly cut open and engulfed in flames. The sea in front of him was instantly evaporated, and the sky was filled with scalding water vapor. Then, the power of the slash remained undiminished, and it flew straight towards the Gate of Justice. Chapter 29. The sea is divided into two, a flame that cannot be frozen. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The cut sky seems to carry black and red lightning. The entire sky was divided into two, and the thick clouds kept rolling. Seeing this horrifying scene, Aokiji was completely stunned. Not only him, but at this moment, all the sailors on the warship watched the shocking scene with wide eyes. This is, what happened? My God, even the sky is cracked. Why do I seem to see black and red lightning? Is this the end of the world? All the sailors were shocked by the scene in front of them. The heart is extremely frightened. They don't know what it is. However, Aokiji knows it all. Quick, everyone, turn the bow. No, it's too late. As soon as the words fell, the black and red lightning instantly spread across the sky and swept across. The entire sea trembled, forming huge ripples. And at the moment of sweeping across the warship, there was a click. The deck and mast of the warship shattered instantly. Countless sailors didn't know what happened. They were directly shocked, foamed at the mouth instantly, and fainted. The huge warship swayed constantly under the tumult of the sea, like a flat boat, insignificant beyond words. Aokiji's complexion was hard to see. Ultimate conquerors. And no ordinary conquerors. The opponent surrounds the conquerors into the attack. This is the top attack method. Aokiji's expression changed drastically. He knew that there was a big man behind the gate of justice. Conqueror's Surround, which is exclusive to kings. A move that only kings who are truly at the top can use. The Emperor of New World, everyone can do this. Advertisement. And this is exactly the difference between the Emperor of New World and the Admiral of Headquarters. The Admiral of Headquarters are all the top experts in this sea who have undergone strict and formal training in the headquarters, continuous training and killing training. And the Emperor of New World is in the midst of burning, killing and looting all day long. Under this training gap, Admiral and the four emperors could hardly tell the winner in terms of strength. This Conquerors is the reason. Even under this Conquerors attack method, at certain times, four emperors would overwhelm Admiral. The horror of this attack can be seen in Amatera. And at this moment, behind the Gate of Justice, there is an existence at the same level as the New World Emperor. However, it didn't take long for Aokiji to realize that he was wrong, and he was wrong too much. Conquerors comes with the sweep. The entire sky burned instantly, like hell. Immediately afterwards, a shocking slash came in an instant. Open black lens bracket Enies lobby close black lens bracket it is cut instantly, and the cut part is directly evaporated under high temperature. After that, the power of the slash remained undiminished, split the sea into two, and flew towards the huge Gate of Justice. Then, just as Aokiji was stunned, he cut open the Gate of Justice that was too big to see the sides like bread. Where the cut is made, the metal is instantly melted or even evaporated. At this moment, what was reflected in Aokiji's pupils was trembling. He found himself locked. That slash was flying towards him. Thinking of this, Aokiji jumped up, raised his hands, let out a cold air, and snorted coldly. Ice Age. Setsuna Room. Infinite cold air rose into the sky, and with Aokiji as the center, the entire sea was frozen. At the same time, a huge block of ice flew out of Aokiji's right hand, facing the slash. However, these ice cubes were vaporized before they touched the flame strike. Not only, the frozen sea couldn't stop this blow at all. The flame slash passed quickly, chopping and vaporizing everything that stood in front of it. Seeing this scene, Aokiji was finally shaken. Can't stop. Advertisement. For the first time since Aokiji became admiral, he felt powerless in his heart. In a daze, the flame slash was reflected in Aokiji's pupils. He sensed the smell of death. Then, sigh. Aokiji steps away instantly. The flame slash galloped past, splitting the entire frozen sea in an instant, until it disappeared at the end of the horizon. In the end, a terrible gully was left on the frozen sea. All the ice in the gully was evaporated. Now, boom. Aokiji fell heavily on the ice in the distance, and his whole body was shattered. The ice cubes floated, assembled, and shattered again. After several times, they finally turned back into human bodies. At this moment, Aokiji had an indescribable seriousness on his face. What a terrible slash. I feel like my soul is trembling. Looking at the sea that was directly divided in two, Aokiji was silent. Comparable to the Emperor of New World. Open black lens bracket New World close black lens bracket which Emperor can make such an attack. This blow was beyond Aokiji's perception. Who is it? Aokiji thought and murmured. Conquerors. King. Could it be? Aokiji's face changed slightly, and he quickly moved towards open black lens bracket Enies lobby close black lens bracket. When passing through the huge Gate of Justice, it was even more shocking to find that the entire Gate of Justice had been cut open. This knife not only cut through the Gate of Justice, but also cut through the entire sea. Can Hawkeye unleash this kind of slash? King of the Sleeping World. It was so terrifying. After crossing the Gate of Justice, Aokiji saw Enies lobby, that turned into a flame hell, and was also cut open. Aokiji approached, releasing cold air. Ice Age. Advertisement. The ice stretched out. Aokiji wanted to freeze the flame. However, the continuation of the ice cube is only partly terminated in an instant. The next moment, the flames evaporated all his ice cubes. My Ice Age can't freeze this flame. His ice, however, can freeze even magma. Not only that, he got a little closer, and even felt that his soul was being burned. This is no ordinary flame. Aokiji watched all this silently. Watching the flames burn everything in Enies lobby, but can't do anything, and finally sinks into the sea. After everything disappeared, Aokiji saw a golden sun symbol among the ruins. From this sun, he seemed to see the huge empire thousands of years ago. Moments later, he called Sengoku. Hello, Aokiji. Sengoku. Enies lobby, something big happened here. What's the matter? Aokiji took a deep breath and let it out slowly. The king of the sleeping world may have appeared. He cut the entire sea, together with Gate of Justice and Enies lobby. Now, Gate of Justice and Enies lobby are gone. Although I haven't seen him. However, I seem to have figured out something. Thousands of years ago, every inch of land illuminated by the sun was his territory. Call your name. The sun never sets. Sengoku. We might be in big trouble. After Aokiji finished speaking, the other side of the phone bug fell into a deathly silence. Moments later, there was Sengoku's terrifying growl. Aokiji. What did you say? 20%. Chapter 30, Pluton, Rayleigh. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sabayati Archipelago. In front of the red line in the middle of the Grand Line. The island is made up of many big trees, and the ground is the roots of the trees, and bubbles will emerge from the ground. The whole island consists of 79 trees, all of which are numbered, and each tree has towns and facilities. The area from number 1 to number 29 mainly includes human trafficking shops, human auctions, and illegal areas. It is a paradise for pirates. However, at this moment it has become the grave of pirates. Without him, just this morning, the admiral of headquarters Akainu came with 3 menacing warships and conducted a sweeping search of the entire open black lens bracket Sabayati Archipelago close black lens bracket. His main goal is to find Ulquiorra who attacked the Holy Land last night. But, in fact, Akainu didn't care about that much at all. But all the pirates he met on the island knelt down. It seemed to want to vent his anger at not finding Ulquiorra. So far, Akainu has captured more than 500 pirates, including 3 supernovas who stayed on the island with a bounty of over 100 million. They have ambitions to enter the New World and make a name for themselves. After the baptism of the Grand Line, they never put anyone in their eyes. Last night, knowing that the Holy Land was attacked, many supernovas were afraid of causing trouble, and entered the Fishmen Island overnight, and some people persuaded them to leave. However, they didn't pay attention at all. Now, it's too late to even regret. As for such arrogant pirates, Akainu catches them one by one. At this moment, even Akainu's adjutant was frightened and couldn't help but speak. Akainu Admiral, is this going too far? Continue to catch like this, the pirates in the Sabayati Archipelago will almost be emptied. Hearing this, Akainu glanced at his adjutant, and then spoke. Advertisement. What's wrong? Is there any problem with marine catching pirates? No problem at all. The adjutant was stared at by Akainu, and his momentum weakened a little, but he still spoke. It's just that Marshal Sengoku said before that he intends to release the supernova pirates in Sabayati Archipelago. After all, New World, 4 emperors is huge, and our naval headquarters can't control it so far. Letting these supernovas enter New World to attack 4 emperors is also one of the means to check and balance 4 emperors' forces. Hearing this, Akainu snorted coldly. HMPH, use pirates to check and balance pirates. It sounds good, but in fact, more than half of the supernovas who entered New World have joined the 4 emperors faction. Although the rest of the supernovas are ambitious, they will not affect the 4 emperors' forces at all. It is precisely because so many pirates have gathered under the Holy Land that they have fueled their arrogance, even daring to attack the Holy Land. Today, every pirate on the Sabayati Archipelago counts as one, catch them all. Akainu looked stern, iron-blooded and fearless, without mercy. Seeing this, the adjutant didn't say much. And at this moment, Akainu was taken aback suddenly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked up in one of the directions. This feeling. Suddenly, he grinned. Everyone, follow me to Area 1. At this moment, the auction is going on at the auction venue in the number 1 area of the Sabayati Archipelago. And after the auction venue, in the room where the goods were stored, an old man with a slave collar was leaning against the corner and drinking wine silently. With a smile on his face, he murmured. Advertisement. My nobles in this auction seem to be very rich. It seems that there will be no worries about drinking money in the next period of time. At this time, a person next to him, also wearing a slave collar, gave the old man a fierce look. Hey, old man, where did you get the wine? Give me the wine. Hearing this, the old man smiled. Young man, don't be so impulsive. When someone buys you, there will be wine to drink. It's not natural to grab a drink with an old man. Let's talk nonsense. Lousy is the captain of the pirate with a bounty of 8.6 million Baileys. Give me the wine, or I will kill you. That man was vicious and vicious. If it wasn't for the restriction of the cage, he might have made a move. Seeing this, the old man ignored him and continued to drink his wine. But at this moment, the person next to him suddenly became short of breath, his face was pale and uncomfortable. A moment later, he fell to the ground without breathing. Seeing this, the old man froze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying Reiatsu was born from the void. The black cavity opened in front of the old man, and a pure white voice came out from it. Ulquiorra came to the door of the cell where the old man was held, looked at him condescendingly, and spoke calmly. Human, are you Pluton Rayleigh? Hearing this, the old man smiled, took a sip of wine, and said, Are young people nowadays so bad-tempered? They kill people as soon as they come out. Ulquiorra glanced at the dead slave next to him, and spoke calmly. I don't kill indiscriminately. It's just that this kind of ants can't bear my Reiatsu. Advertisement. It's you, Rayleigh, who didn't expect to be an auction item. Hearing this, Rayleigh smiled. I'm a bad old man, I'm just here to make some wine money. Since you mentioned my name, you should know that I have quit this sea. You must have trouble coming to me, and I don't want to get involved. Seeing this, Ulquiorra waved his right hand lightly. During Setsuna, the cage that held Rayleigh was shattered, and at the same time, the slave collar around his neck was also reduced to fly ash. Not only that, a large amount of treasure gold was stacked in front of Rayleigh. The wine money is my gift to you. Seeing this, Rayleigh froze for a moment. This person in front of me is so irritable. Wait, I've been auctioned off, strictly speaking, the current me. Seeing Rayleigh push back, Ulquiorra instantly unleashes his Reiatsu. During Setsuna, a sense of oppression that made Rayleigh change color came directly to the entire auction venue. Then, under the perception of Rayleigh observation Haki, all the voices on the auction site disappeared. Now, you are free. At this moment, Rayleigh's eyes widened and he looked at Ulquiorra, his expression completely changed. Chapter 29 That's it. That's it. Open black lens bracket ask for flowers close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Now, you are free. At this moment, Rayleigh's eyes widened and he looked at Ulquiorra, his expression completely changed. A moment, really only a moment. Ulquiorra didn't even move a step, and even kept his hands in his trouser pockets. However, just now, he released an extremely oppressive force, directly killing everyone in the auction venue. Moreover, this power is different from Conqueror's Haki, it will cause substantial damage, and even shake the soul. At that moment, even Rayleigh felt a blow to his soul. At this moment, Rayleigh was surprised by Ulquiorra's decisiveness and couldn't help but speak. Didn't you say you didn't kill indiscriminately? Do you call trampling a nest of ants to death indiscriminate? Ulquiorra spoke calmly. He has been patient enough. If Sheba hadn't told him that Rayleigh was the benefactor of Pirate Empress, and told himself not to embarrass him, I'm afraid he wouldn't have talked to Rayleigh so calmly. Now, he is experiencing heart according to Sheba's meaning. Obviously, he didn't think it was going too well. And now, facing Ulquiorra's thunderous determination, Rayleigh was silent. He looked at Ulquiorra, those eyes, filled with nothingness. From it, Rayleigh saw an arrogance that disregarded everything. He seemed to really think that those people in the auction venue were a nest of ants. After a moment of silence, Rayleigh could tell that Ulquiorra was strong and not to be trifled with. And, more importantly, it seems that he has a bad temper, and he doesn't seem to be spoiling his retirement by causing trouble. Thinking of this, Rayleigh smiled. Advertisement. How dare you embarrass the old man if you do this? And at this moment, Rayleigh's face changed slightly, observation Haki swept across, and caught something immediately. It looks like trouble is coming. Tell you good news and bad news. The good news is that a group of Marines have come outside to surround this place. The bad news is, The lead is Marine Admiral, and it's Sakazuki. Hearing this, Ulquiorra was unmoved and still looked at Rayleigh calmly. At this moment, seeing Ulquiorra's calm expression, Rayleigh almost thought that the other party hadn't heard. That's Marine Admiral, don't you panic. Sakazuki is not easy to mess with. Today he landed aggressively on the Sabayati archipelago and captured a large number of pirates. I'll help you block him. This time, write it off. Rayleigh didn't want to accept the favor that Ulquiorra forced to send. But looking at the other party's appearance, if he doesn't answer, Rayleigh will probably fight Ulquiorra. And if you pick it up, it won't be a good thing if the other party finds you. After all, Rayleigh knew that Ulquiorra was very strong, and it would be bloody bad luck for him to do something that even the strong could not solve. No, I will deal with this kind of ants myself. Hearing this, the corner of Rayleigh's mouth twitched. Good guy. The other party is Akainu, Marine Admiral, but Ulquiorra has become this kind of ant in Ulquiorra's mouth. Is it self-confidence? Or arrogant? If the other party really has this kind of strength, what can they do for themselves? Thinking of this, Rayleigh couldn't help opening his mouth tentatively. Advertisement. What do you want me to do, old man? I can tell you, old man, I have retired for 10 years, and I won't do anything that involves me in this sea again. Rayleigh smiled, not wanting to cause trouble. Seeing Rayleigh speak, Ulquiorra nodded, which was not a problem for him. I came to see you for two things. First, I need permanent pointers to Dressrosa. Second, there are many auctions in Sabayati archipelago. If there is an auction for devil fruit, I want them all. Hearing this, Rayleigh glanced at Ulquiorra, thinking he had heard wrong. That's it. Ulquiorra nodded. That's right. You sure? Sure. The corner of Rayleigh's mouth twitched. If it weren't for Ulquiorra's serious face, he would definitely think that the other party was trying to make fun of him. Such a simple matter, you should have said earlier. Rayleigh laughed out loud. It wasn't a troublesome thing, but it made him a lot of fun, very free and easy. Immediately picked up the treasure and gold in the warehouse. The money would keep him at ease for a long time. Although he has already washed his hands, Ulquiorra killed the man and he stole the money, so Rayleigh naturally has no objection. I promise you, there is indeed an auction of devil fruit recently, but not in this auction venue. On the other side, there are two, but they are both from Zone. Zone, if you want it, I can get it for you. As for the permanent pointer, I also have it there. As he spoke, Rayleigh stroked his chin. Advertisement. Of course, the premise is that you have to come to Area 13 to find me yourself. Come alive. Since I promised you, I'll leave Sakazuki alone. Can you handle Marine Admiral? Hearing this, Ulquiorra nodded. No problem. He should have come to find me. It has nothing to do with you. Rayleigh touched his chin and smiled. Yes, since this is the case, then you have to be prepared. At most 10 seconds, the opponent is coming. Ulquiorra shook his head. No, the opponent has already shot. The voice just fell. The huge magma covered the auction venue in an instant, carrying out carpet bombing without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Rayleigh's face changed slightly. Akainu, you have such a bad temper. Don't you think about the safety of other people in the venue? As he spoke, Rayleigh slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered. By the way, everyone was killed by you. Boom. Accompanied by huge magma, the entire auction site was reduced to ashes. Rayleigh looked helpless. My drink money. Such a waste. Chapter 32 Akainu arrives. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Thump thump. With the magma rising into the sky, Akainu directly reduced the entire auction venue to ashes. Seeing this scene, the adjutant next to him couldn't help but speak. Akainu Admiral, that is the auction venue. If you attack like this, what will the other people in the venue do? Hearing this, Akainu snorted coldly. Where are their other people? It was killed long ago. Everyone, seal off the entire number 1 area, disperse the surrounding crowd, and surround this auction venue. Don't let me let a single fly go. Akainu gave an order. The next moment, the densely packed Marines surrounded the ruined auction site. The densely packed muzzles were aimed at it. Akainu observation Haki swept past, knew someone was among them, and opened his mouth immediately. Narrow the encirclement and arrest the people in it. While speaking, black smoke billowed from Akainu's shoulders. The entire right arm was turned into hot magma. His face was as usual, and his eyes were fixed on the ruins of the venue. Apparently, Akainu was ready to make a move. However, just as Marine narrowed the range, a powerful conqueror's Haki swept across, and Marines fell to the ground one after another. In the smoke of the ruins, Rayleigh came out drinking wine. Seeing Rayleigh, Akainu frowned. Rayleigh, why are you here? Could it be that you are in collusion with Ulquiorra? Or is he the remnant of Ulquiorra? Advertisement. Hearing this, Rayleigh touched his chin. I see, is it called Ulquiorra? I'm curious, what happened to him that Admiral himself went after him? This has nothing to do with you. Listen, Rayleigh smiled with joy on his face. Since it has nothing to do with me, I'm leaving, old man. Don't stop me, I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Akainu snorted coldly, and the smoke all over his body became more and more dense. Go. Where are you going? You are right here, and I will take you down together. After Ulquiorra was executed, he has not found you. I didn't expect to hide here. The moment he finished speaking, Akainu's big hand suddenly slapped down, and it immediately turned into a shocking magma hand. The astonishingly high temperature made the air boil. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes slightly, held the sword in his right hand, and was about to make a move. And at this moment, a shocking Reiatsu swept over in an instant, and at this instant, the sky turned black. The violent Reiatsu poured down like a torrential rain. At this moment, the Marines surrounded by the ruins of the auction site, under the pressure of this Reiatsu, directly prostrated themselves on the ground, and couldn't even stand up. Some people with insufficient strength even directly shattered their souls and died on the spot. And Akainu and Rayleigh also shrank their pupils. Especially Rayleigh. The Reiatsu released by Ulquiorra at this moment is completely different from just now. No, it should be said that there is a world of difference. Nothingness, overbearing, absolutely overwhelming. It may be exaggerated for the other party to say that Marine Admiral is an ant, but it is definitely not groundless. He really has this kind of strength. After all, at this moment, even his soul has been greatly shocked and shaken. Advertisement. Then, a pure white figure instantly appeared in front of Rayleigh. Facing Akainu's big magma hand, Ulquiorra raised his right hand calmly, slapped it casually, and shattered it. Seeing this, Akainu's pupils shrank suddenly. It's such a powerful force, with just one blow, it has such power. Moreover, the opponent did not use armed color. Akainu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the back of Ulquiorra's hand. Due to the high temperature of the magma, the back of Ulquiorra's hand continuously emitted white smoke. However, Akainu actually didn't see any scars. He actually caught my magma with his bare hands. At the moment, Rayleigh was also shocked. That was Akainu's attack, so it was shot off without any damage. What defense is his skin? While Rayleigh was horrified, he suddenly discovered that there was a hole running through Ulquiorra's chest, which surprised him. There's a hole in your chest. Are you still human? Surprised, Rayleigh didn't intend to stay. Taking advantage of this gap, he jumped up instantly, ready to leave. Seeing this, Akainu's face turned fierce, and his entire arm turned into crimson magma. Rayleigh, want to go? Act like I don't exist. The fist of magma released billowing heat. With me here, none of you can leave today. Seeing this, Ulquiorra didn't care, didn't even raise an eyebrow, and took it with his bare hands. That hot magma, beneath Ulquiorra's steel skin, does nothing. Advertisement. Akainu tried with all his might to knock Ulquiorra down. However, Ulquiorra just grasped it firmly, and with a bang, the magma was crushed, Akainu's pupils shrank, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Surprised, a white finger pointed at Akainu's chest. The next moment, the berserk green energy frantically gathered. Feeling the power in the Tao, Akainu was shocked. Instantly elementalized his body, turned it into magma, and changed his form, making a gap in his chest. At this moment, the corner of Ulquiorra's mouth moved slightly. A voice seemed to come from the void. Sero. Bang. The huge green Sero directly hit Akainu's body. Sero flew out from the gap in Akainu's chest, missed a direct hit, but also passed through some magma elements. After passing through Akainu's body, Sero's power remained undiminished, and flew to the plane of the distant sea, where it exploded. The violent energy spread out, and a tsunami with a height of tens of meters instantly set off above the sea surface, overwhelming the sky and covering the number 1 island. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh, who was about to slip away, changed his face drastically. What? Are you kidding me? It has such power. With a single blow, Akainu was blown away, and even caused this small tsunami, which is simply terrifying. Rayleigh admitted that he really underestimated Ulquiorra. 22%. Chapter 33 Wang Shu's Flash. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Accompanied by a huge storm, Akainu was knocked into the air by Ulquiorra. Surprised by the power of this move, he quickly backed away with a look of vigilance. At the same time, magma billowed in his chest, and a hole like the Ulquiorra void cave appeared, continuously emitting white smoke. With the squirming of the magma, the hole gradually recovered, but Akainu looked uncomfortable, and hurriedly clutched his chest. After fully recovering, he gasped even more, and almost didn't recover. Damn! What kind of attack is this? Obviously I have already elementalized, but it hit my entity. He shouldn't be using armament hockey. The elements of Logia can avoid all physical attacks, which is also the pervert of Logia demon fruit power. It's wishful thinking to defeat Logia without knowing how to use armament hockey. However, Ulquiorra subverts this perception. Moreover, the attack just now was definitely not a normal attack. Akainu felt like his soul was torn apart at that moment. Seeing this, Ulquiorra spoke calmly. Human, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think I can't break Logia's fluid without armament hockey? Thousands of years ago, I followed His Majesty to conquer the world, and killed countless Logias. Hearing this, Akainu put away his arrogance just now. He had to admit that he underestimated Ulquiorra. His face was shocked, and he couldn't help but speak. What devil fruit are you? You can actually restrain my lava fruit. Leaving aside armament hockey, the only thing that can hit the Logia demon fruit power entity is that the attributes are incompatible, or there is a superior subordinate relationship between fruits of the same type. Obviously, Ulquiorra's attack is not of the fire type, so it can be an attribute countermeasure. Devil fruit. Hearing this, Ulquiorra shook his head with a look of disappointment. Advertisement. It's not that cheap thing. This power, named Reiatsu. If you don't understand, just experience it. As he spoke, Ulquiorra raised his right hand calmly, stretched out his index finger, and the green Reiatsu gathered at the fingertips. However, at this moment, Akainu shot instantly. The palm of his right hand had long been turned into magma, and it was discharged to the ground in an instant. You're distracted. Setsuna room. The ground cracked, and countless magma erupted from the ground, surrounding Ulquiorra and swallowing it directly. Seeing this, Akainu's face was stern, and he didn't intend to stop, and jumped up instantly. The dog gnaws the red lotus. The arm that turned into lava turned into the shape of a dog's head, blasted towards Ulquiorra engulfed by the magma, and then bit it off with one bite. Then, there was a bang. The magma burst instantly, bathing the entire number 1 area in a sea of flames. Akainu's attack even changed the terrain, which was extremely terrifying. HMPH, after you've been cleaned up, it's Rayleigh's turn, and then there's the king of the world behind you. Akainu wins. His lava fruit has the most powerful force in this sea. With such a fierce attack, Ulquiorra will be seriously injured even if he does not die. No matter how strong the armed color is, it is impossible to defend perfectly. But, human, is your attack over? Amidst the dreadful lava came the peaceful voice of Ulquiorra. Akainu's pupils shrank suddenly, extremely surprised. Advertisement. What? He widened his eyes and stared at the direction of the voice. Immediately afterwards, he saw a pure white body walking out bathed in magma. Although Ulquiorra was emitting white smoke all over his body. However, in fact, the high temperature of the magma failed to break through his steel skin at all, and only partially burned his clothes. Beneath the shattered cloak was exposed Ulquiorra's chest, upon which was inscribed the symbol of a golden sun. Seeing this, Akainu froze for a moment, and subconsciously spoke. The logo of the Sun Pirates. Attention, human. Out of the lava, Ulquiorra's calm opening. This sun symbolizes His Majesty. Thousands of years ago, His Majesty ruled all the land under the sun and established, sun never sets. It is an honor bestowed upon me by His Majesty to engrave this sun. Hearing this, Akainu snorted coldly. What bullshit glory. Ulquiorra, hurry up and attack the Holy Land, there is no place for you to hide in this world. As he said that, Akainu jumped up and punched Ulquiorra in an instant. At this moment, his right hand turned into a giant lava hand, like a mountain peak. Great eruption. The huge fist of lava came across the surface, and the sense of oppression was stretched to the limit. Seeing this, Ulquiorra looked calm, and just quietly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Your Majesty once told me not to underestimate this era. Advertisement. But the fact is that ants are always ants, no matter how hard they struggle. It's just that His Majesty's order is above all else, so. Let me be a little more serious and kill you. Human, you are proud enough. Even thousands of years ago, no one has seen my trick. As he spoke, Ulquiorra took the Zanpakuto and ran it across his fingertips. A smear of blood flowed out from the wound on the fingertip. Ulquiorra flicked lightly, leaving a trail of blood in the air. But this moment, an unbelievable sense of oppression came out intentionally. Akainu's complexion changed slightly, and he couldn't help but become more aggressive. It's useless to do anything now, go to hell. In response, Ulquiorra just raised his right hand calmly, and then grabbed his right wrist with his left. The next moment, a shocking Reiatsu gathered in Ulquiorra's palm. At this moment, Akainu's complexion changed drastically. Before the opponent attacked, he felt his soul tremble. What a terrible blow. However, Great Eruption has been released and cannot be taken back, so Akainu can bite the bullet. Then, the corners of Ulquiorra's mouth moved slightly, and he spoke a word calmly. Wong shoes. Flash. P.S. Please ask for a monthly pass, okay. Chapter 34 What? You killed Akainu. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In an instant, a berserk Reiatsu was released from Ulquiorra's right palm, and its power was more than 10 times that of a normal Sero just now. Akainu's terrifying lava fist Great Eruption was engulfed almost instantly. During Setsuna, the sky changed drastically, and even the space was partially distorted. Akainu's face changed drastically, and he finally showed a terrified expression. From this blow, he smelled the smell of death, it was terrible. The attack hadn't fully come, and just destroying his Great Eruption caused Akainu to suffer the pain of tearing his soul. Once hit directly, the consequences will be disastrous. His face trembled, terrified, and his whole body became elemental in an instant, and he manipulated part of the magma that he had turned the island into before. The magma surged up in an instant, appeared in front of Akainu, and solidified directly, trying to block Ulquiorra's blow. But, how could this kind of thing block open black lens bracket Wong shoes flash close black lens bracket? Just a face-to-face, was completely swallowed. Akainu was terrified, unable to block the blow at all, and quickly dodged. But the range is too big. Akainu quickly raised his hands, crossed his hands, and the black armament hockey surrounded him. Next moment, bang! The berserk Sero, in a flash, directly engulfed Akainu's body. Akainu's body was shattered on the spot. At this moment, he felt as if his soul had been torn in half, spitting out blood, and a powerful force directly suppressed him. After engulfing Akainu, the power of Wong Shu's flashes remained undiminished, engulfing all the sea areas outside the number 1 area of the Sabayati archipelago. Even after the areas number 2 and number 3 next to them were half destroyed, they suddenly disappeared. At this moment, a shocking cloud of smoke engulfed Ulquiorra's vision. Ulquiorra withdrew his right hand, sheathed Zanpakuto, and couldn't help but speak. Didn't it hit directly? Advertisement. I haven't used it for thousands of years, so it's really rusty. Next time, I won't miss it. No, there should be no next time. After speaking, Ulquiorra stepped out and disappeared, leaving the scene in ruins. At this time, the Marine officer at the rank of commanding officer outside the number 1 island watched all this in horror. After Ulquiorra left, he was so scared that he sat down on the ground, sweating profusely. Oh my god, where did this murderer come from? It's too scary. Even Akainu Admiral was killed in an instant. Moreover, as the smoke cleared, he saw an even more terrifying scene. Area number 1 has basically been completely destroyed, and areas number 2 and number 3 next to it are also half destroyed. There is still a huge gap in the sea area hit by Sero at this moment, and the seawater surges like a waterfall. Two of the huge Alchiman mangroves were directly broken. Terrible. This blow surpassed his cognition. Kai, Akainu Admiral, is he alright? The general officer felt that his legs were going weak. Even confronting the four emperors in open black lens bracket New World close black lens bracket is not so scary. After the smoke dissipated slowly, after seeing that Ulquiorra had indeed disappeared, he just brought a group of people to land on the ruined island No. 1. Soon, at the corner of the ruins, he saw a pool of magma. This magma seemed to be alive, wriggling constantly, trying to form a human shape, but after several attempts, all ended in failure. At this moment, Akainu felt that his consciousness was about to disappear. Physical injuries, depending on Logia's elementalization, are barely there. However, he felt as if his spirit had been destroyed, his soul was already riddled with holes, and he felt that he would die at any time. To Akainu's horror, a strange force invaded his body and consciousness. This blow without a trace of armed color, Haki almost killed him directly. Advertisement. Damn, what kind of power is this? Consciousness is about to. The wriggling magma constantly changes its shape. Seeing this, the general officer swallowed. Although it's weird. However, he knew that this should be Akainu Admiral. Oh my god, this blow can't even keep Akainu Admiral in human form. Quick, protect Akainu Admiral. The officer spoke immediately. Immediately afterwards, some sailors moved towards the pool of magma. However, just getting close. All the Marines were immediately suppressed and couldn't stand up, and some even let out a scream and died on the spot. Seeing this scene, the general officer was stunned, and approached subconsciously. During Setsuna, a terrible Reiatsu instantly suppressed his soul. His face changed drastically, and he quickly backed away. What a terrifying power. Obviously the attack is over, even the person himself has left, and there is still this kind of power left. That was Wang Shu's flash. Even if the attack is over, the remaining Reiatsu on this land are enough to crush a large number of ordinary people to death. The general officer couldn't get close at all, he was stunned for a moment, and he quickly took out a phone bug. No, you have to report quickly. Not to mention this side. At this moment, in the undeveloped area of the 13th area, there is a hotel called Shaki's Ripped Off Bar. Inside the bar, in front of the small counter, Shaki had a cigarette in his mouth, curiously watching the reward orders that swept the world early in the morning. Ulquiorra cipher. The bounty of 1.5 billion Baileys is offered. The amount of bounty offered for the first time is so high, it is really exaggerated. Marines have already arrived early this morning, and even the Admiral of Headquarters personally dispatched. Advertisement. It looks like he stirred up the turmoil in Holy Land last night. Another monster. That's Shaki's conclusion. Rayleigh, you haven't been back for days. Could it be discovered by Marine? Shaki took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Forget it. Don't worry about him if you worry about anyone. Akainu can't catch him either. And at this moment, she felt that her breathing became difficult, and subconsciously clutched her chest, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable and stuffy. A sense of oppression in her soul made her tremble. Then, in the void, the black cavity opened, and Ulquiorra walked out of it peacefully. Seeing this, Shaki's complexion changed slightly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. You are. Ulquiorra, what are you doing here? Hearing this, Ulquiorra glanced around, finally landed on Shaki, and spoke calmly. Woman, I deliberately speeded up and killed the ants using magma. As a result, Rayleigh hasn't come back yet. Hearing this, Shaki froze for a moment, using magma. Could it be that? His face changed drastically, and he reacted instantly. What? You killed the Admiral of Headquarters Akainu. P.S. Ask for some flowers and tickets. Chapter 35 The Sun Never Sets, the King of the Empire. Open black lens bracket ask for flowers close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What did you say? Hearing the news from Sabayati Archipelago, Sengoku sat up from his seat in shock. You say that Akainu and Ulquiorra fought in the Sabayati Archipelago and lost in just 2 moves. Yes, it is. How is Akainu doing now? The voice of the general and officer came from the other side of the phone bug. At this moment, his voice was trembling. This, I don't know too well. Why don't you know? Sengoku suppressed his inner anger. Right now, Akainu Admiral is still unable to maintain a human form. It is in the state of a puddle of magma. It will squirm occasionally. It should be alive, but I'm afraid the injury is serious. Hearing this, Sengoku was startled. Akainu couldn't even keep his human form anymore. Even just squirm once in a while. Is this called an injury? I'm afraid I'm going to die. Thinking of this, Sengoku spoke hastily. Now bring Akainu back to the headquarters as quickly as possible. No way, Marshal Sengoku. The trick Ulquiorra used was really terrifying. It directly destroyed the islands in the 3 areas of the Sabayati archipelago. Even now, Akainu Admiral's power remains around him. But anyone who approaches will be directly suppressed by this force. So far, more than 10 people have been directly crushed to death by this force. We really can't get close. Sengoku's face was as gloomy as water. It was the first time he heard such a ridiculous thing in his life. With the remaining power, it's impossible to even get close. Just getting close will kill people. Advertisement. What ability is this? So scary. Immediately seal off Area 1, 2, and 3 on the Sabayati archipelago, and no one is allowed to approach. I'll send someone here right now. Report any changes in Akainu to me immediately. Yes. After finishing speaking, the phone bug hung up. 2 major events happened in succession, leaving Sengoku exhausted. Come on, call Staff Crane immediately. After speaking, he picked up a fax in his hand, which was sent by Aokiji from open black lens bracket Enies lobby close black lens bracket. That is the sign of a golden sun. The empire on which the sun never sets. As this the world commanded by the sleeping king of the world thousands of years ago. Just a subordinate, so terrifying, how much power do you have? The one who cut off Enies lobby and gate of justice, is that you? Sengoku murmured, his heart was in turmoil. The power of the sleeping king of the world has begun to show its strength, and it is menacing and overwhelming. This knife scared both Aokiji and Sengoku. Thinking of this, Sengoku knew that he could no longer sit still. Come here, immediately issue a bounty. The sailor outside the door heard Sengoku's roar and rushed in. Sengoku handed him the photo and said in a deep voice. Immediately issue a reward order, the king of the empire on which the sun never sets, and offer a reward of 5 billion Baileys. Naturally, Sengoku can't call it, king of the world, but can only use, empire on which the sun never sets, instead. 5 billion Baileys. The sea soldier's face shook, and it was the first time he offered a reward of 5 billion Baileys, which was unheard of. This is basically the same treatment as the Emperor of New World. Advertisement. Last night, Ulquiorra offered a reward of 1.5 billion for the first time, which was unprecedented, and this time it was even more. However, seeing Sengoku's lack of movement, the sailor couldn't help but speak. War. Marshal Sengoku. Where are the photos? No photo. You just need to publish this Golden Sun logo. This. What are you still doing? Hurry up. Being reprimanded by Sengoku, he hastily backed away, not daring to say anything. After the sea soldiers retreated, staff officer he hurried over outside the door. You don't even have a photo. You post a bounty. Sengoku, you're in a hurry. Hearing this, Sengoku shook his head. It's not that I'm in a hurry, it's because this king of the world is coming too fiercely. I need to let the world know about this force, especially the 4 emperors of New World. Facing this strange force, they are even more hostile than our marines. Oh, using pirates to deal with them really looks like your style. He murmured, and then asked. So, what exactly happened to make you act so aggressively? Hearing this, Sengoku rubbed his forehead, calmed down and spoke. 2 things. First, news came from Aokiji just now that Enies lobby and gate of justice were slashed open, and it seems that the king of the sleeping world took action himself. Right now, the fire is still burning Enies lobby. Even if countless seawater evaporated and caused a storm that hasn't been seen in a century, there is no way to extinguish the flame. Hearing this, Crane thought there was something wrong with his ears, and his eyes widened. Sengoku, are you kidding me? Do you think I'm joking? Even Aokiji's ability can't extinguish that flame. Before long, Enies lobby will become history. Advertisement. The other party came up and wiped out the Enies lobby, which represents law and judgment, obviously trying to give us a bad shot, but I don't know how the world government will react. Sengoku took a deep breath, heartbroken, and spoke again. Also, just now, Akainu met in Sabayati Archipelago and Ulquiorra, and was defeated. Right now, although a person is alive, he seems to be unable to maintain his human form. This is why I came to you. Hearing this, the crane has fallen silent. These two incidents are more terrifying than the other, and the world is afraid that it will stir up the situation again. You go and bring Akainu back. There is a strange force suppressing it now. Once ordinary people get close, they will be suppressed or even die directly. I suspect that Akainu's inability to maintain his human form may be caused by this force. Use your ability to wash away all these weird things. Hearing this, Crane nodded immediately. Ro. I will let Kizaru rush to your place and cooperate with your work. I heard Rayleigh was staying with Ulquiorra earlier. Hearing Rayleigh, Crane's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but speak. You suspect that Rayleigh is with them. Even if it's not, it has a lot to do with it. Are you going to shoot Rayleigh? Sengoku shook his head. Stop kidding. This sleeping king of the world is enough to give me a headache now. Let us Marine provoke another legend. Also, the red-haired Shanks traveled all over the world and will soon arrive at the Sabayati Archipelago, and now it will cost too much to attack Rayleigh. In short, go to Sabayati Archipelago. You are in charge of everything, you play by ear. P.S. The data has not been moved all afternoon. Everyone, vote for Wawa and Piao Piao. Chapter 36 Woman, do you know what heart is? Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At the moment, Shaki is a little bit on pins and needles. Although he hasn't done much since Ulquiorra appeared, Shaki still feels stressed. This pressure does not come from the body, but from the soul. Although Ulquiorra intends to put away Reiatsu, he is an Arankar at the Espada level after all, and ordinary people simply cannot bear to appear in this posture. Shaki is not some peerless powerhouse, and it is normal to feel pressured. However, as time went by, she felt that her breathing became much more stable, and her chest tightness gradually eased. Seeing this, Ulquiorra gave Shaki an extra look. This woman is already getting used to his Reiatsu. At the moment, seeing Ulquiorra's look, Shaki smiled, poured a glass of whiskey, and laughed. Brother Ulquiorra, how about a drink? Isn't it boring for you to wait like this? Unnecessary. Ulquiorra shook her head. It didn't look like she had much interaction with other humans. It's so cold. Shaki smiled. The other party was looking for Rayleigh, and she thought it might be some acquaintance of Rayleigh, so she didn't care, but relaxed a lot. By the way, brother Ulquiorra, what's the matter with your chest hole? You're very handsome. Ulquiorra ignored Shaki, not wanting to say more. At this moment, seeing Ulquiorra so cold, Shaki was a little curious. Brother, you are so young and handsome, you must be able to attract many beauties. Young. I have existed for more than 1,000 years. Hearing this, Shaki didn't care and continued to speak. However, judging by your appearance, it seems that you don't really understand girls' hearts. Hearing this, Ulquiorra suddenly froze for a moment. Advertisement. Heart. Suddenly remembered, it seems that His Majesty also let himself understand what heart is. Calm, ruthless, rational, there is no doubt that these are Ulquiorra's strengths. However, that nothingness he represents makes him unable to know what is heart. And Sheba has said to Ulquiorra more than once that heart will make you more perfect. But what exactly is heart? Thinking of this, Ulquiorra looked at Shaki and spoke calmly. Woman, do you know what is heart? Of course, a girl's heart is very complicated. Shaki smiled, but didn't realize that the way Ulquiorra looked at her had changed. At this time, Ulquiorra suddenly walked in front of Shaki and spoke calmly. Heart, ah. You humans can always put this word on your lips easily, as if you know the heart of others like the palm of your hand. This is an answer His Majesty has not given me, do you really know? My eyes can reflect everything, there is nothing that I cannot capture. What cannot be reflected means that it does not exist. I have always judged so, and based on this, I have fought with His Majesty until now. As he spoke, Ulquiorra calmly raised his right hand, pointing to Shaki's chest. In an instant, an unbelievable sense of oppression hit. Shaki felt his soul tremble. There is a terrible despair spreading. What is heart? As long as I tear your chest apart, can I see everything in your heart? Ulquiorra's fingers moved up, pointing to Shaki's forehead. As long as I smash your skull, can I see everything in your mind? Heart, what is it? Now, what is reflected in my eyes is your fear. Advertisement. Fear, is it considered heart? At this moment, Shaki froze. Cold fear seemed to freeze her here. She had never imagined that a person's sense of oppression would be so terrifying. Do you think I'm scary? Woman. Shaki nodded. Then, let me ask you again, do you know what heart is? This time, Shaki was silent. She seemed to have misunderstood something before. The heart that Ulquiorra said seems to be different from the heart, she said. At this moment, she looked at the empty hole in Ulquiorra again, and seemed to understand something. So that's the case, don't have a heart. In this case, I may not be able to give you the answer you want. The voice fell. During Setsuna, all oppression suddenly disappeared. Everything was back to normal again. Shaki breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, her heart was really filled with fear. Terrible guy. At this moment, Shaki realized that Ulquiorra, it seems, is not human. And at this moment, with a click, the door of the bar was suddenly opened. Rayleigh came in with a small backpack and a bounty in his hand. At this moment, seeing that Ulquiorra was also in the bar, he froze for a moment and couldn't help but speak. The battle between you and Akainu is really over. Not long after I left, Islands 1, 2 and 3 of the Sabayati archipelago were destroyed. Did you do that? Ulquiorra nodded. How is Akainu? I'm not interested in taking care of the life and death of the ants, have you brought anything? Advertisement. Hearing this, the face of Shaki next to him changed slightly. Ulquiorra really killed Akainu. At this moment, Rayleigh took the backpack off his back and threw it to Ulquiorra. It's all here. Hearing this, Ulquiorra opened it. Inside lay 2 strange fruits, and an eternal pointer. But I just found out that you were actually offered a reward of 1.5 billion Baileys. Don't tell me that you were responsible for the disturbance in the Holy Land last night. Ulquiorra, on the other hand, just nodded calmly. Your Majesty ordered me to destroy the Phoenix family. Hearing this, Rayleigh and Shaki next to him gasped. Good guy, that's a Tianlongren family. Actually gone. No wonder a one-time bounty of 1.5 billion Baileys was offered and Akainu came after him. This is simply piercing the sky. Now, you and I will owe each other nothing. Don't come to me again if you have anything to do in the future. Because of you, Marine is already eyeing me. Rayleigh doesn't feel like wading into this muddy water, which is what he has to do. However, I'm curious, who told you to come to me? Your Majesty. Hearing this, Ulquiorra put away the things, and then opened the black cavity, not like staying too long. When leaving, he said calmly. Your Majesty's wife said that you are kind to her, let me come to you. That's all for now. After speaking, Ulquiorra went into a black cavity and disappeared without saying a word. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for votes. Chapter 37. How can there be such a romantic thing in the world? Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ulquiorra's words made Rayleigh a little confused. I have been kind to your Majesty's wife, but you still caused me so much trouble. This is called UN. Obviously, Ulquiorra's words were not finished. In Ulquiorra's character, if Rayleigh hadn't been kind to Hancock and Sheba had ordered Rayleigh not to be embarrassed. Today's affairs, I'm afraid it will not be so peaceful. A nihilistic Arankar who despises humanity, a retired legend who doesn't want to get in trouble. The two are likely to fight. Of course, now that Ulquiorra is gone, Rayleigh can't be bothered. Immediately sat down on the bar, took out the jug, and drank it all in one gulp. This little guy is not so strong. Since Luogia started the era of great pirates, there are really more and more monsters in this sea. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At the moment, Shaki quipped from the sidelines. What little guy, he said he has existed for more than 1,000 years. Hearing this, Rayleigh smiled cheerfully. Just listen to this kind of thing. Immediately, as if thinking of something, Rayleigh couldn't help but speak. By the way, have I ever been kind to a certain woman? Hearing this, Shaki laughed. Can't you even remember yourself? It can't be a romantic debt, can it? You can pull it down. Do you really think that the old man didn't die fast enough? Look at that guy just now, but he killed Akainu. Don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Shaki was extremely shocked. Did he really kill Akainu? Rayleigh nodded. I don't know, but there is a high probability that it is true. Didn't you see that the islands 1, 2 and 3 of the Sabayati archipelago are all destroyed? This is the first time I have seen such a powerful attack. Akainu is such an aggressive person, let Ulquiorra leave easily. At least it shows that Akainu is in a state of being unable to pursue. This is a bit scary. Advertisement. Shaki nodded, thought for a moment, seemed to remember something. By the way, if you are kind, there is indeed a woman. Who? Little Hancock. Hearing this, Rayleigh waved his hand. Isn't she? Can she marry? Doesn't she hate men the most? But, she seems to be really married. Shaki spoke up. With a poof sound, Rayleigh almost spit out a mouthful of wine. What did you say? When did it happen? Why don't I know? Shaki thought for a while, then spoke. Just a few days ago. You were not there at that time, it was my mother-in-law who called. Say little Hancock has become the wife of the king of the world, she's talking about it. I think it's a little weird, and I'm going to wait for you to come back and go to 9 Snake Island to see, is there any accident? King of the world. For an instant, Rayleigh's eyes sharpened. This is not the first time he has heard this title. The last time was 10 years ago. Just when he and Luogia brought back a piece of Black history text. In the main text of the history, there is a king of the world recorded. The sleeping king of the world. Thinking of this, Rayleigh felt a little creepy. No way. Wait. Shaki, you said that Ulquiorra has existed for more than 1,000 years. Shaki nodded. That's right, he said it himself. Hearing this, Rayleigh felt his hands tremble a little. Excited. Thousands of years, the sleeping king of the world. Advertisement. Could it be that the legend really revived? There was a snap. Rayleigh's flagon slipped and fell straight down. Shaki was a little surprised. Rayleigh, what's the matter? Shaki, you know what? We may be witnessing the revival of a legend. How can there be such a romantic thing in the world? It's a pity that Luogia couldn't see it. Otherwise, he must be very excited. What the hell is going on? Hearing this, Rayleigh was about to speak. At this time, a news bird suddenly stopped at the window of the bar and dropped a newspaper. Shaki walked over, and after paying, he picked up the newspaper, which contained 2 brand new reward orders. The moment he saw the content of the newspaper, Shaki's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but speak. Rayleigh, something big has happened. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? After taking the newspaper, Rayleigh glanced at it for a while, and his expression changed drastically. What? Gate of Justice and Enies lobby were cut open by someone, and they were in flames, and they have sunk. This is fake news, right? Rayleigh thinks naval headquarters must be crazy. That is Enies lobby, representing the authority of the world government laws. Although it has no real power, it represents the facade of the world government. Can this kind of thing sink? It's funny. Rayleigh, look, this brand new reward order. Atrocious. Heinous. Live or die. Combatants of the empire on which the sun never sets. Ulquiorra. Cipher. Advertisement. Bounty. 2 billion Baileys. Ulquiorra's bounty has risen by another $500 million. Rayleigh understands that. After all, Akainu was defeated, but I was a little moved by the speed of Marine's work. Akainu had just lost, and within an hour, a new bounty came out. In addition to the bounty change, this time there is an extra empire on which the sun never sets. Is it the faction it belongs to? Rayleigh didn't care either, and the second reward order was weird. No pictures, just a golden sun logo, not even a name. However, his bounty is ridiculously high. Atrocious. Heinous. Live or die. King of the empire on which the sun never sets. Bounty. 5 billion Baileys. 5 billion Baileys, that's the treatment of New World, 4 emperors. And all of this is the mystery of the king of the empire on which the sun never sets, but the reward has reached this level for the first time. Even for the emperors of New World, the bounties must be accumulated over time to reach this level. For a moment, Rayleigh was silent. The first reward was so exaggerated. There are only two reasons. First, attract that new world emperor's attention, even hostility. Second, he did something terrible enough to threaten that world government itself. Thinking of this, Rayleigh's pupils shrank. Enies lobby, is this the king of the empire on which the sun never sets sank? The king of the sleeping world, is he really awake? P.S. Ask for flowers and tickets. Chapter 38 Wash away Reiatsu. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sabayati Archipelago, Island 1. This place has been blocked by densely packed marines, but even so, there are quite a few spectators. Among them are some brave pirates with high skills. After all, the previous battle on Island number 1 was too exaggerated, and many people in the surrounding area were shocked. In the end, it was even heard that Akainu lost to Ulquiorra, was beaten into shape, like a puddle of mud, and has not recovered yet. They all took advantage of the fact that Marine was too busy to watch jokes. At this moment, Staff Crane had arrived under Sengoku's instruction, looking at the ugly Akainu with an extremely solemn expression. There is no human form at all. It is indeed like a pool of mud, but it is just magma, billowing thick smoke. It is indeed as described, squirming from time to time. Crane scanned through his knowledge and found that the magma still has sound. It is known that Akainu is still alive, only badly injured. No, it should be said that the spirit or soul was seriously injured. This is really quite miserable. It's the first time I've seen Sakazuki so embarrassed. At this moment, Kizaru was also standing beside Crane with a serious expression on his face. He often describes Akainu as a monster, and he's not kidding. But Akainu really has monster-like strength. However, it was such a monster who was beaten like this. It's really scary, the guy from the empire on which the sun never sets. There is nothing mean or lighthearted about these words. This time, Kizaru is from the heart. It is indeed terrible. I heard that people will die if you get close, let me try. For the first time, Kizaru volunteered and stepped forward, just about to get close to the muddy Akainu. During Setsuna, the remaining Reiatsu of Wangshu's flash directly suppressed Kizaru. Kizaru suddenly felt his body sank, and his soul trembled suddenly. Advertisement. At this moment, Kizaru's face changed slightly. So that's it, a power that can shock the soul similar to Big Mom. Moreover, the intensity is very high, no wonder ordinary sailors will die when they get close. This kind of coercion can only have a deterrent effect on the strong. I am afraid that it is not intentionally left by the opponent, but the power left by a certain move. Kizaru analyzed for a while. And that move is Wangshu's flash. Are there any remaining moves? Hearing this, he frowned. Seeing Akainu's tragic state and the exaggerated ruins around him, Suru nodded in agreement. Indeed. I'm afraid it's a must-have move. But this kind of coercion will not make it impossible for Akainu to recover his human form. After thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Let's try it first. If Akainu can't recover, I can't do anything." Saying that, she stepped out and entered around Akainu. During Setsuna, Reiatsu attacked, causing Suru's face to change slightly. It is indeed very similar to the soul power of Big Mom, but it is more domineering and empty. As she spoke, she came around Akainu, raised her right hand, and gently brushed over the magma. At the same time, armed color hockey is wrapped around his hands. Avoid getting yourself scalded by lava. Next moment, the ability to wash fruit is activated. Wash away all the weird and unknown. At this time, Suru clearly felt a force being expelled from Akainu's body by her. That's Reiatsu. Her face changed slightly. Sure enough, there is power remaining, such a domineering power. Advertisement. Crane's wrist trembled a little. After washing away Reiatsu's power, he threw it far away. There were all pirates watching the show. Because of Akainu, Marine didn't want to waste time on them, so he ignored them. If you want to watch a play, just watch enough. The voice fell. Wangshu's flash part of the power instantly flew into the distance. During Setsuna, a shocking wave of Reiatsu descended from the sky and bombarded him. The sky was dyed in pitch black, and the souls of those pirates shrouded in Reiatsu were instantly shattered, spitting blood, and dying in pain. Seeing this, Kizaru's face changed slightly. What a terrifying power. It's just the remnants of the moves, but it can still kill so many pirates. What kind of attack did Akainu suffer? After the crane ability is activated, Reiatsu around Akainu suddenly disappeared. Crane stood up and murmured. Almost. If this doesn't work, there's nothing I can do. After all, things involving the soul are very mysterious. Kizaru nodded. This is true. If you look at Big Mom Wangwo, you will know that the soul has become fine. At this time, with the disappearance of Reiatsu, the pool of magma wriggled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed is getting faster and faster, very fast, slightly raised, trying to take shape, but soon fell. The magma squirmed again and fell here. After several efforts, it finally formed a human shape. Akainu then regained his human form and appeared in front of Kizaru and Suru. At this moment, Akainu's face was pale, extremely weak, and he just sat down on the ground, spitting out blood. Sakazuki, are you alright? Advertisement. Kizaru quickly helped Akainu up. Where's Ulquiorra? Him. It's long gone. Crane said. Akainu was extremely excited and continued to speak. Where's Rayleigh? He's here too, and in cahoots with Ulquiorra. Find Rayleigh, and you'll find Ulquiorra. At this moment, even though Akainu is seriously injured, he is still thinking about chasing him. Kizaru shook his head. Sakazuki, I think you should worry about your injury, you can't even stand still. Akainu waved his hand. My body was not injured, but my soul was injured. That blow almost killed me. Ulquiorra is very dangerous. I can't continue to let him go like this. The truth is this truth. However, Crane shrugged and said. Now, I'm afraid it would be inappropriate to trouble Rayleigh. Akainu frowned. What's wrong? He just wanted to speak. At the port, the voice of the sailors was suddenly heard. A ship is approaching the Sabayati archipelago. That flag is the red hair. It is 4 emperors' red hair shanks. Crane glanced at Akainu. Look, that's the reason. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for votes. Chapter 39 Strange Black Creature. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Gate of Justice and Enies Lobby are history forever. The whole world was shocked by this newspaper. This is tantamount to pushing Sheba, the king of the empire on which the sun never sets, to the forefront. In addition, there is a reward order for imperial treatment without a photo. The whole world is guessing who this arrogant king of the empire on which the sun never sets really is. This also casts a veil of mystery on Sheba. Sengoku acted too hastily and offered a reward to Sheba without even getting the photo, although he also had his own considerations. But, obviously, this also made Sheba a wedding dress. Looking at his own system panel, Sheba smiled. The popularity has risen a little again. This bounty has helped me a lot. The legend of the resurrection, the popularity is indeed rising very fast. Let me see where my next subordinate sleeps. Sheba checked it a little bit, and was a little surprised. The location of the next subordinate. This is, in the calm belt near Impel Down. It's not far. At the same time, Sheba also found that the system has been upgraded along with the increase in popularity. Originally waking up his sleeping subordinates, he could only do so if he or other subordinates were present. But at this moment, this restriction is lifted. As long as the special energy is enough, no matter where you are, you can directly wake it up. Of course, those who can be awakened are limited to the subordinates after the system upgrade. In other words, Dressrosa still needs Ulquiorra to awaken the sleeping person. Seeing this, Sheba smiled. With this ability, it is much more convenient. If that's the case, let's revive you first. Sheba's heart skipped a beat. Advertisement. During Setsuna, Sheba's special energy decreased by 8, leaving 23 at the moment. The special energy is getting less and less. Looking for devil fruit must be on the agenda. Although the number of devil fruit in this era far exceeds that of thousands of years ago. But, in fact, most of them were eaten and became ability users. After checking the subordinates he resurrected this time and confirming their identities, Sheba smiled. So that's it, it's you. Since this is the case, I will entrust you with the task of finding special energy. Go. The only order given to you. Find devil fruit. Not to mention this side. Impel Down is the sea of the calm belt, the lair of the Sea Kings, approached by ordinary ships, it is no different from a Sea King's rations. Thanks to Vegapunk's research on seastone, placing seastone on the bottom of the ship can confuse the Sea King's sight, and Marine successfully conquered Calm Belt. At this moment, a huge warship slowly approached from the horizon, escorting the pirates to impel down. On the deck, there is a Marine general, and his subordinates are standing on the watchtower to observe the situation of the sea. Although Calm Belt has been breached. However, there are countless Sea Kings under this sea. Unless you are on the rear admiral chair, no one dares to take it lightly. Suddenly, in the distant sea area, a huge Sea King appeared. Before the sailor could react, he saw a black shadow instantly cover the huge Sea King. Seeing this, the watchman's face trembled, and he was shocked. Hi, the Sea Kings were eaten. What is this? He narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to see clearly. But found that the black shadow suddenly disappeared. Did you read it wrong? Advertisement. Just about to breathe a sigh of relief, the next moment, the huge black was already close at hand. At this moment, the entire warship was shrouded in this blackness. The sailor's face changed, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Oops, it's Sea Kings. He sounded the alarm instantly. Sea Kings. There are Sea Kings approaching. Hearing this, the sailors on the deck and the general and officer immediately became tense. Don't panic. Our warship has seastone installed, the Sea Kings will not attack. Don't act rashly. The general college officer pretended to be calm. Meeting Sea Kings on the sea, unless you have the power to kill him solo, otherwise, this is the worst situation. Obviously, this general officer does not have such strength. And at this moment, there was a bang. The huge monster under the sea seemed to have collided with the warship, and the warship was almost knocked over. Oops, I hit it, it won't knock off the seastone at the bottom of the boat. Such a strong collision scared the Marines and rushed forward to check. After coming to the bow, I saw this huge black shadow at close range. After the leading general and officer saw it clearly, his face suddenly changed, and he was extremely shocked. This is not Sea Kings. What's that black thing? A Marine said incredulously, looking into the distance. In the sea, there are black humanoid creatures swimming. They are not big in size, but there are too many of them. They gather together like Sea Kings. Suddenly, a sailor showed a frightened expression, his voice trembled, and he was extremely frightened. Those things are watching us. Advertisement. They locked us up. What? The general officer's face changed, and he looked in the direction the sailor was looking at, and his pupils shrank immediately. During Setsuna, those black humanoid creatures raised their heads densely and looked straight at them. It was a face, a strange and fair face. The painting style of that face is extremely simple and scribbled, without any emotion. At this moment, in conjunction with such a situation, people are terrified to the extreme. What the hell is this? The sea soldiers were taken aback and retreated one after another. And when they wanted to see clearly, they suddenly found that the black shadow above the sea suddenly disappeared. What? Missing? Where did the group of ghosts go just now? And at this moment, a voice came from above the warship. Hey, you guys, have you ever seen a strange fruit? Well, it's the kind of fruit that can get strange abilities if you eat it. Hearing this, everyone suddenly turned around. At this moment, on the deck, stood a humanoid creature. It looks very short, like a child. However, his painting style is extremely simple and scribbled, as if he can be drawn with just a few strokes. It is very strange. In an instant, densely packed muzzles were aimed at him. What the hell are you? 27%. Chapter 40 Black Sperm. Open black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What the hell are you? At this moment, these sailors were taken aback. The other party was neither human nor ghost, but suddenly appeared, and he looked very strange. What the hell? Hearing this, the black thing froze for a moment, a little upset. I'm not happy when you talk like that. I was awakened by His Majesty just now. I finally came out. I am in a good mood. Don't disturb my elegant mood. You have not answered my question yet. Have you seen that strange fruit? Hearing this, these sailors looked at each other in blank dismay. A little memory, then remembered. You mean devil fruit, right? That's right, it's that thing. Hand over that fruit, and I will make your death less painful. Really? It's very happy to die immediately. Well, I'm very understanding, right? Hearing this, the faces of these sailors changed, they picked up their weapons instantly, and aimed their guns at him. What the hell are you? How dare you attack a warship? You can't find death. Although the other party looks very strange. However, since it is not Sea Kings, there is nothing to be afraid of. The general college officer gradually became bolder. There are many people on my side, and the firepower is suppressed, so I am not afraid at all. But at this moment, a sailor with sharp eyes saw horns growing on the opponent's head, and engraved on the horns was the symbol of a golden sun. Seeing this, the Marine's expression changed, and he spoke quickly. Sir, Golden Sun, this guy belongs to the empire on which the sun never sets. What? Advertisement. The officer's face changed, and he looked at the head of the black thing. There was indeed a sun sign, and he gave the order without saying a word. Attack! Attack! It belongs to the empire on which the sun never sets. There are orders from above. Anyone who sees the sun sign will be arrested immediately. Thump thump. During Setsuna, dense bullets fired into this strange black life form. And the opponent didn't dodge or dodge, let the bullets hit him. The powerful bullet pierced his body instantly. Seeing this, the officer was overjoyed. It works, keep attacking and kill him. At first he was worried. After all, the characters that emerged in today's unset empire were so powerful that they even defeated Admiral. Looking at it now, it doesn't mean that everyone is a monster like Ulquiorra. The so-called empire on which the sun never sets also has ordinary characters. However, soon, his expression changed. After the body of that weird black thing was shattered, it didn't die, but other bodies grew out of those shattered bodies. At this moment, the accompanying attack fell. There are dense faces growing on his hands, his arms have become extremely huge, and he even has countless feet, which looks extremely strange, and his sanity plummets, which makes people feel psychologically uncomfortable. Do you really think this kind of bullet can penetrate my body? If this kind of attack is useful, Your Majesty will not bestow this sun symbol on me. The other party smiled, and suddenly his face became serious. You look down on me, don't you? You guys. Setsuna room. This weird black thing squirmed, all abnormalities disappeared, and he returned to the original size of the child. However, the next moment, he stretched out his right hand, and the right hand swelled instantly, covering his whole body in the arm, turning him into a colossus. It was a shocking fist. Then, the fist directly smashed down. During Setsuna, the entire warship was directly smashed into pieces with incredible power. On the sea, there were even waves. Many sailors were affected by the shock, and their bodies were directly crushed. Advertisement. Seeing this, the faces of these sailors changed drastically, and they fled in panic. What the hell is this thing? Saw the sailors fleeing. The black thing immediately withdrew its huge arm, but instead chased it carelessly, staggering as if it was playing. Hey, you guys, stop, I won't do anything to you. I just want to kill you. Don't be afraid. Soon. It's over in a flash. Between words, the black thing chased after it, and suddenly burst out a large number of clones from its body, like locusts, densely packed, covering the sky and covering the sun, directly engulfing the entire ruins of the warship. After a while, everything calmed down. What? After a long time, there is no devil fruit on this warship. It made me work in vain. However, this sea area is a good place. So many sea kings can provide me with a lot of protein for cell storage. Black sperm. Race. Weirdo. Ability. 1. Value added split. 2. Not open. Black sperm. This is the second minion Sheba has awakened after Ulquiorra. Known for having nearly infinite cellular clones. At this moment, the black sperm instantly split itself. On the sea, densely packed black clones appeared, almost covering the entire sponge, and at a glance, there was no end in sight. Little ones. Advertisement. Your Majesty has an order to collect devil fruit. First of all, this sea, to search all of this sea, don't waste any place. Also, there are countless sea kings under this sea area. This is high quality protein. The following sea kings, one head counts as one head, I will eat all of them to replenish the cell reserve. Above the sea, there was a sound of boiling in an instant. The next moment, the dense black sperm scattered in an instant, heading in all directions. I just woke up. My cell reserve is only 1 trillion, and I'm still far from my peak. Eat the sea kings in this area, it can almost reach 2 or 3 trillion cells. So. The body of the black sperm lay on the surface of the sea, tapping Erlang's legs, very leisurely. In short, the cells need to be stockpiled. Devil fruit must also be found, neither side will delay. During the speech, the black sperm raised his head and looked into the distance. In the center of the calm belt stands a massive building. Seeing this, the black sperm touched his chin. This thing seems to be a big prison under the sea. It holds pirates from all over the sea. Since they are pirates, they must be hiding a lot of treasure, right? There won't be devil fruit, right? Saying that, the black sperm smiled. Go and see, don't miss any chance. Your Majesty's order must be fulfilled. Anyway, I have a lot of cell reserves, so I'm not afraid of wasting them.